The reason you're watching this video is because you don't have the tools to restore your marriage. So I'm going to give you those tools. Everything from how to stabilize the marriage, create space and safety, rebuild the man, restore trust, reignite desire, to full reconciliation. My name's Justin Bourgeois, and over the last 3 years, I've helped over 100 driven, successful men rebuild their marriages from the inside out. Men like Darcy, who felt like nothing was ever good enough for his wife, like he wasn't good enough. He went to family therapy for 14 months before joining us. And I remember he told me every single night they'd have long, drawn-out conversations, even when they weren't in therapy. We were able to tackle the root of the problem within his marriage in just weeks. And Darcy's wife looks at him like she used to, and their marriage is, as he said, fixed. We have men like Raj, who said, the moment we started speaking, I felt a new path had begun. The program just fit from the onset, and I was excited to work on myself. Combined with his genuine care for his clients, I saw and felt growth quickly, and my family and friends noticed a significant difference early on and still do. Most critically, he holds me accountable, and it has become like a superpower. Thankful and very excited to keep the growth path going. We have people like Brad, whose marriage was effectively dead. They were living in the same house, but completely disconnected. No real communication, and his wife was emotionally shut down. I remember he told me there was a 3-month period where they barely saw each other at all. We noticed that his wife was forced into both the masculine and feminine roles. He avoided hard conversations and withdrew under pressure. He's now communicating deeply again, rebuilding connection, and his marriage has done a complete 180. That's in his words. We have people like Carl, like Zach, like David, like Broden, like Ben here, who said, Justin came into my life during an incredibly difficult period, and his support was exactly what I needed. He helped me slow down, communicate more effectively, and truly understand my wife's perspective in ways I hadn't been able to for years. Through his guidance, I gained clarity, patience, and tools that allowed me to approach our conversations with more empathy and intention, which made a meaningful difference during a very challenging time in my life. We also have people here like Ben, who struggled to be present within his relationships. He took what he learned to stop self-sabotaging, got his life back, and even grew his business to new heights. We have people here like Tony, who said, as a business owner, I'm used to solving problems, but my relationship with my wife was one area where I just felt stuck. He said, working with Justin at Thrive Men's Coaching was a game changer. He understands the unique pressure that comes with professional success and helped me apply that same drive to my personal life. My marriage is in a much better place thanks to his guidance. Highly recommend for any man looking to level up. And lastly, here we have Jeremy, whose wife told me he had 2 weeks to move out. He went straight to work into the program. After just 6 weeks, she canceled the separation and recommitted to working on the marriage. Jeremy now has his confidence, his life, and his wife back. Now, before we go any further in this video, it's very important that our values align. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how everything that you're about to learn in this video was created. So it all starts here in a small little town in northern Canada. This is where I was born and raised, 8 hours north of Toronto. I grew up in tough times. I remember at 12 years old, my parents told me, Justin, if you want to be successful, if you want to make a name for yourself, you're going to have to put yourself through school. So at 12 years old, I got the largest paper out in the city, and I put myself through school and have been working ever since. This is me when I graduated as a civil engineer. In Canada, engineers get a little pinky ring, so that's what I was showing off here proudly. I worked as an engineer for all of 3 months. I did not like it. I went into engineering because I just wanted to be successful, but it didn't really align with who I was. It was very stressful. I was burnt out. My health suffered. So I thought, hey, you know what? I want to make good money. So let me find a career that's not as stressful, but I can still make good money. So I became a diamond driller. For those of you that don't know what that is, the most comparable career would be like oil rigging. So essentially you're in the middle of nowhere, searching for, you're drilling into the earth, right? So we remove core samples. We're seeing if there's gold, silver, anything like that in the ground. This type of work requires you to work 28 days in a row, 12 hours a day. You're either working days or nights in the middle of nowhere. You have no days off, no weekends off. Doesn't matter if you're sick, you're working. And then you get a couple weeks off at home. I did this for 1.5 years. And by the end of it, I was so lonely and so alone that I cried myself to sleep for 3 nights in a row on my last hitch. So then I said, well, I tried making good money, but it was too stressful in one way. Then I tried making good money in another way without stress, but I was completely alone. So I said, let me just find like a lifestyle career. That'll give me good balance. So this is me in New Zealand, where I went and got my teacher's certification. I taught math and physics for 3 years, And after a couple years, I started losing my fire. Okay. I just started becoming complacent. So that's when I realized and discovered my purpose on this planet. And that's when I became a life coach. What I would do is I would help men create the life that they wanted. That was sometimes in their business. I'd help them stop self-sabotaging in their business, give them the clarity, the accountability, the tools they needed to do that. Sometimes it was in their relationships. And in the beginning, I helped all men. What I quickly found out was that I was getting a lot of referrals for just men that needed help in their marriage. Because it turns out that when I helped them gain clarity, grow within themselves, their marriages started to improve. So what I did was I doubled down on marriage coaching. This was a very easy decision for me to make. One, because I saw huge success very early on with my clients. And two, because of this woman right here. So this is the love of my life, Emily, the reason I do everything. We've traveled the world together. She means everything to me. Now, the reason that I knew I wanted a top 1% marriage, even when I was a kid, was because of my parents right here. So my parents are high school sweethearts. They met when they were, I think, 14 years old. They started dating at 16. I have not seen my parents argue once in my whole life. They have the happiest, most meaningful, most fulfilling relationship I have ever seen. And I knew when I was a kid, not consciously, but I knew when I was a kid that I wanted that. I was a hopeless romantic from a very young age because of that. And my sister and I, this is my sister right here, are very grateful that we got to see what an incredible relationship looks like as kids, because we now have incredible relationships ourselves, because that's the standard that was set. So my mission is to help you. Let's go over to my mission here. My mission is to help you become the best version of yourself and build healthy, lasting relationships and families, because I want your kids to be able to experience what that looks like. And a very important aspect of my mission is I don't want any kid to go through the pain of a broken home. So earlier when I said I became a life coach and then I started to double down on marriage coaching, what I did, because I'm a high achiever, because I want to be the best of the best, I decided to spend tens of thousands of dollars of my own money and go through the marriage coaches that I found on the internet, okay? What I found was that these courses were very broad. There were always hundreds of videos to watch. It was very overwhelming. 5-10-minute videos on random topics. It was very difficult for me to sink my teeth into things. Okay, what I found was that there was no frameworks, no accountability, no personalization. It was like one size fits all. This is what's going on. This is what you need to do. I found that they prioritized information instead of tools, and it only focused. Okay, so here's the deal. Most programs will either only focus on the wife or they'll only focus on you. Here's what I mean. They'll be over-indexed on the marriage, okay? You just focus on the wife. What's the wife doing? How do we change the interactions with my wife? Or only focus on you. How are you doing? How are your emotions? How are you being a better man? What I found is that there was nothing that really molded the both of them well. So that's when I said, perfect, that's exactly what I'm good at. That's my specialty. Let me combine both of these worlds where you know exactly what you need to do to be the best version of yourself, and you know exactly what you need to do to repair your relationship. So here's the typical process that men go through. From a very young age, we're taught as men that it's our job as men to protect and provide the family that we love. So it means we're up early, we're home late, and when we walk through the door at the end of the night, there just isn't much left for us to give, okay? So then what happens is there are arguments, there are fights, there are disconnections. Signs are present, but often ignored. We sweep things under the rug until our wife sends a very serious signal. Typically, that's an emotional affair or a physical affair or threats of separation or divorce. What then happens is you panic and you scramble for solutions. You do online research, you read books, listen to podcasts, go see your pastor, counselors, therapists. And the good thing is you start seeing your own faults. You try to take ownership, but you just don't know what to actually do. So the problem is you don't have a clear action plan. And that's what this video provides, a manual for restoring your marriage. Let's dive in. All right, as promised, I'm gonna walk you through her journey, what your wife's gonna be going through, the stage, and then what you should be focusing on depending on what stage you're in. So if you're watching this video right now, odds are your wife is in negative sentiment. That means she's emotionally checked out, means she's asked for space, she's moved out or spoken to a lawyer, she avoids all relationship talk, and she sees you as the villain in her story. When you're in this stage, everything you do feels manipulative to her. She's essentially in full resistance mode. She doesn't want to acknowledge what you do right. She doesn't want to appreciate you. She doesn't want to give you, props for the changes that you've been making. And when she thinks about the marriage in this stage, she feels failure and shame. It's very important to know that. When you're in this stage, nothing you do lands, and no matter what you try, it feels like it's too late to her. So what do you do if you're in this stage? If this is the stage that your wife is in? Well, the first thing you want to do is you want to stabilize the marriage. We want to make sure we're not doing any more harm to the marriage. In order to stabilize the marriage, we're going to do these things. We're going to stop initiating with your wife right now. I want you to let out the anger, the hurt, and the pain safely, alone, not at her. You're going to rebuild your confidence, and you're going to shift from blaming her to taking full responsibility for your role. So what does that look like? Let's jump in. Stage 1, stabilize the marriage. The first thing you have to do, which is absolutely non-negotiable, is process the pain. I don't understand why this is not step 1 in every single program out there. I don't understand why this isn't even included in programs. Like, there are so many marriage programs that do not talk about this whatsoever, when to me, it's building a foundation. It's trying to build a home on a rocky foundation. If you are not emotionally sound, anything you do, while it may get short-term results within your marriage, it won't last, and it's just going to fall. A breeze of wind is going to come through, and it's going to destroy everything you've built. You need to be emotionally sound before you can move forward. And in order to be emotionally sound, you need to be able to process the pain of what has just occurred in your life. Because you're not just dealing with something small. You're not just dealing with even losing your wife, the potential of losing your wife, or losing your wife's love and respect. You're actually dealing with the potential loss of stability, your house, emotional safety, the loss of the future you thought you were building for the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Everything you've worked so hard to build could be crumbling down. There's also fear around kids, your identity, and being replaced, having another man raise your kids. There's a fear of never being happy again, never being able to find somebody else. There's a fear of emotional or financial ruin. There's a lot going on here. So for you, what happens to most men is they just suppress the pain and they stay busy. I see this all the time. I'll have guys start working with me. Most of my clients have been through other programs. They'll come start working with me and they'll be like, hey man, I'm good so long as I stay busy. And they don't understand how bad that is. So long as you're busy and you're distracting yourself with work, with the news, with maybe drinking, with porn, with alcohol, or all these different things, if you have to distract yourself from your emotions, it means we have work to do. It doesn't mean I'm good so long as I stay busy. No, that's not good. What happens is when you do that, you're trying to logic your way out of it. You're trying to use your logical mind to focus on other things so that you don't have to feel your emotions. You're trying to trick yourself. When you do that, you're suppressing emotions, and suppressed emotions will leak out sideways. And it happens in a couple different ways. One, it'll come out as anger, as control, or as sarcasm or guilt towards your wife. Or I'll have guys tell me, yeah, I'm good so long as I stay busy. And then they go, but a couple days ago, I was driving home from work and I just started breaking down crying and I couldn't control myself. I was overwhelmed with emotions. And that's a clear sign that you are suppressing your emotions, and emotions are energy in motion. They need to come out. Emotions need to move. So if that's you, if that's happening, or if you feel yourself getting angry, or you feel yourself, I have a couple things down here. You feel yourself judging her behavior, getting easily triggered, you feel anxious, desperate, or emotionally volatile, it's not about her, it's about unprocessed emotion. So you need to be able to process those emotions. And men are not the best at processing emotions because to you live in the logical world. You achieved success in your career or in your business because you were able to push your emotions to the side. But your marriage requires a lot more of you emotionally. So this is why this is foreign, and this is why a lot of guys have trouble sleeping. They lose weight because they're stressed. It's impossible for you to make logical, rational decisions and save your marriage in this state. It's just, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's so difficult because you're not coming at it from a stable, grounded position. So what I'm going to do literally in a minute here, I'm going to show you how to do this. And another big thing, and another very important thing is I've seen a lot of guys go through divorce, not clients of mine, but go through divorce and never process this pain. And these are the guys that grow up to be, that grow old, very angry and very alone because they've never processed the pain. And as men, Here's the difference between men and women. We both get hurt. We both feel hurt. We feel sadness. We when we lose things, we feel like, I'm just going to call it hurt. Men guard it. We put up like a shield, and that shield for us is anger. We protect our hurt with anger. So if you see a very angry man, that's a man that is very hurt. And I can promise you that. And when I'm on calls with guys, people that want to join the program, I can tell right away. And when I first started coaching, this was something, because it's nobody likes an angry person, right? And in the beginning, I would get kind of like angry back. I'm like, man, why are you like this? But then I started to realize, man, these are the guys that are the most hurt. So here's how you're going to process the pain, okay? So that it doesn't control the next 20 years of your life. I want you to get angry and get physical safely and alone, right? Emotions are energy in motion. So I want you to get somewhere where you're alone. An example of this is I had a client who went in his basement, got a punching bag, boxing gloves, put the punching bag on the ground, listened to like rock and roll music for an hour. He got physical and he got angry and he just punched the bag for an hour straight. We're doing this because I want you to do this until exhaustion. You're going to physically exhaust yourself and physically get as angry as you can. I want you to think about the worst things. I want you to think about all the things that you're holding within you, right? How could she do this? How could she tear apart the family? How could she see this other guy if she's cheating with you? How could she do that? Whatever it is that's running through your mind, get angry about it. The reason this is so important is because before the modern man, men used to do this. When we were hunter-gatherers, we would absolutely have rituals where we would let the anger out. Maybe we would yell into the forest. We would have fires and dance around the fires and chant and wrestle and do all these things where we would let these emotions flow through us. The modern man is just this bundle of stress and fear and anxiety and pain. You need an outlet. You need to be able to let the emotions out. And this is how you do it. You get physically exhausted, get as angry as you possibly can. Obviously, don't do it in front of other people. You can go in the woods. You can climb up, hike a mountain in the woods, go somewhere alone, max out, do as many push-ups as you can until you're literally shaking. And once that is done, once you've physically exhausted yourself, you've gone angry to the point there's nothing left, the shield that is the anger comes down, and that's when the real emotions are going to come out. That's when the sadness is going to come out. And I want you to really feel that and don't hold it back. Let the tears flow. I want you to really allow yourself to let those emotions come through you. What's going to happen is you're going to sob, you're going to slobber all over yourself, you're going to cry. And when you're done, you're going to feel lighter and calmer. And I want you to repeat this as many times as needed. And like I said before, here's how to know if you need to repeat it. If you're behaving in any of these ways, if you're still judging her, if you're easily triggered, if you're anxious, desperate, or emotionally volatile, go back and do this again. One last differentiation. So once again, I'm showing you one of the ways within our Empowered Husband program that you can process the pain. If you were to decide to join us, we have a lot of different mechanisms. Some guys, like 90% of guys, this one works very, very well. So for sure, try it. I want to help you out as much as I can for free, but I also want you to know that if you're serious about saving your marriage, joining us, that's the whole point of me making this video, is to know that, hey, there's a lot of people online that are snake oil salesmen, kind of just, they want to take your money. They want to prey on your vulnerability, prey on the fact that this is a very desperate stage of your life. And maybe they can help, maybe they can't. I want you to know without a shadow of a doubt that there is a plan, there's a path forward, and you can get the help if you want. If this video is enough help and that's all you need, fine, perfect. If you feel like, hey, I'm really serious about this, like this guy obviously knows what he's talking about, he's helped guys through this, I'd love to work with you. Just know that this is like 25%. What I'm going to show you in this video is like 25% of what we do. And that's just one aspect of the coaching. And if you want to learn more about our program, there's another video I can pin around here somewhere. So let's keep going. I want to make sure that you understand the difference between processing and indulging. So processing means emotions move through you and they lose their charge. Indulging means you're replaying the story and staying stuck. Indulging in negative emotions is a horrible place to be. So many guys get stuck here. They're just replaying the story over and over and driving themselves deeper and deeper and deeper into the hurt. We don't want to do that. The opposite of that are guys that just stay busy and they don't think about it and they just feel like they don't have emotions. They're not all that emotional. Those are the two opposite sides of the spectrum. The reality of the situation is that you need to process the emotions. You have emotions just like everybody on the planet does. The reason a lot of guys think they're not that emotional, they don't have emotions, is because they were taught, probably when they were young, they expressed themselves and they were taught that emotions are weak. Emotions equals weakness. And then they were rewarded for not being emotional in their careers and their business. And I'm not saying to be an emotional wreck here, but I'm saying that there's a whole other world that you're probably not accustomed to, which is the realm of emotions, which is the realm that your wife plays on. That's the language she speaks. So until you can tap into that language and learn that language, you're going to have a very hard time connecting with your wife at the level that she requires, that she craves. Okay, so a good insight here is clear and calm after means you did it right. And if you're more charged after, it means you're doing it wrong. So if you're indulging, if you do what I tell you to do here, you're going to feel calm, clear and calm after. If you're just like overthinking at night and like scrolling on your phone or looking at stupid stuff on the internet, indulging, replaying the story, I'm such a bad husband, I should have done this better, I should have done that, oh my God. Yeah, you're going to feel worse. You're going to feel more charged. Don't do that. Process instead of indulge. Stabilize the marriage. Step 2, rebuild your confidence. Once again, no idea why people don't talk about this. This should be common knowledge, which is why I made this video. You absolutely must rebuild your confidence before you try to rebuild the marriage. I noticed this because I started coaching guys, and if their confidence was low, I could not coach them to the extent that they needed to be coached. Right? My job as a one-on-one coach when I'm in a session with you is to help pull more out of you than you could possibly pull out of yourself. It's to help hold you accountable, to tell you the truth, to tell you what you need to hear and not what you want to hear. But if your confidence is so low and you're not able to build your own confidence, I can't do that. Also, it's very important to understand that your confidence used to be externally sourced, and now that external source is gone. Here's what I mean. When you met your wife, way back, think about how great and amazing that felt. She admired you, she respected you, she believed in you, she thought you could conquer the world, she thought you were the smartest man on the planet, or at least that's what it felt like, right? She reflected back a capable, confident version of you. And that input, that reflection helped you trust yourself and move forward. So what happened is you went out and built a life using that confidence. You were successful in your career. You started a business. You've done all these things in your life with her by your side, with her pushing you and building you up. Now, over time, what happens is that confidence slowly became externally sourced, right? Before, if you're alone, if you're single, before you met your wife, you were in charge of your confidence. Then you met your wife, you started relying on her for it. So as long as the relationship felt good, that system works. But what happens after the wake-up call, after she talks about an affair, separation, or emotional withdrawal, it shifts everything. Praise and admiration fade. Your confidence takes a hit because that source that you used to disappears. You start doubting your decisions in leadership. You question yourself as a husband, as a father, as a man, and that doubt erodes confidence even further. Right? This is what happens. When your wife pulls away, it's very, very common for you to start doubting yourself. Am I a good husband? Did I fail as a husband? Did I fail as a father? What if my family falls apart? And that's a big hit for the ego. And it's very difficult for guys to come to this reality that maybe who I thought I was isn't the man that I actually was. Maybe I wasn't good enough. And it's not because most of the time, it's not that you weren't good enough. It's that you were ignorant to a lot of this stuff, which is, I'm going to clear that up in a minute. So how do you actually rebuild your confidence? Because I don't want your confidence to be externally sourced anymore because that external source is gone. So it has to be internally sourced. You need to learn how to actually rebuild your confidence. To do that, you're going to define wins by your actions and not her response, right? You guys get into an argument, you keep your cool, you set a boundary, you respond instead of react. That's a win. Even if she yells at you and calls you an idiot, you're still winning. I want you to acknowledge yourself for follow through, for anything that you accomplish and you follow through. Stop waiting for external validation. Doesn't matter what she says, what she thinks. You're going to start validating yourself. Go back to your strengths and stack small wins. Okay, especially if you're really struggling with your confidence, especially if you've taken a big hit from this life event. Really go back to your strengths, start stacking wins, start building yourself back up. and build momentum where success is likely. Once again, in our program, we have a whole bunch of tools to help you rebuild your confidence. And I can also help you do that in a session or two. We could build you right back up. But to do it on your own, okay, what we have is the Empowered Husband Journal, which has this all built in. If you join us, I send you like a 200-page workbook and journal. You have accountability every single day, your tasks to complete. You have all this built in. But if you don't have it built in, just go buy yourself a journal, empty pieces of paper, and I want you to do 3 things. The first thing, I want you to journal out your wins every single day. At the end of your day, at the end of your work day, whenever it may be, pick a time, and I want you to write all of your wins, big or small. I also want you to break them apart from internal wins to external wins. External wins is what you're probably used to. You know, you get a promotion, you get a bonus, your wife says, I love you, you have sex, all those different things. Those are external wins. You may have a lot of those, you may have a little of those. Internal wins is something most guys that I work with, especially high achievers, we're really hard at doing that. We're really hard at giving ourselves praise. So this is actually going to rewire yourself to start appreciating yourself more. So 1, it's going to boost your confidence. 2, it actually shifts the way you start to think. When you start to appreciate yourself more, you start to appreciate your wife more. Okay? It's just a natural thing. As a high achiever, as a high performer, you're probably very critical on yourself. That probably comes across to your wife. So we're going to show ourselves more compassion. We're going to build our confidence up. We're going to journal on our wins every single day. You're also going to gratitude journal every single day. Write what you're grateful for. Doesn't matter if it repeats itself. The reason this is so important right now in this stage of your life, it's important always, but especially crucial right now, is because Tony Robbins says this. It's very difficult for somebody who's grateful to be angry, to be sad, to be frustrated. Gratitude is like the antidote to negative emotion. So if you're feeling really shitty and you have all these negative emotions, put yourself in gratitude. Where attention goes, energy flows. What you focus on grows. You focus on the things you're grateful for, you're going to start to change your energy. And we know your wife isn't just responding to what you say or what you do, she's responding to your energy. So this is insanely important. Also, we know that one of the reasons your wife was attracted to you in the beginning was because of your confidence. So if you think you're going to win her back without doing these things, without rebuilding your confidence, you've absolutely lost your mind. Confidence is like the number 1 factor when it comes to attraction for women. You need to prioritize building your confidence and feeling unstoppable again. The last thing is accountability checklist. What I want you to do is write down all the things you need to do, right? Kind of like a to-do list, but what you're going to do is maybe it's things around the house that you've been meaning to do for a long time. Maybe it's doing your taxes, whatever it may be. Write those things down, start knocking things off the list. As you do that, you start building momentum. And once again, you start building your confidence. You're going to get like a hit every time. Depending on how big the task is, depends on how big the hit is, right? You do your taxes if it's something you've been procrastinating for months or years. Get your taxes out of the way. That's going to help boost you for maybe a week. You vacuum the house, maybe you'll get a couple hours from it, and that confidence and that momentum compounds. Now, once you've processed the pain properly, you've started to rebuild your confidence, what I want you to do next is take extreme ownership. This is a core pillar of being an empowered husband. Nothing else will work if you do not do this first. You must empower yourself. And what I mean by that is if I were to blame the economy, the government, inflation for let's say, for where my business is, right? If I were to say, well, I'm not successful in business because of the economy or because of this or because of the government, I disempower myself. So it's the same thing in your marriage. If you put the blame outside of yourself, you are disempowering yourself. Now, I know it's difficult to look in the mirror and say, hey, these are the things that like I did that I need to improve upon. These are my mistakes. If you don't have enough confidence, you won't be able to do that, of course, right? If you're really angry, you won't be able to do that. But if you've done the work in steps 1 and 2 first, you should be able to look at yourself and you should be able to own what you need to own. So I have an analogy for you to explain this a little bit better. What happens if I put an egg in boiling water for 10 minutes? Well, the egg becomes all hard, right? It becomes hardened. What happens if I put a carrot in boiling water for 10 minutes? The carrot becomes all soft and wilted, right? What happens if I put a coffee bean in boiling water for 10 minutes? Well, the coffee bean transforms the water around it. The coffee bean doesn't change shapes, but the coffee bean transforms the water into delicious coffee. I want you to be like a coffee bean. So you see, the water represents challenge. It represents an environment that is pressuring us, that's adding external pressure. The carrot is the man who starts off headstrong, but eventually becomes soft and wilted and loses his confidence. He loses his spine. The egg is the man who starts off with a gooey interior. He's a good man. But when adversity hits, when the water gets boiling, when life starts to pressure him, he becomes hard and closed off. The coffee bean is the man who, despite how hot the water is, despite how chaotic and difficult the environment around him is, he does not change. He does not fold. He keeps his integrity and he transforms the environment. An empowered husband is a coffee bean. You need to be like a coffee bean. You need to realize that you have the power and the potential to transform your environment. You should not let your environment transform you. That is the essence of what it means to be an empowered husband. With that being said, you need to fix your side of the street first. Imagine this. You're living in the suburbs. You walk out of your house. You look across the street. Your neighbor's out in his underwear, let's say. He hasn't cut the grass in weeks or months. Shingles are falling apart. There's kids' toys all over the place on the sidewalk. It just looks like a mess. And you're pissed. You look at the neighbor and you give him a piece of your mind. And you go, hey man, like your house is a mess. Like you got to clean this. You got to pick that up. Like what are you doing over there? This is ridiculous. You give him a piece of your mind and you feel good about yourself. You're like, yeah man, I told him. And then you turn around. You look at your house. And it's the same thing. Haven't mown the lawn in weeks. Shingles flying off the roof. Kids' toys everywhere. The point here is that I want you to take ownership of your side of the street. There's no point of getting mad at your neighbor for not doing what your neighbor should be doing because nobody has a perfect house. Okay? So stop criticizing people that you claim to love instead of just taking ownership and fixing what it is that you need to fix. I hope that really lands because this is a very important thing to master and to really ingrain in yourself. It has helped me tremendously in my own relationship with Emily. This is something I struggled with. I'm hard on myself. I criticize my own behaviors all the time. I want to succeed at the top level at everything I do, and I put a lot of pressure on myself. What I did in the beginning of our relationship, I put that pressure on Emily as well, right? Hey, my house needs to be perfect. I want your house to be perfect too. So then I'm picking apart her house all the time. You need to do this. You need to do that. She procrastinates for a day. I'm on it. What ended up happening, I became no fun to be around. I became more stressed. I became overwhelmed. I felt like I had to think of my life and all the things I had to do and then think of her life. And it's just so counterproductive. You think you're doing the right thing by focusing on what she needs to do. And, oh, she should go see a therapist. Oh, she should do this. Oh, she should be forgiving and she should stop drinking and she shouldn't be hanging out with these people. It's all a waste of time. It's all a waste of time. And don't forget, where attention goes, energy flows. You focus on that stuff, you're just going to make it worse. So stop focusing on what she's doing. Instead, take ownership of your behavior, your reactions, and your leadership. Fix your house before criticizing anyone else. And let me tell you, nobody has a perfect house. There's always more work you can do. This is a lesson for you. It's also a lesson for me. That's the powerful thing about coaching. I can tell you this in this video. You can internalize it, you can learn it, and you can forget it in a week, and you can stop. The thing with coaching and our program is that we actually help you change these patterns for good. They become ingrained in who you are. You literally change your neural pathways so that these negative mindsets, these negative patterns that have caused you harm in your marriage, you can reprogram them with daily accountability, with coaching, with everything and all the structure that we have in the program. Okay? That's just a little insight for you in case you ever do want to join. Why this matters for your children. If you become a coffee bean, you realize that it is your responsibility to create the environment for your children. Okay? If there's a lot of turbulence in the marriage, if there's a lot of conflict, if there's separation, if there's all these things happening, kids don't blame their parents, they blame themselves. And that's a story that becomes a lifelong pattern. So as a man, I'm not doing this to blame you or shame you or anything like that, but I want you to know, and I want you to know that I believe in you to step up because it is your role and your responsibility to fix this and to make sure that your kids have a happy, healthy household so that they can grow to thrive. So this is the cost of basically like divorce. Risk behaviors skyrocket, high rates of substance abuse, unstable relationships, and a measurable increase in incarceration risk later in life. Children of divorced parents tend to have lower grades, higher dropout rates, and are less likely to complete college compared to peers from intact families. Youth from divorced separated homes show 1.5 to 2 times higher risk for adjustment problems. like academic issues, conduct problems, and substance use. What ends up happening is that these patterns repeat across generations. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this to show you that you absolutely have the power to change the trajectory of not only your life, not only your wife's life, but your family's life by doing the work and continuing in this program, in this video that I'm about to show you. So let's go to stage number 2. Okay, so that completes stage 1. Now we're moving into stage 2. And as you'll notice here, for her journey, she started off in negative sentiment. So you stabilized the marriage, you did the action items here, and you follow here and you see that she's still in negative sentiment. That's okay. The beauty of having a roadmap and of knowing the steps and of having done this with over 100 clients is that I know what to expect so that you can start to manage your expectations and you're not freaking out. Nothing has gone wrong. Keep doing the work, keep showing up, and things will improve. But you're not expecting any changes within her yet. Okay? She's still going to be emotionally checked out. She's still going to be probably asking for space, avoiding relationship talks. She's still in full resistance mode, and that's okay. So now your goal is to create space and safety. How do we do that? We're going to remove all expectations. We're going to let go of control. We're going to stop judgments and expectations. We're going to understand her pain, forgive yourself and her, and we're going to find the root causes of the marriage breakdown. That's what we need to focus on now. So let's dive in. So as you can see here, create space and safety. We have 5 main pillars. Let's dive in. So the first thing that you need to understand is, how do you actually create space and safety? Like, what does that mean? There's a lot of guys on the internet talking about no contact or text this or do this or push-pull technique and all these different things. That's all bullshit, okay? And let me explain why. I'm going to pull something up here. So this is the Empowered Husband Pyramid of Transformation. When somebody tells you to change your behavior to try and elicit a different response from your wife, that is manipulation. So if I tell you, hey, use push-pull technique or do no contact or don't do no contact or anything on the behavior level, you're essentially trying to change your behavior to change the environment so that your wife responds differently to you. That is manipulation. We don't work like that. We work on the higher levels. So we're going to work on skills and competencies. We're going to work on beliefs, and we're going to work on identity. Because if you actually change who you are, you show up differently, you upgrade your skills, your beliefs, your identity, you now don't need to worry about push-pull technique. You don't need to worry about behavior modification because those are downstream. So you'll naturally know when to push, when to pull. That's what we want. I don't want you, like, there are so many coaches out there that's what they like help you. Oh, should I send her a message now, or should I not do this? That's irrelevant. Yes, I can help you with that in the beginning, but it's way more important that you become the man who is self-regulated enough, who has the identity of somebody who is attractive, who is grounded, who is confident, who is emotionally capable. That's a lot more powerful, and then all these behaviors come naturally. So how to create space and safety? The first thing here is I want to drive this home. You can live in the same house and still create space. You can also be silent and still apply pressure. This is what I mean. It's very hard to describe what space is, but a lot of it has to do with the underlying pressure she feels. Does she feel like she has to manage your emotions? Does she feel like you're controlling, or you're going to judge her, or you're going to criticize her? All of those things, and it could be even in your tone. It could be a sigh. It could be anything. It could be you sulking and having negative energy. All of those do not create don't create safety, and they don't create space. Even if you're there and you don't talk to her all day, she can still feel like you're suffocating her. Even if you send her one text in 1 week, but the text is needy and you're seeking validation, or you're trying to push the relationship forward, or you're asking for another chance, that also removes the space and the safety. It's important for you to understand. Let's jump down here for a sec. It's important for you to understand this. Right now, the more you push, the more she's going to pull away. It's a guarantee. Okay, I guarantee you this. So you need to stop pushing. What you need to do, because right now you guys are both negative charges. The more you push, the more she's going to be repelled. And the harder you try to push, the more powerful the resistance from her. So what you're doing isn't working. That's clear. So what you need to do, you need to step back. You need to shift your energy. You need to reorient yourself. Okay, as you reorient yourself, now you're going to be in the right. You're going to be a positive charge. Then you try then you try and go back closer, and you're going to attract her back. You're not going to push her back into love with you. Okay, love is a falling action. You fall into love. You don't push your way into love. So that's very important to know. Space gives room for attraction and love to return. You need space. It's normal. It's natural. It maybe feels scary, but it's absolutely needed. And I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to show you what you should be doing while you're giving her space, because you're not just going to sit on your ass. So pressure feels like need, urgency, emotional leaning, expectation. Safety is predictability, emotional containment, no emotional consequence for honesty. That's a big one. That is a very big deal. You have to get to a point. So here's another rant for you. You have to get to a point where you are your wife's safe space. Because if you are not her safe space, she's going to find another one. And the last thing you want is for your wife to find safety in somebody that doesn't have your family's best intentions at heart. And here's what I mean by that. You do not want to push, right? You don't want to push your wife into the arms of another man, first of all. And if you already have, don't worry, we can help you with that. You don't want to push your wife into emotionally leaning on enemies of the marriage. Maybe it's friends that are divorced, people that want to kind of bring your wife into their worlds. Maybe they're big drinkers. Maybe they're just not positive influences on your wife. If you believe, like I believe, that you're a good man, that you should be the leader of your household, that you should have emotional influence on your wife, that you know what's best for the family, then you are going to want to create space and emotional safety. And this is why no consequence for honesty. No matter what she's doing, you cannot be judging her. You cannot be reactive. That is not your place anymore. You have to realize that the old marriage that you had is dead and that you no longer have influence on your wife. And so all you're going to do now, if you try to influence her, it's coming off as control, because it is control. You're trying to control her. So just look out for that. So here are some examples. Waiting for her reaction after you speak, watching her tone, fishing for reassurance, over-explaining, apologizing repeatedly, checking in to see how she feels. That creates pressure, not safety. All right, so she pulled away because your emotional state became unpredictable. Okay, maybe she shared things with you in the past and she didn't feel accepted. She felt judged. Maybe she didn't feel like it was safe, like she had to babysit your emotions. You just weren't grounded. Okay, so when a woman has to regulate you, she stops feeling safe with you. If your emotional state depends on her response, then there is no space. This is a good one. Just remember this. If there's a note you're going to take of this first little part, it's this. If your emotional state depends on her response, there is no space. It's pressure. And it's exhausting for her. This is what I want you to understand, how exhausting it is for her that you are basing your own emotions on her reactions, on her emotions. So she's leading. That's what this means. If your emotional state depends on her response, she is leading. She's leading the relationship. She's leading the marriage. All of the emotional weight is on her shoulders, and that's heavy. And that's why a lot of women, they start to drink, they get anxious, they get stressed, they just want to escape. And it's just like, don't talk to me. Like, I just want to escape. I've had enough of this. I can't deal with this, right? I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I can't deal with this. Those are all signs that this is what's happening. So we're going to show you how to regain emotional leadership. It's absolutely necessary. And the first thing starts with creating space. So creating space and safety is not giving her space so she feels better, backing off to be nice, walking on eggshells, manipulation tactics to win her back. All right? This would be like the behavior level stuff I was talking about earlier. You're trying to just do stuff to make her feel better. We're not trying to manage her emotions. So, your checklist for this section, you must remove expectations of loyalty, respect, and communication. Like I said before, your old marriage is dead. You are now entering a new marriage. You have to rebuild it from scratch. Remove all expectations. She doesn't owe you anything. Okay, that's the way you have to look at this. Completely let go of control and remove controlling behaviors. Now, I've worked with a lot of clients. A lot of people don't know what control looks like. So I had a client. He just wanted to talk to his wife, okay? In his mind, it was innocent. So she'd come home from work. They'd be talking. He'd be like, hey, what did you do today? And she would get defensive right away. Right away, she'd get defensive. And he's like, man, I just can't talk to her at all. She just doesn't want to open up to me whatsoever. And I go, okay, does she open up to other people? He's like, yeah, she goes drinking every night with her friends and she talks with them and she lets them in, but not me. And the more we dove in, the more we realized that he wasn't just asking questions. He would ask a question and react emotionally to the answer. It was like an interrogation. So if she said, oh yeah, I went out and I had this for lunch. Oh, why did you have that? I thought you were on a diet. Oh, and I did this, and then I went to go see or even like when she would go out to drink with friends, it was like more secretive because she felt like she was being judged. And then he'd have like 10, 20 questions after. And he had this big fear of being cheated on. That was his fear. The intention behind what you're doing may be good. You may be doing like, hey, I just want to have a conversation with my wife. But if there is any semblance of control or of fear in your own mind, if you're afraid of something, we're going to talk about this in a section in a couple minutes, but if it, like for him, he was afraid of being cheated on, so he really asked a lot of questions. And so every time he'd ask any question, she felt like he was just controlling her. Okay. So another one is stop judgments and expectations. So what this stage is really about, this stage is about delaying divorce, making delaying divorce feel safer and more appealing than pursuing it. Because right now she is pushing towards divorce, or maybe she's not, but you know she's going that way. She's pushing, maybe she's talking about separation, or maybe you just feel her pulling away. Whatever stage you're at, what you want to do is help her fulfill her values. So right now, she is basically chasing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? She wants that freedom. She's used to being in a relationship where she feels like she has to manage her moods, her needs, all these different things. And she's just like, man, I just want to be free. So divorce becomes attractive when the marriage feels like it's blocking those rights. That's why women push towards divorce. So here are some core human values, and it's very important to understand how this plays out in your life, because every decision you make, your wife makes, your kids make, is a values-based decision. Whether you know it or not, every single decision you've made in your life is a values-based decision. So, for the longest time, your wife has been in safety/comfort. This is her comfort zone, okay? Being married to you was her comfort zone. She got comfortable, and so did you. You guys were probably both in your safety/comfort zone. Now, this started becoming so painful for her that she was over here, and she sees this big wall, and this big wall is risk, it's fear, it's doubt, it's uncertainty. And for the longest time, she's like, I don't want to step out. I don't want to go on that side. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe there's freedom and growth and fulfillment on the other side, but I'm going to choose safety and comfort for now. And once that pain gets big enough, right? Tony Robbins says you're either moving away from pain or towards pleasure. If the pain is big enough and the foresight of pleasure is great enough, she's going to cross this boundary. She's going to undergo the risk, the fear, the doubt, the uncertainty, because she is pursuing freedom. Essentially, she's pursuing freedom, growth, and fulfillment. And she doesn't feel like she gets that with you in her marriage. So what do you want to do? You want to help her get that. Allow her to have those values while still being with you. Give her the freedom, because guess what? If she divorces you, if she leaves you, she's going to be able to do what she wants, with who she wants, how she wants, with half the money. You're going to have zero control. So at some point, my friend, you have to let go of control. And I urge you, please, from the bottom of my heart, do it now. Do it now, because I've worked with guys, and I don't have a perfect track record, okay? Not everybody that I work with saves their marriage. I just want to say that right straight out. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some other guys online that, oh yeah, no. I've seen this from one of my clients who struggled giving up control. He struggled to create the safety. And what ended up happening was his wife left, and now he has zero impact. He sees his kids. He's a weekend dad. Every second weekend he sees his kids. And she's seeing another man. And what happened was, as the process was as she was pulling away, he kept trying to control more and more and more, and it just pushed her away further. So I urge you, wherever you're at, and if I coach you, I will help you abolish this right away, because I've learned my lesson. And that's the thing, I've learned mistakes along the way of helping guys in your situation. So you can try and do this on your own. I'm going to give you all the value. I'm going to give you as much as I can to help you save your marriage on your own. I wish nothing more for you. But if you want somebody that's been in the trenches, that's like already learned through hundreds of iterations and has picked up the lessons along the way, you can book a call down below and you can speak to me right away. I hope this really lands for you, because it's very important. like I said, we build and base our lives on our values. Every decision you make is a values-based decision. So you want her decision of freedom to align with who you are right now. You want to give her that freedom within the marriage so she's no longer pursuing leaving. And if she's no longer pursuing leaving, she's not going to pursue another man, okay? Which there may be a possibility. Maybe that's already happening. Maybe it's not. She's not going to pursue going to hang out with her friends, drinking, going to spend time outside of the house, away from you, getting her own apartment, kicking you out of the house. She's not going to be pushing for that space anymore, right? She's actually going to start coming back in. So just to reiterate, what divorce represents to her: no permission required, financial independency, total autonomy, freedom from fear, guilt, or managing your reactions, the ability to live without emotional pressure. So just remove these things. Give her that freedom. The real reason she's pulling away, not the one she'll say. The actual driver is emotional, intuitive, not logical. So for all of you guys that are asking your wife, hey, what can I do? What went wrong? And you keep trying to logically figure this out, stop. One, it puts pressure, and two, it's intuitive for her. It's emotional. This isn't like a logical decision. It's not because you put on weight. It's not because you're not good at communication. It's nothing like that. It's how she feels around you. Something feels off, unsafe, or wrong. That's it. Simple as that. If you can change her mood, you can change her mind. The beauty of this is what I just said. If you can change her mood, you can change her mind. That's the difference between the masculine and the feminine. The feminine is very intuitive, very emotional. So if she feels differently about you, she'll change her mind. Simple as that. Separation is often not about another man or logistics. It's about escaping the emotional pain she associates with you. All right. When you've created enough safety and freedom that divorce isn't the active plan anymore, you're ready to start building the kind of husband and father your wife can reliably trust. Once again, I want to reiterate, there are stages to this. You have to go in order. You have to be able to do these things. The biggest thing I see is a lot of guys talk about masculine and feminine. It's big on the online. We absolutely have this. The polarity, masculine versus feminine, that's a big thing for attraction. So you can start trying to rebuild attraction now. But what happens if you're a very masculine man and you're in this stage, your wife may be attracted to you, but she's pushing it away because she doesn't trust you emotionally. So then if you start being masculine and maybe she sleeps with you again, or you get some sex and you're happy, you fulfill your needs. I've even had a client, and once again, I'm very cautious of not saying my clients' names just out of respect for them and their private lives. But I had another client who I can think of, and I just had to block his name out of my head, but very successful, very masculine man. He's like, yeah, we had sex. Like, she gave me fantastic sex for my birthday. Everything was awesome. She woke up the next morning. She was pissed off at me. And that's what it is. You need to rebuild the safety first before you can start doing the other stuff, before you can start trying to rebuild attraction. It's important to know these things. It's very difficult to do alone. All right, so the next thing we want to do is understand her pain. This is your main line for this section. To most women, connection is like oxygen. Without it, they die. So if you don't have a deep connection with your wife, then she feels as if she's dying. I'm sharing this with you because for a long time in your wife's marriage, in you guys' marriage, your wife has felt alone, neglected, unloved, unsupported, and that's very heavy for a woman. Allow me to explain here. So in the book, Love and Respect, Eggerichs, the author, has this core idea. Women are hypersensitive to love and men are hypersensitive to respect. What tends to happen, there's like a doom loop, a crazy cycle he calls. When a woman feels unloved, she starts reacting in ways that feel disrespectful. When a man feels disrespected, he reacts in ways that feel unloving. This creates a feedback loop he calls the crazy cycle, where both people are reacting, but it only takes one person to break the cycle. And that's why empathy matters. That's why I want you to understand her pain, to really put yourself in her shoes so you can break this cycle. We're going to break the crazy cycle for once and for all because you're tired of feeling disrespected and she's tired of feeling unloved. The difference is, my friends, please listen to this. She has felt unloved for a lot longer than you have felt disrespected. Just know that. I'm not blaming you. I'm not shaming you. I want you to succeed. But just realize this, because for women, connection is oxygen to them. And so if you guys have had a marriage that has lacked intimacy and you've gotten complacent, there's not been a lot of intimacy, no passion, no real love life. You guys are more like roommates. You don't really talk deeply. You just talk about logistics. Maybe there's a lot of fights and arguments and You've been okay because you go to work and you feel respected at work, and then you come home and you just kind of sweep things under the rug and you're like, it's not so bad. For her, it was bad. Because for her, it's not about respect, and you can get respect from work. You can get respect from other people. For her, it's about love and connection with her partner. You are the most important thing in your woman's life. And she wants to feel like she is the most important thing in your life. So if she hasn't felt that for a long time, just know it's been painful. She may not have said it. And then a lot of guys tell me like, why didn't she just tell me this straight up? And that's because men are different to women. Women don't communicate that way. And she feels like she's been telling you for years. For years, she feels like she's been telling you. I think I have it right here. Women contemplate separation, divorce, or cheating. This is a stat for 2 years before they ever say it out loud. At minimum, because most guys that I coach have been married for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. At minimum, she's probably been thinking about it for 2 years, which means she's probably been in pain for 3, 4, 5 years. That's a tough place to be. And she feels, it's really important you understand for her, she feels as though she's been giving you signs and signals for a long time. And because probably you've been blind to them, or you've swept them under the rug, or you had other priorities, she feels like you just didn't care. Like you weren't listening, you didn't care, she wasn't a priority to you. So she's done trying. Okay? By the time she brings it up to you, she's exhausted, she feels unheard, and she believes she's already tried everything. She believes there's no chance. And so the reason women bring up separation, divorce, or cheating, or anything like that, there are a couple of reasons. The first one is to escalate things, to make you realize there's a problem because your dumbass hasn't realized it yet. And I'm saying this in the most loving way, but just because as men, we just sometimes don't realize those little hints and clues. So she brings something up like this, and that typically gets a guy to realize there's a problem. That's one. Two, she doesn't feel like she can meet your needs. I hear this a lot, especially from high-achieving clients of mine that I work with, where the wife will literally say, like, I just don't think I can make you happy. I don't think I'm the one for you. That's also very tough, because what that's indicating is that you're so critical of yourself that you've probably been critical of your wife, and she doesn't feel like she's good enough for you. Just sit with that. Get into your heart with that a little bit and feel that, because I'm not good enough is one of the biggest limiting beliefs, especially for successful people, people that want to achieve a lot. We feel like we're not good enough, which is why we want to accomplish a lot. So as a man, to put that onto your wife is a very tough thing. And we know men and women are different. We're a lot more resilient to criticism and to wanting that competition. Women, not so much. And I remember when I was a kid, somebody like, oh, I bet you can't jump over the fence. I would say, like, I bet I can. Like, we thrive on competition. We thrive on saying, like, oh, you're weak. I bet you I can beat you up, or I can kick your ass. Like, men love competition, and we can be very critical of ourselves. Women don't respond that way. Women respond to love and appreciation. You need to build them up, okay? They don't respond to criticism. Trust me, I've tried. You can't criticize your wife into being better, quote unquote, for yourself or for herself. It doesn't work. You can do it with men, but you can't do it with women. Okay, so yeah, my last point on this. So that conversation that you think came out of nowhere, every single guy I talk to, they think it came out of nowhere. Like, I don't know, things were fine, and then it came out of nowhere, and now the marriage blew up. That's her last escalation. So she has emotionally processed this for a long time. And this is what I tell my clients, she is probably years ahead of you emotionally. So good thing you're working with me, I tell them, because we can catch you up to her emotionally in a couple weeks. Because right now the game, if you're not emotionally caught up, she's been processing this for 2 years. To you, like, you've just been hit with a bomb of emotions. You got to figure out the emotional stuff before you're trying to do anything else. So here's what I want to say. You are not asked to agree with her vision, or for her version, blame yourself for everything, or erase your needs. That is not what understanding her pain is about. You are asked to do one thing: step into her experience of being married to you. Her lived reality, not your intentions, her lived reality. Right? Maybe your intentions were pure. Maybe you worked your ass off. We're trying to understand her reality. So I challenge you to journal on this. Why the old marriage can't return? Well, obviously it can't return because she wasn't happy. You probably weren't as happy either, but you probably just settled. Right? She was unhappy to the point where she was ready to take the risk and pursue something else. Mistest, emotional distance, unresolved tension. You're here to build something new. That's why you're here. Don't expect her to come back to the old marriage. Course shift. She gave up on us versus she carried this longer than I realized. This whole she gave up on us thing, it comes back to forgiveness, which we're going to talk about in a second. It's just not a healthy mindset to have. She didn't give up on us. She carried pain. She was in pain for a long time. That's the reality of it. So what we do in our program, I wrote the bridge method here because what we do in the program, we help you identify and really get into her shoes, essentially. What it was like to be married with you and emotionally how that felt. So for example, if she ended up making a lot of decisions, right? A lot of guys kind of forego emotional leadership at home. They work a lot. They come home. There's not much left for them to give. So they just agree with their wives. Yeah, whatever you want. The wife ends up taking on all the responsibility. That would feel extremely lonely. It would feel isolating. It would feel depressing. It would feel overwhelming. And so when you start to really understand all of these feelings, you start to understand her point of view. And that's what leadership is. You want her to understand your point of view, obviously. So you start by understanding hers. Simple. All right. Next is remove all expectations. Incredibly important. Here's why. Expectations are resentments waiting to happen. The lower your expectations, the greater your satisfaction. When you stop expecting people to be perfect, you can like them for who they are. Remember earlier I said a lot of women will leave for one of three reasons. One of the reasons is she doesn't feel like she can love you properly. Boom. It's because you have expectations and your expectations of her are unmet. In life, it is not so much what happens to us that hurts us, but it is our expectations of what we want to happen. Let me give you an example. Let's say I have a winter jacket at the bottom of my closet and there's a snowstorm. I wear my winter jacket maybe a couple times a year, a couple months out of the year. I haven't worn it in 10 months. And I remember in my head, I'm like, man, I'm pretty sure I had a $100 bill in the pocket of that jacket. And so I put my jacket on, put my hand in my pocket. I'm all excited. I'm like, yeah, there's $100 in here. I know it. I remember putting it in there. And I pull it out and it's $20, a $20 bill. I'm disappointed. I'm pissed. I'm like, man, it's $20. What? This sucks. I have like this hurt. Now, here's a different situation. I completely forget. I look at my jacket. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to put my jacket on to go outside. I don't even think there's $100. I don't even assume there's nothing. I have no expectation of any money being in the pocket. Put my jacket on, put my hand out of my pocket. I'm like, oh, what's this? Pull it out. I'm like, oh, no way. I found $20. This just made my day. It's the same circumstance. It's $20 no matter what. Same exact thing. But my emotional reaction, my lived experience is completely different. So with your wife, one of the most important things you can do is remove all expectations. It will make you happier and it will allow you to go through the process and be much more resilient. Because if you do not remove expectations and you do things, even if you don't think you have expectations, let's say for us, like you deliver the bridge method, which is one of the things we do, and you have an expectation that you've worked on this for so long and it's so deep and so powerful and so moving, and you're like, man, this should lead to reconciliation because it's really a powerful thing. And then she reads it and she goes, okay, thank you. And you get mad. And it hurts. And it hurts because you expected something. So remove the expectations. Okay? It's the one place where you can actually remove expectations, and it's like there are almost no negative side effects to that in a relationship. I don't even know if there are any. Comment if there are. Different in business, right? You remove expectations from business, like you're not going to go very far. But in a relationship, it's much different. Because guess what? Here's another thing. You can't force people to change. You can't force your wife to change. So if you have expectations as to how she should behave, they're not helping you. They're not helping her. All they're doing is creating misery. They're creating pressure on her end and they're creating sadness on your end. So the invisible contracts that kill leadership, these are called covert contracts. They're expectations. If I change, she should respond. If I do the work, I deserve reassurance. If I stay consistent, she should soften. If I apologize correctly, she should forgive. If I lead well, she should meet me halfway. If I improve myself, the marriage should improve. If I'm patient long enough, she'll come back. Delete. Remove it all. Even if some of these are true and you believe them, like if you believe if I'm patient long enough, she'll come back, that's an expectation. You may not think it is. Once again, that's the power of coaching. You realize you really get to dive into your mind and see where you have expectations. So do an audit on yourself. Pause the video, journal on this, see where you have expectations, and just remove them. Do you have expectations for loyalty? Do you have expectations for physical intimacy? Do you have expectations for anything? Respect, just remove it. Respect is a big one because a lot of you guys, your wives aren't showing you much respect right now. And don't forget, they removed respect because they felt like you have removed love. So managing expectations means removing the timeline completely, remove outcomes. Her reactions are not your KPIs. We want to focus on internal wins, not external. Remove emotional payout. Feeling appreciated is not the goal. Remove behavioral scorekeeping. Replace is this working with is this aligned? Right? Once again, we are focused on becoming the man. We're focused on these higher levels, not just shifting our behaviors. If you do that, you will naturally remove expectations. As anything in life, goal setting is extremely important. Okay? You don't do anything without setting a goal. You don't try and lose weight without setting a goal. It would be silly. There's so much science to goal setting. It's important to know where you're going, right? A ship without a goal, without an end destination will float around aimlessly at sea. You need to know where you're going. So for you, I'm going to help you set your goal because this is a thing guys struggle with. It's easy to set business goals. It's very difficult to set relationship goals. So I'll help you. Here's option 1, delusional optimism. Thinking, hey, I know she'll come back. She just needs time. She still loves me deep down. Okay. Option 2 is brutal realism, which is collapse. It's over. She's gone. I've already lost. See, this guy isn't accepting the reality. Option 1, you're not accepting the truth of the situation. You're not accepting the facts. The facts are that she should not come back, right? She shouldn't come back with time. She should come back if you're a different man, if she feels different, if you do the action steps. This is just like having faith without action, right? Faith is great. I'm a Christian myself. You should have faith. But if you don't do anything about it, it just doesn't work. So that's all I'm saying here. You should have faith. It's good, but don't have delusional optimism. Also, don't have brutal realism. What we want is leadership. And so a great way to kind of frame yourself on this is there's something called the Stockdale paradox. He was a prisoner of war for 7 years. And what he realized was that the guys that survived had this mindset, okay? This is brutal. This may take years. I don't know when it ends, but I will prevail. It wasn't the guys that had delusional optimism like, oh, it's almost Christmas, or maybe they'll let us go next weekend, or maybe this will happen. Those guys were the first ones to leave. It's also not the guys that had brutal realism who said it's over, end it now. Those guys didn't make it either. The guys that made it were the guys that had this mindset. So I'm going to show you that mindset. So this is fantasy based. In 90 days, and we do 90 days because our program is 90 days, and we usually achieve results before that. So in 90 days, my wife will want me again. She'll feel attracted to me and see that I've changed. Things will go back to how they were, and the tension will be gone. This is fear-based. So this is obviously not good. Fear-based is in 90 days, maybe things will improve. I'll try my best, but I don't know if I'll make a difference or if she'll ever change. This is a defeatist mindset. Don't set that as your goal. This is what we want. Over the next 90 days, I will operate as a grounded, disciplined, emotionally regulated man. I will take full ownership of my behavior, my reactions, and my leadership in this marriage. I will act with integrity, whether my wife responds positively or not. I am not doing this to get her back. I am doing this because this is the man, husband, and father I know I need to be. That's powerful. That's the goal. In this goal, in and of itself, if you just take that mindset, you are inherently going to create space and safety. You know why? This is how powerful this is. What is this? This is an identity statement. I will do this. I will act. This is an identity. Look, this is how powerful this is. When it comes to identity, everything streams downwards from identity. So if you have an identity-based goals, everything should take care of itself. Obviously, we have to help you with skills and beliefs and all that stuff, but that's how powerful that is. It becomes more natural. And one last point, don't forget, she deserves your work and patience because she has been putting up with you for years before you came to your senses. I just want you to realize how structured this is and how much it just makes logical sense. I'm not selling you some woo-woo stuff. Everything here is absolutely logical. Step by step, right? Even when we went here, process the pain, rebuild your confidence, take extreme ownership, then create space and safety, understand her pain, remove expectations, forgive you and her. It's going to be hard to do anything else if you don't forgive you and you don't forgive her. You want to be able to forgive your wife and you want to be able to forgive yourself. A lot of guys struggle with forgiving themselves. Let me tell you, it's very sad, and I can help you process this. When it comes to forgiving your wife, the most powerful thing I can share with you is that hurt people hurt people. Okay. Her behavior towards you, often it comes from baggage. Maybe that's how she saw her mom treat her dad. Maybe a family member has died for her. She doesn't know how to handle it. Maybe she has trauma. Maybe she's not doing well herself and she's been with you for 20 years and she feels like she's wasted her life and she hasn't been pursuing. Maybe she's a stay-at-home mom. I see this a lot. And she feels like she hasn't grown into the person she wants to be and she resents you for it. And sometimes it's about you, sometimes it's not. That's really important. It's important to just understand and have some compassion for the way people treat us. It's difficult, but it's very powerful. So understanding her pain doesn't mean agreeing with it. Having compassion also isn't compliance. So when it comes to your wife, just understand that she was in a lot of pain. She may have treated you horribly. She may have done things that you're unsure of whether or not you can forgive her for. And what I would urge, I'm not going to tell you whether or not you should forgive her. That's not my job. My job is to help you make that decision with confidence. That is the job of any good coach. Any good coach, especially when it comes to deep things like this, their job shouldn't, like, I am not helping you if I'm telling you how to make decisions in your own life, right? Like, if you decide to come work with me and you want to save your marriage, I'll tell you how to do that. But I can't tell you to make that decision. I can't tell you to decide to save your marriage. You have to make that decision. I can't tell you to forgive your wife. You have to make that decision. But I can tell you what's at stake if you don't forgive her. You're going to carry that pain for the rest of your life. Your own peace, your own happiness, your own joy, you're going to be outsourcing it. You're going to be giving it to her. And you see this with people who don't forgive their own parents. They become bitter. It's one of the most powerful and impactful things, man. Forgiveness is huge. I even had a client, super successful client, multi-seven-figure business, ultra successful, hyperachiever, insanely rough childhood. He was abused. He was thrown in dog cages and kennels and just crazy, crazy childhood. Worse than anything. A couple weeks working together, he forgives his mom. Truly, truly forgives to her. And the amount of anger that he held for 20, 30 years just melted. He said, forgiving her was one of the most powerful things that I've ever done in my life. This is why you should forgive other people. And it's also why you should forgive yourself. There's a phenomenon here that happens when you wake up to your past. And to understand what I'm going to teach you, you need to understand consciousness. Okay? Consciousness is your ability to understand yourself and what is happening around you. So we all have an ego, and our ego is our perception of self. Okay? It's a made-up construct. Our ego is a made-up construct. So, as you were married to your wife, you had this ego of who you thought you were in your marriage. Maybe you thought you were a fantastic husband, 10 on 10 husband, or this or that. I'm hardworking, I'm this, I'm that. That is a story that you've told yourself. What happens when a woman gives bad news or pulls away is that ego starts to crumble. Okay, you start to realize, wow, maybe I'm not the best husband. Maybe I'm like that. That hits hard and that sucks. And so what a lot of guys do is they start to have self-hatred towards themselves. Why did I do that? I'm so stupid. Why didn't I see things quicker? Why would I have blown up my whole marriage? And I have a lot of guys that, why did I keep working so hard? I was already financially set. Why did I think of myself so much and not my wife? Why didn't I just show her I cared more? That whole rabbit hole of thinking is very dangerous. And what it is, it's just your ego disguising yourself. You're not forgiving yourself. And I can give you exercises within the program on how to forgive yourself. But the biggest thing you have to realize is that you were just not consciously aware enough to know these things. Like this question, why didn't I see it before? That is a sure sign of like, you need to forgive yourself because the reality is you didn't see it. You didn't see it. So if you didn't see it, how could you have fixed it? And sometimes it takes something big for you to see it. So it's the same thing with other people. If you want to forgive someone else, realize that their level of consciousness just wasn't at that level yet. Okay? All right, so here are the mental traps that typically block forgiveness. There are 4. And I'm just showing you this because in order to forgive, you have to know what's stopping you from fully forgiving. So number 1 is transference. You're transference. You're essentially reacting to what it reminds you of. My best example of this is the bee stung hand. So you're out at the park, your hand gets stung by a bee and it hurts like hell. And right after you go on the bus, and on the bus, some guy walks close to you and he kind of just rubs on you a little bit and he hits the bee stung hand by accident and you get pissed and it hurts so bad and you go, what the hell, man? What's your problem? And your hand is just, it's hurting, it's throbbing, it hurts so much. You're not reacting to the man who hit your bee stung hand. You're reacting to the sting, to the pain that was already there. So that's what's really important. Moving forward, your wife is going to do things, you're going to experience things in your life that are painful, but don't forget that you have things you need to process in order to remove that pain first, because you need to get rid of the bee stung hand. It's not that person's fault. It's not your wife's fault moving forward. Especially now that you're watching this video, your level of consciousness is rising. You need to deal with the pain on your own. So that's what transference is. It's like reacting to your own trauma, right? Like she sets a boundary and it feels like rejection to you because you've been rejected before. She withholds affection and you feel unchosen or replaced. She criticizes and your nervous system hears contempt. She pulls away and your body reacts like abandonment. So there are things that have happened to you before in your life or maybe in your relationship that are kind of triggering you. You need to deal with the pain, because if you don't deal with the pain, it's hard to forgive because everything she does is just so painful. So like you do a little bit of work to forgive and then there's like more and more and more and you can just never fully forgive. So trap number 1, you actually have to deal with the internal stuff. Trap number 2 is the ego. Needing to be right, needing to be seen as the good guy, needing your pain to be acknowledged. This is a big one. You know how much she hurt you. Needing her or others to get it. Needing fairness before leadership. Forgiveness threatens ego because it feels like if I forgive, I lose leverage. If I let go, I'm saying it didn't matter. If I stop being angry, she wins. These are all thoughts, guys. Another thing we'll talk about later is the self-coaching model that I created, the subconscious stacking system. You'll realize here that none of these thoughts are particularly helpful. This is just the ego protecting yourself. We got to let go of that. Trap number 3 is identity attachment, the injured self. Some guys create an identity around being the victim, right? After everything I've done, this is what she does to me. I'll never forget how she made me feel. That changed me forever. I'm not the same guy anymore. Why this blocks forgiveness is because it threatens the story. It threatens the identity that you are creating. So you have to be very aware of this and not to create the identity of the injured self. Trap number 4 is moral superiority. This is a big one. I would never do that. I didn't cross that line. I held my values. I, honored our vows. I'm not like her. This blocks forgiveness because you can't forgive someone while standing above them. Forgiveness requires equality of humanity, not equality of behavior. That's deep. Forgiveness requires equality of humanity, not equality of behavior. Moral superiority keeps resentment alive under the guise of values. Don't forget, she's lived a different experience with you in her marriage. So you can't really say you wouldn't have done the same thing had you felt the same way. All right, the most impactful part of this section, finding the root causes. Now, right now, you probably experience working harder and harder in your marriage. You're bending over backwards. You're thinking about her more than ever. You're replaying conversations in your mind. You're overthinking every single interaction. You're working harder, and yet nothing works. If this is you, if this is what you're experiencing, know that it's not a lack of effort. It's not a lack of love. It's not a lack of caring. Okay? What this is that you're working on the wrong level of the problem. You're addressing symptoms and not the root causes. What these things are, the things you're working on, the arguments, the behaviors, the conversations, are signals. Trying to fix these problems will only create more problems because you're not fixing the root cause. And the best analogy I can give you for this is, let's say you were driving a high-performance sports car. Let's call it a Porsche 911. Okay, and every time you drive it, you just feel like it's not stable, like it just keeps pulling to the left. Okay, so what do? You bring it to the shop, you get the tires adjusted, you get the wheels aligned, you put you put a new suspension on it, you do all that stuff. So in this car analogy, the frame is the root problem. The frame has been bent the whole time. You didn't know that, so you kept spending more time, more energy, more effort into trying to fix the surface level issues. And so the trap that I see with guys is that if you do that long enough, you keep working harder and harder and only solving surface level problems, more problems come up. You start realizing that effort stops producing results. So a lot of guys, they'll just keep trying harder or they'll give up completely. I don't want you to give up on your family. I want you to save your marriage. So let me help you, give you some clarity. The purpose of this section is to teach you to separate surface issues from root causes so you can stop wasting effort and start fixing what actually matters. Here are some examples. So just to note, in the Empowered Husband program, we do a deep dive into every surface level issue you're experiencing. We map each one to a specific tangible root cause, and we give you something you can actually do about each and every one of them, okay? We essentially help you eliminate the root emotional issues so that your wife can open up and she can start to come back. She can start to reinvest in the relationship again, and you regain emotional control, emotional leadership. But for the sake of this video, I want to give you some value. So I'm going to leave this table here. You can take a screenshot if you will. Here are some examples of what a lot of guys think are the problems and then what they really are, okay? So what she says something like, I can't rely on you. So what most men do is they're going to prove reliability. They're going to explain their intentions. The real root issue is that there's a lack of consistency. That's something we can fix. Or if she says you never follow through, what most men will do, they'll argue specifics, they'll list examples, they'll tell her like, yeah, I followed through this time and that time, and I keep my word and this. And the real problem is an integrity gap. So that's why we do the integrity checklist. She says you don't listen, so you listen harder. You repeat her words, when the real problem was defensiveness instead of understanding. She says you make everything about you, and this is a classic one. So what do? You stop talking and you ask more questions. And you go like, man, I'm going to fix this problem. But the real issue isn't just in a normal conversation. It's that under stress, she feels like you're self-referencing. She says, I don't feel safe opening up. You reassure her vulnerability. The root issue is emotional unpredictability. She says you're too controlling. You loosen the rules, give her space. The real issue is a lack of trust. She says, I don't feel safe opening up. You help more around the house. The real issue is a lack of initiative or awareness. You're too controlling means low emotional presence. I shouldn't have to ask means lack of initiative. You get the gist here? So it's very important that you understand the root causes because that's what we actually can work towards. Like here, I don't trust you. Most guys will promise change where what you need to be doing is being more consistent. If she says, I'm not attracted to you, guys will change their appearance. They'll pursue more. Attraction, like I said before, it's always about respect and polarity. That's the root cause. That's what you need to fix. And here's the thing too. You can't go asking your wife, she says, I'm not attracted to you. Oh, what would make you more attracted to me? She doesn't know that. Attraction is a feeling. She's not going to logically explain to you, well, it's because we lost polarity in the relationship. And for attraction to occur, like I need to respect you. And right now I just don't respect you in these different ways. Maybe she can, but like that's why having a coach is powerful. That's why learning this is very powerful because you can see the surface level issue and boom, be able to fix the actual problem. Okay, so that concludes stage number 2, create space and safety. So far what you've done is you've stabilized the marriage, which means you've stopped initiating with your wife. You've let out the anger, the hurt, and the pain. You've rebuilt your confidence, and you've shifted from blaming her to taking full responsibility for your role. You noticed she's been in negative sentiment the whole time, and that's okay because you've been working on creating space and safety, which means you've removed all expectations, you've let go of control, you stopped judgments, you're understanding her pain. You're doing the work to forgive you and to forgive her, and we've helped you establish and find the root cause of your marriage breakdown. Okay, that's what you should have done so far. Now you're going to notice that your wife is most likely in dual mind narrative. So that means that she's torn between hope and fear. This is a very confusing place for men because one day she's warm and the next day she's cold. And I've had clients who've told me, Justin, last night or last weekend, we went on a date. We had dinner. It was awesome. We had sex after. She was so warm. It was so great. I thought I had her back. And the next day she was cold and she told me there was no chance that we were going to reconcile. This is the dual mind narrative. She wants to believe in her heart that you can be the man who can fulfill her emotional needs, that she wants to be feminine around you again. She wants to trust and to open up, but there's something within her. There's something in her mind based on her fear of the past that is keeping her from doing it. Okay, so that's what's happening for her. Okay, when that happens, her emotions are inconsistent. She's going to test you more often. She's going to ask you for help again sometimes to test. She's going to engage in small talk. She sends mixed signals, and she watches you from a distance. Everything here for her is based on the fact that she doesn't know who you really are anymore. So what we've done and what I talk to my clients is like a very important thing. Let me bring this up. So she has beliefs about you. Okay. She has beliefs about who you are. And a very important thing, what we want to do is we want to create uncertainty in her certainty. So she is certain of certain things about you. She believes he can never change. Okay. That's a belief that she has about you. We want to start to create uncertainty in that and around all the negative beliefs that she has around you. As we do that, that's when we notice that she's in dual mind narrative. She's starting to be uncertain. She doesn't know anymore. So this is normal. And what we're going to do is we're going to rebuild the man when she's in this stage. Why this is so important to me is because I do not want to manipulate your wife back to the marriage. I don't want you to restore your marriage and then the same thing happens again and your wife continues to not get her needs met. I want you to be able to create a top 1% marriage. I want you to learn the skills to not only save your marriage, but to have it thrive year after year. So we're going to rebuild the man. Once again, let's look at the pyramid. Rebuilding the man means we're going to be working on these top levels here, identity and beliefs. And you're going to see how powerful that is because everything is downstream from that. So to rebuild the man, what you need to do is you need to master the inner game. You need to be able to create version U 2.0, and I'm going to show you how to do that. And you're going to get in the best mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual shape of your life. You're going to establish consistent habits and practices, and you're going to take back control of your time and your life. That's what this means. So let's dive in. This is stage 3, rebuilding the man in a nutshell. We're going to start off here with the inner game. And the first thing I want to talk to you about is the garden analogy. When it comes to the inner game, I like to talk about it like weeds in a garden. Let's say you had this beautiful garden, but you started noticing weeds. And you just ignored the weeds. You told yourself, there are no weeds, there are no weeds, there are no weeds. What happens to the garden? They'll get overtaken by weeds, right? The weeds here are the fears, the resentment, the insecurity, the self-doubt, the anger. These are the things that are suffocating your garden. So what we need to do is we need to remove the weeds, which is why we have here weed removal, excavate and eliminate. What a lot of people will try and tell you, and this is like the whole positive thinking mindset. Some guys will come to me, they'll be like, Justin, I know I just need to think positive. And right away I go, who gave you that shitty advice? You think you can positively outthink your way out of fear and resentment and insecurity and self-doubt and anger? It's impossible. You need to remove this stuff first. This needs to be removed before you can plant the seeds of confidence, of trust, of purpose, of fulfillment, of happiness, of joy. Okay? So we need to learn how to go into your mind and start to remove these things. Simple enough? So this section is all about mindset, learning how to zoom out and see yourself objectively. Because right now, there are all these things in your garden. You don't know they're there. You don't know they exist. And you don't really know what they look like. So we need to be able to assess yourself objectively, to pull and remove the weeds. And we get very surgical with this. We get specific on the specific fears, the specific insecurities, the anger, the resentment, all these things. You need to be able to understand the version of you that has built over years of conditioning. These things don't just happen one day to the next. These weeds start to occur when we have different failures in our lives, when there's a death, when there's a tragedy, there's trauma, anything like that. These weeds start to take over. And a lot of you guys, your weeds started to take over as your wife started to pull away, right? If your wife stops respecting you, starts loving you and giving you that admiration and that respect that you crave, a lot of these things can start to creep up. And just like weeds, they start to creep up. If you don't take care of that, they will overgrow your garden. And that mindset is going to deeply impact your marriage. So we have to start by pulling that shit out. What we want to do is we want to separate who you are now from who you must become. Okay? So there's who you are today and who you see yourself as today. We want to get crystal clear on this person, all the strengths and the weaknesses that are there. Then we want to create a vision of who you must become in order to restore your marriage. And you can see here, there is a gap. In that gap is the work. That's what we need to do. We need to be able to fill in that gap to help you get from where you're at today to where you want to be. which means you need to have a critical and objective look at where you're at today and really know where that is. Okay, creating you 2.0 is absolutely non-negotiable. A better marriage requires a better man. You cannot restore your marriage, create a wonderful, happy, passionate, loving, intimate marriage if you do not become a different man. How do I know that? Because if you were capable of creating that marriage, you would have already done it. And this is the exact same lesson I got from one of my very first mentors. He told me, Justin, if you were capable of building the business that you wanted by yourself, who you are now, you would have already done it. And that was like a light bulb moment to me. It means there's stuff that I'm missing. You don't know what you don't know. And that's how it is for a lot of you guys. And that's why I encourage you all to join the program if you can, or to watch these videos and to learn as much as you can, because you just don't know what you don't know. Okay, so let's look at the inner game. Marriage recovery is 80% mindset and 20% skills. Okay, all the tactics and the behaviors and all the things that everybody focuses on. Remember how we spoke about before? Most marriage programs, most advice on the internet, everything's focused on behavior. Push and pull and buy her flowers and be nice and don't argue and all these different things. Those are behaviors. Above behaviors, we have skills and competencies. What I'm telling you is that 80% of marriage recovery is in the top two. It's about who you become, the beliefs that you have. That's going to impact everything else. So you can work at the behavior level until you're blue in the face and just work hard, but you're missing out on the 80%. You're missing out on the most impactful thing that you could do when it comes to saving your marriage and rebuilding your marriage. This is the biggest thing I see. Believing it's about your wife is self-deception. It's just like in business, believing your business isn't where you want it to be because of the economy. You're lying to yourself. Your marriage is a reflection of you. If your marriage is struggling, it's because there's something within you here that you don't even know is there that is struggling, that is not where you want it to be. Because a woman doesn't leave a man that has a beautiful garden like this. If you're confident, you have trust, you love, you're filled with all these beautiful things, and you have all the skills to be a top 1% husband, why would she ever leave? If you're able to fulfill her needs, and then if she does, then there's an issue there, but this is not what's happening in 99% of cases, okay? Long-term winning. Marriage cannot be treated in isolation. Super important. You can't fix a marriage just by focusing on the marriage. That's why counseling doesn't work. Okay? You need to fix the man underneath the marriage. Build the man, the results follow. You must address the whole man, not just the relationship. Short-term wins with your wife don't last. If you don't do this, guys, if you don't look at the internal world and up-level yourself, these things won't last. You're going to change your behaviors. You can watch a YouTube video from some of these other guys. You can get a short, easy win, but it's not going to last. You need to start optimizing for long-term success, and that long-term success comes from growth. You must become the kind of man who can endure pressure. One of my favorite quotes is, "The sharpest of blades are forged in the hottest of fires." I want you to start seeing this time in your life, this as an opportunity. I want you to take this pain and turn it into purpose. I want you to take this pain and turn it into growth. Let me end with this. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. This is a time of challenge and controversy in your life. This is where you show yourself, you prove to your family, you prove to yourself, to your wife, to your children, the type of man that you are. Do you crumble? Do you try and use tactics to win your wife back, to save your marriage? Or do you say, I'm going to become the husband she'd be crazy to leave. I'm going to leave my legacy on this planet, on this earth, as being someone that has lived his whole life in pursuit of fulfilling his potential. I will be the best man that I can possibly be, the best husband, the best father. And you do that when you are challenged. So that's an intro on the inner game and what we're going to be doing here. The inner game is super important. And when we talk about the inner game, it's important that we understand the 5 main areas of internal experience. So now we're looking internally. There are opinions, okay? And Plato has a quote about opinions. Plato said, "Opinions are a medium between truth and complete ignorance." So if we base our lives on our opinions, we run the risk of living in complete ignorance. Then we have our emotions. And you're going to see here in this section that our emotions are simply a reflection of the quality of our thinking. If your emotions are out of whack, it tells me that we need to do some work at the thought level. Then we have our beliefs. And you see here the beliefs, there's a chain and there's a lock. Our beliefs are the unconscious patterns that are holding us back. This is where self-sabotage comes from. It comes from these unconscious patterns, these unconscious beliefs, these mistaken beliefs that we hold about ourselves, about the world, about our wives, that keep bringing us down. Then we have truth. So if we ground our lives in truth, it means we are grounded and established. And the last one here, we have our facts. Okay, we can build, and so I'm showing you all these because these are 5 levels of internal experience. We get to choose which one to focus on. So you can focus on your opinions and live in ignorance. You can focus on your emotions and be up and down like a yo-yo. You can't trust somebody that just lives their lives based on their emotions, right? They're not trustworthy people. They're not consistent, because if their emotions go up and down, they change who they are. They change their actions. Then we have our beliefs. The interesting thing about beliefs is that these things are unconscious. You do not know what they are consciously. If we all knew what we truly believed about ourselves, nobody would need a coach and we'd all have everything that we've ever wanted in our lives. Then we have facts and trust. So when it comes to facts, one of the biggest facts that we can hold true that helps us govern our lives is that we have free will. So we all have the angel on the shoulder and the devil on the shoulder, right? The angel says, go on, Justin, you can do it. You have the power. You're a great man. You deserve it. You can do it. The devil on the shoulder says, no, stay home, have a beer, chill out. It's not worth it. She's not worth it. Okay. The fact here is that we have free will. We have the power. We get to decide what voice we want to listen to. That's not an opinion. It's a fact. You get to choose what voice you listen to. And I'm going to urge you to kill the voice of what I call the little bitch inside. I want you to kill that voice. Whatever voice you listen to the most, you feed, right? The energy, the more you listen to it, the more it grows. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So what happens for a lot of guys, they start listening to the devil on the shoulder, the one that tells you you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not lovable enough, it's not worth it, it's her fault. We need to stop feeding that voice and start feeding the other one. And the biggest, most important thing here is we want to build and base our lives based on truth. If you do that, you are grounded and you are established. Here's why. If people aren't grounded in truth, their beliefs can start to be built by assumptions and opinions. If people aren't grounded in truth, they will tell themselves stories that hold them back. If people aren't grounded in truth, we are essentially just floating in the wind. We're building our lives on nothing. So we need to be established in truth. And that's what I'm going to help you do in this little section. I want to give you the tools to see the truth of your life, to see what's actually happening so that you can act change. Not based on your opinion, not based on your emotions, not based on these beliefs that may be false. And most of the time, our beliefs are just stories that we tell ourselves about ourselves that are false. We need to be able to get rid of the noise. And that leads us into one of my favorite quotes by Gandhi. So Gandhi says, your beliefs become your thoughts. Your thoughts become your words. Your words become your actions. Your actions become your habits. Your habits become your values. And your values become your destiny. So if we have a session and you're complaining about your wife the whole time, I'm going, okay, that's the words. The words are linked to a thought. The thought is linked to a belief. What's this guy thinking? What's this guy believing that makes him say these things? And because of this quote, this is so impactful because I know that, because we're able to understand how life plays itself out like this, we get to understand what's happening upstream that's affecting everything else in our lives. So your destiny, which is essentially like where your life is or where you want your life to be, is impacted by your beliefs at first. So if there is a leak anywhere in here, especially if it starts at beliefs, that can impact where your life ends up and the life you end up creating, the legacy you end up creating. An interesting point here is there's a client of mine that I've worked with for over a year. He's went through some pretty serious trauma that ended up affecting his relationships and his business quite a bit. And this is trauma he's had his whole life. He started working with me. And I remember in the beginning telling him, noticing very, very quickly, he was living in the past. His words were always talking of the past. So I knew if he's always talking to me about the past, like he's thinking about the past a lot. So then we discovered, and I helped him discover his belief. Because if you're always thinking of the past, there must be a belief that you have that makes you do that. So for him, the belief he held, because he went through some insane trauma as a kid. His dad took his own life. Parents got separated. Crazy stuff happened. Very bad traumatic experiences. He thought he was going to lose his life as a kid. Somewhere along the way, he developed this belief that my past determines my future. And you can see that if you believe this, and this is subconscious. He didn't know he thought this. I helped him bring this to light. But if you subconsciously believe my past determines my future, guess what happens? You're going to keep looking to your past. And that's what he did. He kept looking to his past, thinking he was being productive. He would look to his past to try and learn more lessons, to try and understand himself better, to try to reframe, reprogram, make peace with all these different things from the past. And I remember a big aha moment was I told him, I said, man, I feel like I've played out your past more than I've played out my past. And I only talk to you an hour a week. So I could only imagine how many times he's played out his own paths in his mind, in his head. All of this is because of a fundamental belief that he had. So the important work for you here, and this is why I urge you to work with a coach who knows what he's doing. I would recommend a coach who is certified in life coaching, cognitive behavioral therapy, neurolinguistic programming, somebody who's worked with people before that actually understands how this works. Obviously, I'm certified in all of them. I've been working with high performers for the last 3 years, and we've had insane results. That's why I'm teaching you all this. I want you to have the results that you want. I'm not saying you need to work with me, but I want you to have the life that you want. And if that means working with somebody that's really good at what he does, then absolutely book a call below, and I'd love to work with you. But it's important because there are 3 to 5 beliefs that are really impacting your life right now that you don't know that you have. And so through working with somebody else like a coach, I can bring awareness to them, because when you're in the picture, you can't see the frame. So it's very important and very helpful sometimes to have somebody else that's outside of you that can help you see things more objectively. And Tony Robbins, best coach in the world, best life coach in the world, he still has 5 coaches himself. I still have 2 coaches myself, and I always work with coaches. I think every good coach should have a coach because of this, because there are blind spots that I can't see that my coach is able to help me see. And that's what the process of growth is. Another thing here is no part of us stands in isolation. And this is what I really like from Gandhi's message. This allows us to see that our inputs are extremely important. Why? Because our inputs affect our beliefs. So you can go on thinking that you can listen to whatever you want, talk to whoever you want, do whatever you want, and that won't impact who you become. But if I listen to rap music that talks about women in derogatory terms, and I listen to the news that's always talking about negative stuff and fear, and I hang out with toxic people at work that are always complaining, and then I drive home, and then, you know what I mean? All of these are inputs. Your inputs are going to start to shift your beliefs. And this is what happens throughout our lives. Our beliefs start to shift without us knowing based on our inputs. So one of the most impactful things that you could do for yourself to help you grow is to start giving yourself better quality inputs. That's why when people join me in the course, I say, re-listen to the video modules over and over again. Most of my clients do it 2 to 3 times. Why? Because you start to create different beliefs by giving yourself different information. Stop the news, cut out the crap, cut out the bad people in your life, create the space for better inputs. It's the easiest way to change your life. It's way more impactful than trying to change your habits or change your actions. Now, I'm not minimizing anything else here, but I'm just telling you everything comes downstream from beliefs. And in this section, you're going to see we're going to talk about every single other thing. Habits, actions, all these different things, okay? Thoughts, emotions. Because the whole goal here is to level up and become version 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. So if we want to break free from these limiting, mistaken beliefs, we need to understand how they are formed. Sun Tzu wrote the book, The Art of War, and in that book he says, You can withstand something along these lines. You can withstand 1,000 battles if you understand the enemy and you understand yourself. And I'm here to tell you that your enemy is not your wife. It's not her therapist. It's not her friends. It's not society. It's in here. You are your own worst enemy. More specifically, your beliefs about yourself are the enemy within. So just like that quote says, we need to become acquainted with the enemy within. You need to know what that is, or else you're living in complete ignorance. Remember? You need to really get the truth and understand these beliefs. You can't just build and base your life on opinions or emotions. You really need to get grounded in this stuff. So to do that, let me break it down. When we're young, we enter the world as a clean slate. We don't have beliefs about ourselves, about the world, about anything. But as humans, we are meaning-making machines. Okay? And kids aren't cognitively developed enough to blame other people, so they blame themselves. So here's an example. You're 7 years old, your parents get divorced. That's an experience, okay? So that's experience number one. And that experience may make you think, well, I'm just not good enough for my dad. My dad left, maybe I'm just not good enough, or I'm not lovable enough. Very important to note, this isn't a thought you'll be thinking consciously, okay? These are subconscious beliefs that you have since you're a child. We all have them. There's not a person on the face of the planet that doesn't have these limiting beliefs. And if you're here, you almost certainly have, I'm not good enough. It's like the most common limiting belief on the planet, especially for high achievers. Most of the time, people that want to achieve great things externally do so because they do not feel worthy or good enough internally. It's one of the quotes from one of my first mentors, Kane Ramsey, that I absolutely loved. And it was rung so true for me. I wanted to succeed so bad. I wanted to show the world so bad what I was capable of because I just didn't feel like I was good enough. And that's still something I have to work on. Okay, these don't just like poof and vanish, but once you know them, you're able to work with them a lot better. So let's say we have that first experience, mom and dad leave us, or mom and dad divorce, dad's gone. Experience number 2, you travel for the basketball team when you're 14 years old or 10 years old and you get cut. Then you go, oh wow, that must mean like I'm not good enough. So now we have 2 legs to stand on. And then you ask a girl out when you're 17 years old, the girl of your dreams, you think she's awesome. You ask, she's beautiful. You ask her out and she says, no, I don't want to go out with you. And then you start to think, wow, maybe I'm not good enough. Like now I have 3 legs to stand on. And then you end up dating a girl and she breaks up with you after 6 months. And now you have 4 experiences to prop up this shitty bullshit belief of I'm not good enough or I'm not lovable enough. And what happens is for the rest of people's lives, until they bring awareness to it and they understand how to have a breakthrough session and reframe them, these start to run our lives. It's super important to know because your kids as well are picking up these beliefs right now by the dynamic of your marriage. I'm telling you all this to tell you that these beliefs are not rooted in truth. You are not good enough. That's not a true statement. That's an opinion. And it's an opinion based on experiences you had because humans are meaning-making machines. You've attributed a certain meaning to those experiences. Now, does it make that meaning that you attributed to it the truth? No. This is not the truth. We need to build and base our lives on the truth. So, it's very difficult for me to do this in a video, but if we were to have a session together, this is what I would call a breakthrough session. And this is where my clients get lifelong breakthroughs and are able to remove a lot of the self-sabotaging behaviors and pains and like really pull out these huge weeds in a session. And it's very powerful. Yeah, you need to experience something like this in your life. If it's not with me, get another coach, but you need a coach that knows how to do this stuff. What you can do is actually pull out one of these limiting beliefs. But you need to understand and go back and see the experience again, and you need to start erasing them. So this experience now is no longer proof that like this is a leg to stand on, right? It's propping up this shitty belief, I'm not good enough. What you need to do is go look at the experience and notice that this experience actually shouldn't be propping up that belief. And once you do that, you start erasing the legs of the table, boom, boom, boom. And now the I'm not good enough limiting belief, it has nothing to stand on. It's not being propped up by any of these bullshit stories that you're telling yourself about you, about your wife, about anything. And that's what I mean when I say pull the weeds out of the garden. So this is super, super, super important Because as we see here with this elephant, it is not our skills and abilities that hold us back in life. Right here, I have it. It's not our skills and abilities that hold us back, but our beliefs about our skills and abilities that hold us back. So when I was in Thailand, I saw a lot of elephants. And what I noticed is I saw these big elephants, huge, just like this elephant, that were attached to a little chain. And instead of a chair, pretend this is a peg that's like hammered into the ground, okay? So there was a chain with a peg hammered into the ground. And I just didn't get it. The elephants were like this. They looked sad. And I was like, why doesn't the elephant just like walk away? Like he can just tear that thing apart and just walk away, no problem, and escape. Like there's nothing, there's no cages, there's no fence, there's nothing. And then what I discovered was that what they do is they get these elephants from birth. And at birth, they put that chain and a peg in the ground. And when the elephant is small, he doesn't have enough strength to break free from the chain. So he tries and he tries day after day. Day after day, he's trying and he's tugging on the chain, but he can't break free. Maybe he's 300 pounds, 500 pounds. And then 5 years later, when the elephant is at his full maturity, full weight, and he can break free from the chain any second he wants, he doesn't even try. He doesn't even try because he's been conditioned to believe that he is not strong enough to break free from the peg in the ground. This is happening in your life. You have been conditioned to believe X, Y, Z about yourself, which is why you're not showing up as the man you know you can be. It's the same thing as the elephant, and I think this is the best visual representation that I can give you of it. How stupid does it look? There's a huge elephant, thousands of pounds, a little peg in the ground, and you're like, man, this guy's an idiot. Why doesn't he walk away? Once you gain the awareness that I'm talking to you about in this video, you're going to be able to see the same thing with yourself. You're going to be like, man, I did not know the power that I had. I had no idea that these little things were holding me back so much. Okay? Remember this. Write this down if you're taking notes. Our beliefs are the noose around our necks that we can't see. It's our beliefs that hold us back more than anything. And our beliefs, once again, operate on an unconscious level. You don't know they're there. What you think you believe are just your conscious thoughts. When I ask people, what do you believe? They'll talk to me about their politics, about health, about their opinions, right? Their opinions. They're not talking to me about their unconscious beliefs. So my last point, we need an expert who is outside of ourselves. That has changed my life. Hopefully that changes yours as well. And all the positive thinking in the world isn't going to shift those bullshit beliefs, just so you know, okay? All right, the next point I have here is the identity cycle. This is super powerful. This is something that I've created within our program. What I noticed is there are different ways in which we can level up and we can create the next version of ourselves, right? Who we want to become. The first way is the inner circle here. So there's who you are. That's like your identity. Your identity is going to affect your beliefs. Your beliefs are going to affect your thoughts. Your thoughts are going to affect your emotions, and your emotions are going to affect your actions. Okay? This is like a self-reinforcing circle and pattern. So what we've talked about now is jumping in at the belief level. So there's who you are. We're going to jump in at the belief level. The first thing, if we start to shift the belief, the goal is that we're going to shift our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. And as we do that, we become a different person. Different actions mean different person. There's also another way to do it. So I'm going to show you how to do that in just a sec down here, but there's also another way to do it, and I want you to know and understand both. Because as a man, there's nothing more powerful that you can do than getting in action. So we have now the outer ring. The outer ring, by the way, is supposed to go counterclockwise, so it's going this way. It should be going this way. It's opposite of the inner ring. So who you can become, what we're going to do is we're going to go backwards. So we're going to go action. We're going to up-level you both ways. Instead of focusing on your beliefs only, we're also going to take action. What happens when you take action is your emotions start to change. You change your level of energy, your level of emotion within your body. Once your level of emotion changes, your thoughts start to change. You think differently. It's just like when you go to the gym. If you haven't worked out in a long time and you feel like sloppy and unmotivated, you go to the gym, you get in action, You're going to feel different. You're going to start to think different thoughts, and then you're going to start to have different beliefs. So how I help my clients level up is through both of these mechanisms. I'm going to get you in action into the right actions that are going to change your emotions and your thoughts and your beliefs. And also we're going to do the work internally. We're going to dive into your mind. We're going to shift your beliefs, which are going to shift your thoughts and your emotions and allow you to take action. Allow me to explain. So before I dive into that, one of my favorite quotes from Viktor Frankl is this: between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Stimulus would be a circumstance, okay? What I've done here is I've essentially broken down our life experience here in 5 different steps, 5 different stages, okay? I've taken this from Brooke Castillo. She's a master life coach and psychologist. She calls this the self-coaching model. So essentially, it's a main concept in psychology. So essentially, a circumstance, which is just basically like a fact. Something has happened in our lives. I get into an accident. It's a circumstance. My wife calls me an idiot. It's a circumstance. Okay, this is just a situation that has occurred that cannot be argued. It's a fact. That circumstance is going to trigger a thought. That thought is going to trigger an emotion. That emotion is going to trigger an action or an inaction. And that action or inaction will create the result of our lives. So what Viktor Frankl is saying here, he's saying between stimulus and response, there is a space. This space is our power to choose our response, and in our response lies our growth. Right here, there's an invisible space between circumstance and your thought where you get to choose. You get to choose your thought. And you're going to see how in this little space, this is raising your level of consciousness. This is really deep stuff, really good stuff. This can change your life. When you start to understand this, you start to grow in conscious awareness. And I'll tell you exactly what that means. So, if we know that a circumstance is going to create a thought, and our thought's going to create everything else in our lives, right? We've had this quote earlier. Our thoughts are extremely important here. Our thoughts become our words. And we see here, thoughts create emotions, create actions, create results. The best thing I can do to help you understand this is to just give you an example. So let's say there are 2 guys that go out to war. They want to fight for their countries, noble guys. They're both 30 years old, same age, same thing, whatever. They both go and they both get their left leg blown up. They both lose their left leg, okay? The first warrior, the first guy goes, he thinks this. So that's the circumstance. Circumstance is the same for both, exactly the same. The first guy thinks this: man, this sucks. I can't believe this happened to me. This pisses me off. Why did it have to happen to me? Why me? Why me? And that thought, those thoughts that we've just identified, those are thoughts, right? Create an emotion. So if I'm thinking, why me? This is bullshit. Like, I'm so pissed off. Well, guess how you're going to feel? You're going to feel angry. You may feel hopeless. If you feel angry, and then this guy that feels angry and hopeless, right? This warrior, guess what actions he takes? Because he's so angry, he starts to drink. And because he's so angry and he drinks, guess what? He ends up drinking himself to death. He becomes an alcoholic, he keeps drinking, and he just dies a lonely, miserable life. Now we have the other warrior, gets his left leg blown off, circumstance exact same. In this space between circumstance and thought is our power, remember. And he chooses to think, I'm so lucky. I'm so grateful to still be alive. So grateful I didn't lose my life. I'm going to live every single day like it's my last. Right? So there are thoughts here. There's like 3 thoughts that I just said. Those thoughts will create the emotions of motivation, inspiration, happiness. And because he feels inspired, motivated, and happy, guess what he does? He starts working out. And because he started working out and he feels that way, and those are his thoughts, he makes every day like his last, guess what? He ends up winning a gold medal at the Paralympics. He ends up meeting the woman of his dreams, and he ends up having 4 beautiful children. The result is completely different for both of these guys, and the main thing that changed was the thought. I want you to think about how powerful that is. Once you know this, you start to see the power that you have in creating your destiny. you start to really find the leverage points to life. And that's what I want to do. I want you to see the smallest hinges that open the biggest doors. And here's what I mean by that. A lot of guys, the best example I can give you is like losing weight, right? Everybody's like tried to lose weight or eat healthier or exercise or work out. So let's say the result, the outcome you're aiming for, there's Johnny, okay? Johnny wants to lose 30 pounds. That's the result. What most people do is they put all their attention and focus on the actions, okay? So if I want to lose 30 pounds, here's what I need to do. I need to work out and I need to cut out all sugar and all this other crap. And I'm going to work out every morning. I'm going to do that, okay? But and he's not wrong, but if that underlying thought of Johnny is that of, I hate this, I don't think this is never going to stick, it's not sustainable, it's just never going to work out. If he thinks those thoughts, guess how he's going to feel? He's going to feel unmotivated, apathetic, doubtful. If he feels unmotivated, apathetic, and doubtful, do you think he will be able to take action that he wants sustainably, consistently through time to achieve the result? No. This all needs to work in harmony. What most people in life do is they focus on the action. But if your actions are not aligned with your thoughts and your emotions, it's not sustainable. You need harmony across here. So here's what's happening. The guy thinks Johnny thinks it's not worth it. It's not going to stick. He feels unmotivated and apathetic. He feels unmotivated and apathetic. What that emotion is going to want him to do is take inaction. He's going to tell himself it's not worth it. He's going to be lazy. If you feel lazy and unmotivated, how many days in a row are you going to go for a run and work out and eat right if you don't think it's worth it and you feel unmotivated? It's not going to happen. So instead, what we want to do is we want to show you how to change the thought line. So let's say the circumstance for Johnny is he's 30 pounds overweight, right? Or he's like 240 pounds. That's a circumstance. The result he's aiming for is to lose 30 pounds. We need to surgically go into his mind, and this is what we do in coaching sessions. We surgically go into your mind to figure out the story and the beliefs that you hold about yourself. These are essentially the thoughts. We bring the subconscious mind to the conscious, and we get super precise. And I do this with clients in sessions where, what's the goal? How do we accomplish this goal? What are we doing? What's going on in your marriage? We talk. And then I start to try and figure out, okay, what's the story? What's the beliefs? What's going on? What's going on at this level? And then I'll break down the model in front of them. I share my screen, we break down the model, and I go, okay, here are some of the thoughts I think are present. And I get them to agree or disagree. And they go, yeah. And we go until the thought is perfectly nailed for them, because we all have different thoughts. And even one word can dramatically change a thought. I don't think I'm capable versus I think I might be capable. Very different. So I want to make sure that it's the exact thought that he doesn't know is in his mind, the exact belief that's in his mind that he doesn't know is there. And we're going to get super precise and dialed in on it. And typically there are about 3 to 5 main ones. These are the main weeds. These big weeds that we talked about before, we just rip them right out. That's what we're doing here. And what we're doing, we can do it both ways. I can help a client identify his emotions. How do you feel? Okay. Why do you think you feel that way? Then we figure out the thoughts, or we can go to the thoughts and figure out their emotions. The most important thing to understand is that life becomes way easier and way better and way more congruent when these are all aligned and when you can bring awareness to every single level. So let's do some specific marriage examples. So path A is unconscious mode, your default mode, okay? Path B is going to be conscious, like when you are a self-led man. So circumstance, divorce papers. Let's start with path A. You get handed divorce papers. Your thought, it's over. If you think it's over, you're going to feel hopeless. If you feel hopeless, you're going to give up. If you give up, you're going to get divorced. Okay, this is just an example. We get super specific. This is very broad. Path B, conscious/led. You get handed divorce papers. You think this is a wake-up call. You feel motivated. If you feel motivated, you hire a coach, you work on yourself, you do everything that you need to do to become the best version of yourself. The result of that is you save your marriage. Let's get a little bit more granular. Let's go to this one here. So now the circumstance is going to be the same for each of them. The circumstance is she's quiet. You get short replies from her, and she shows you no affection. Okay? Quiet, short replies, no affection. Default path can be she's pulling away, I'm losing her. Okay? This may be a thought. If you have that thought, the emotions that are downstream from that are anxiety and fear. If you have the emotions of anxiety and fear, you are going to take one or many or something along the lines of these actions. You're going to over-explain. You're going to ask what's wrong. You're going to apologize constantly, prematurely. You're going to monitor her mood. You're going to be walking on eggshells, all these different things. If you do that, the result is she's going to pull back away even more. She's going to lose respect for you. You see how everything starts from the thought. Now, path B, this is ego-driven. Same thing's happening. Circumstance, she's quiet, short replies, no affection. If you think she's disrespecting me, the emotion that you're going to feel is anger and defensiveness. If you feel anger and defensiveness, guess what you're going to do? You're going to argue the facts. You're going to justify it. You're going to counterattack. If you do these things, you're going to lose leadership. She's going to lose respect. The relationship is going to erode. The result is not good. It's negative. Once again, don't try to just change the action line. You got to start from the beginning. So this is the lead path. She's quiet, short replies, no affection. You think, I don't know what this means yet, but I'll stay grounded. Then you feel the best emotions that I tell guys when it comes to rebuilding your marriage. The best emotions are calm and curious. Because if you feel calm and curious, you're able to understand her better. You're able to be her rock, and you're able to allow her to process her emotions with you. And the curiosity is one of the best, most important things for communication, which you're going to see in a little bit. So if you think, I don't know what this means, but I'll stay grounded, you're calm and curious, that means the actions that you'll naturally take would be you'd give space, you'd ask open-ended questions, and you'd stay present. If you do that, the result is stability returns. So you can see here how you're probably working way too hard trying to change your actions when you still feel anxiety, fear, stress, overwhelm, all these different things, sad, hurt, depressed. You can't change your marriage, save your marriage if you're feeling these things. So I got to help you get control of your emotions. This is one of the ways to do it, right? The one way is to go deep, understand your limiting beliefs and your thoughts, because the quality of your thinking will affect your emotions. And the other way is to get into action and start to create different emotions, energy, emotion. You start to shift the energy within you. You get that shit moving and you start to create different thoughts that way. We do both. All right, let's talk about eudaemonic well-being. Here are some questions of life that I have for you. Why do we do what we do? What is the meaning of one's existence? And what should we be optimizing our lives for? That last question is exactly what we're going to be talking about through this pillar here. What should we optimize our lives for? Well, there are currently two different theories of well-being. There's hedonic well-being, which is essentially feeling good. This is how society orients itself. It's all about maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain. Because of that, we're constantly seeking more materialistic things. We're seeking out positive emotions and trying to avoid negative emotions. And this leads to chasing dopamine instead of fulfillment. Society has conditioned us to optimize our lives around this. So unless you're consciously breaking these patterns, this is probably where you're at. So as you can see here, hedonic well-being is extrinsic and outcome-based. And this is what ends up happening. I call this the hedonic treadmill of death. Okay, this is a loop that you can probably relate to. You start here on the left. Then you have a desire. You have a desire for something external. So what do? You strive for it. And then you obtain it. And when you obtain it, this is when dopamine is released. Then you enjoy this thing. Doesn't take much time, and then you adapt. Okay? You know this. You get a new car, you buy a new appliance, a new lifestyle upgrade in your home or something. You adapt to that. And I've had clients that are insanely successful, worth tens of millions of dollars. Everybody adapts. It's just a way of life. Once you adapt, guess what happens? You desire more. And then you just restart this loop over and over and over again. And this is what you call keeping up with the Joneses. This is when you are never happy, because look, enjoy is only one part of this whole process, and it's the smallest one. You spend most of your life desiring and striving. You don't spend most of your life feeling fulfilled and happy. So chasing happiness directly, which is this, hedonic well-being is chasing happiness directly. We're maximizing pleasure. We just want to chase happiness is not a good way to optimize your life. And you hear this when people say, I just want to be happy. Okay, maybe your wife has said this because she's probably like not been happy for a long time. But you as the man, like you should not be saying, I just want to be happy. You should be saying, I just want to be fulfilled, especially as a man. It's different for women, and I'm not going to talk about the female life experience and how they should be, what they should be pursuing. I can teach you the female perspective as a man in a relationship, understanding her feminine. But in terms of like me coaching your wife to find her purpose, it's just a different ballgame. I can tell you exactly what you need to do as a man. You need to be this is for everybody, but as a man, you need to put your purpose above pretty much anything else. You need to know who you are as a man, and you need to have a purpose, and you need to be disciplined, and you need to be consistent. Because if you're not those things, everything else in your life will suffer. Okay? Life is different for women. We can just all agree to that. So whether you're a man or a woman, most people chase hedonic well-being. What I want you to start focusing and optimizing your life for is eudaemonic well-being, which is about functioning well, not just feeling good. So you prioritize fulfillment over pleasure, meaning over comfort, growth over ease, and you essentially are in the pursuit of human excellence. What you want to do is you want to actualize your potential. And you can see here, this is intrinsic and process-based. If you just chased happiness, you are essentially chasing dopamine. You are becoming a drug addict. It's just like sugar, right? If you have a bite of cake, the first bite tastes really good. The 10th bite, not so good. You need more and more and more sugar to get that high back. It's the same thing when you optimize for pleasure, when you optimize for feeling good. You end up optimizing for extrinsic things to obtain things, materialistic things, and then you need more and more and more and more just to feel the same way. You become a drug addict. And your drug of choice is pleasure. What we want to do instead is we want to optimize for growth. Because if you optimize for growth, you allow yourself to be fulfilled. And being fulfilled is way more powerful and way more meaningful than being happy. Happiness is a fleeting emotion. I can be happy drinking beer. I can be happy in a moment when I'm on vacation. But if I want to be fulfilled, and fulfilled is lasting, I need to grow, because fulfillment comes. Remember a couple minutes ago, I was talking about like the gap between who you are and who you want to be. There's a gap, and we need to identify that gap and identify where you want to go. It's the same thing behind who you are today and who you were. There's a gap. Fulfillment comes from being able to see the growth that has occurred between who you used to be and who you are today. So if you don't feel fulfilled, it's a clear sign that you have not been growing to the level that you need to be growing. Okay? Once you feel fulfilled, you don't need the sugar high. You don't need to maximize pleasure, because you have fulfillment and you have meaning and you have growth. That's what I want you to optimize your life around. When everybody else is looking for immediate tips and tricks within their marriage, within their life, you are going to be focusing around being the best version of yourself. What this essentially is first order consequences versus second, third, and fourth order consequences. What I mean by that, when you optimize for hedonic well-being, you're just thinking of like the first order consequence. So let's say like I eat a cake. The first order consequence is, put the cake in my mouth, cake tastes good. If you optimize your life for this, you're only thinking of that. When you start to optimize your life for second, third, fourth order consequence, you're thinking ahead. So you're thinking, yeah, it'll taste good, but what happens after? Then I'm going to want another piece. What happens after I want another piece? Then I'm probably going to end up eating way too much. Then I'm going to end up getting sidetracked on my diet. So it's basically like short-term thinking versus long-term thinking. That's what we're kind of splitting this up into. And in order to be successful in all areas of your life, you need to have that long-term thinking. So here are the 7 pillars of the empowered husband. Before we jump into it, let me talk to you about the powerful message that I have here. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that we want to optimize for Kaizen. And Kaizen is the constant chase of mastery that will keep you engaged and fulfilled. Essentially, it's about optimizing for the realization of your full potential. That's what we're doing. That's what we want to optimize our lives for. Okay? It's as simple as that. Optimize your life around the realization of your fullest potential, and everything else will take care of itself. So to do that, what does that mean? Well, there are 7 pillars of the empowered husband. Number 1 is being an independent person who doesn't care that much about other people's opinions and is confident enough to pursue his own path in life. Number 2 is self-acceptance, accepting yourself wholly, your strengths, your weaknesses, and seeking ways to improve yourself on a consistent basis. Number 3 is your purpose in life, discovering something meaningful that goes beyond small pleasures of life, something that guides your every action and your decisions. Number 4 is personal growth, the need to explore your inner potential, striving towards optimizing and reaching your full potential. Number 5 is environmental mastery, learning to navigate your environment effectively by using the internal and external resources you have at your disposal. Number 6 is positive relations, investing in meaningful relationships with the people you love. Number 7 is skill mastery, commit to being a lifelong student. This is how you can continuously make progress, be fulfilled, and happy. If you do these 7 things, if you focus on eudaemonic well-being instead of hedonic well-being, your life will get better. I promise you that. And you'll be able to get off this hamster wheel. You'll be able to stop this constant chase of pleasure and keeping up with the Joneses. And you've become a slave to it. And for a lot of you, this is the treadmill that your wife has decided to get off of, where you've probably, and not maybe not you, but I've had a lot of clients that just keep striving for more. They're already successful. They already have millions in the bank, but they just want more money, more success, more freedom. It's never enough. More, toys, because they're just on this treadmill. And then their wife says, you know what? I'm out of here. I don't want to keep living like this. Like, I just want to feel happy and fulfilled now. I don't want to keep waiting for a day in the future. Okay? You can break that and jump off this treadmill today if you want to. Why this is so important is because if you want to create an extraordinary life, there's only one thing, one constant that links all of these together. Contribution to society, business, finances, health, romance, family, personal development, and it's you. You are the constant in all the areas of your life. So if you improve, you would think that these areas would start to improve as well. So in order to build a better life, you have to build a better you. What ends up happening is guys over-index on one area of life. So this is called the wheel of life. This is a life coaching concept I learned really early on when I was a life coach. I still do it all the time. I love doing this because it allows you to gamify life. So what you do, you see here, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 10. You can print this out. I do this when my clients start with me, and we do it every quarter. So you print this out and you color it in, okay? So let's say business and career. You're gonna rate your level of satisfaction, okay? It's your level of satisfaction. It is subjective. Like it's just how you feel about your business and your career, 1 to 10. Maybe it's a 7, maybe it's a 7.5, whatever it may be. And you do this for every area of your life. And then what you see is that there are certain areas of your life that are out of balance. And it becomes very visual, right? Because it should look like a wheel. It should look pretty balanced. But for a lot of guys, their business or career, maybe it's an 8 or a 9, and their romance is like a 2. So there's a huge discrepancy here. And the reason this is so important is because if you want a life of success and happiness and fulfillment, you need balance. You can only operate in an imbalanced way for so long, and then your weakest link will derail everything else. So it's not so much about always, so a lot of guys get caught up, and one of my clients as well that I'm thinking about right now, he's like, yeah, I'm always thinking about finances still. And I said, well, let's talk about your finances. And we went through them, and the guy's 35 years old, and he's already worth $500,000 without his homes. And I'm like, man, like you're going to have a pension. Like you don't need to worry about finances. And I'm like, how much fun are you having in your life? He's like, 1. I'm like, how's your relationship? He's like, 2. I'm like, how's your personal development? 3. I'm like, dude, your finances are at a 9 and everything. And you have all these other areas of your life that suck. Stop focusing on finances because your finances are not the thing that are holding you back. And here's what I mean. And this was the advice I gave him. I said, your romance and your fun and recreation suck. I said, I want you to actually stop focusing on your finances. You're even going to take your finances from 9.5 to 9. Okay. Pull some money out and go spend have some fun activities with your wife. And get some habits and start focusing on these areas. And now these things start to go up. Guess what? If your romantic relationship, your relationship with your wife goes from a 2 to a 9, do you think that will make your business better? Do you think you'll be better? Do you think you'll perform better at work? Do you think your finances will be better, your health, your fun, and your family, and your contribution to society? Absolutely. So it's important. And this is why I like this, because it allows me and my clients to gamify life. I've loved games where you get to like level your character up, right? Where you work hard and you gain points in different areas. And I just love that idea. You can do this in your own life. And I do this every quarter, and it's always so impactful and so eye-opening to me. Let's say when I was teaching, I taught for 3 years. I was an engineer, I was a diamond driller, then I taught for 3 years. When I was teaching, I did the business and career thing. And what I did, so you can do this as well, you can print this out and actually ask yourself these questions. I said, what do you rate it, your level of satisfaction out of 1 to 10? And it was like a 3. And then I said, why? And then I wrote down all the reason why. I'm not feeling as motivated, as passionate, like I feel like I'm just comfortable, I really want to grow, and I feel like I can contribute more to society. Then I said, what would make it a 10? Simple question. And then a 10 was, I'd like to be an entrepreneur and be able to have actually change people's lives. And so that's when I started my business. You need to ask yourself those questions in every area of your life. What's my level of satisfaction out of 10? Why do I rate it that way? And what would make it a 10? Then you start to be able to fill in the gaps. Okay, that's like one of the first steps we do within our program. Then obviously we build so much underneath it to make sure that we establish the goals, chunk them down, have the structure, the mindset, and everything so that you can accomplish those goals. And the goal is that you create this nice wheel where every area of your life is around an 8 or a 9, right? We don't want 10s. 10s, like, here's a very important point. I can tell right away if a guy's complacent. As soon as he joins me, he does this. I look at his scores, and sometimes I see guys that'll rate romance like a 6 or a 7 or an 8. And I'm like, dude, you just hired a coach because your marriage is not doing well. How are you rating marriage and romantic relationships an 8? And they go, well, yeah, like it's not that bad. Like we don't argue all that much. Like it's just like, and I'm like, man, that shows me that you are super complacent and your goals are not high enough in your relationship. Okay? So this is an ego thing. A lot of guys protect their ego by just rating their lives higher than what they actually are. You're not actually satisfied at an 8. If you are, it's because your ego is playing tricks on you. Every guy that comes through my program, I want you to believe that you can actually have a top 1% marriage. And I want you to strive for a peaceful, a passionate, a loving marriage where your wife looks at you with love, respect, and admiration. She sees you as a king. She adores you. You pour into her and you love her every single day. If you don't have that, that's like what a 10 should look like. Okay, so if you're telling me an 8 is like, yeah, I talk to her about logistics once a week and like usually we fight. That's like a 2, man. So once you can actually see this objectively, and that's what I mean, like it's good to have a coach to help you see things the right way, then we set goals. We know exactly where you're at. We can set the goals and we can start to shift. Because what happens is I see a lot of guys, they put so much energy in their business and their finances and they forget their marriage. And then their wife says, hey, I think I want to separate. And then they realize, holy shit, I'm going to lose half my money. My business is starting to struggle because I'm stressed out. I'm thinking about her all the time. And then these things start to crumble. So I want you to have lifelong success. To do that, you need to have balance and you need to prioritize every area of your life. So that's also why we're not only going to focus on your relationship. If you join us, we focus on everything. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Identify the weak spots. Maybe it's romance and contribution to society. You're feeling empty inside, or health. Maybe you need to really focus on your health and your family and friends, whatever it is. The main point is that you're only as strong as your weakest link. So engineering an empowered husband. An empowered husband has an extraordinary quality of life in all domains. Why not? Why not have this as the standard? You're not going to reach... In life, we don't reach our goals. We reach the level of our standards. So I'm challenging you to have a higher level of standards for all areas of your life. All right, so the last one here. So rebuilding the man. We've had the inner game, creating version 2.0, eudaemonic well-being, looking at well-being throughout your life, your mindset, getting into action, all these different things. The last thing we need to do is we need to take back control of your time and your life. Because time is the most important asset that we have, okay? You can't buy back time. Once your time is spent, it's gone. It's more valuable than money because you can not make a lot of money this year and then make a lot next year. But most people don't value their time because they don't actually think of the consequences of how they spend their time. I have guys come to me all the time, they say like, I just don't have time. You can't say you don't have time to do certain things. You can say, I choose not to do them. They are not a priority. Priority and time is very different. You can't argue with time because it can't fight back. We all have the same amount of time, and some people are able to accomplish way more in that same amount of time. So it's not a time issue. It's a priorities issue. And I'm going to show you it's even another issue. It's an energy issue. It's not a time issue. Time management is bullshit. Time management isn't a real thing. It's about energy management. What do you do with your energy? That's where your power is. The illusion of progress. A lot of guys live like this. Bees have to move very fast to stay still. For a lot of guys, this is what they're doing in all areas of their life, their marriage, their health, their business. You're working super hard, head down, working. And then you raise your head up and you go, holy shit, I've been working so hard for 10 years. I don't even know what happened. You're moving very fast to stay still. More effort does not equal more progress. What do I mean? There's a big difference between being effective and being efficient. On the surface, both of them sound good, right? You'd want to be effective. You'd want to be efficient. Awesome. For the longest time, I prioritized being efficient. I thought that was like super important. And then I read a book by Alan Laken about time management. And it really shifted my perspective because he said you should optimize to be effective, not efficient. The efficient man will write his to-do list, right? Write his to-do list, and he'll start knocking things off the list, right? As quickly as possible and being efficient. The effective man will write his to-do list and only focus on the most important task. That's the difference. And if there's something I can tell you that will give you more peace and allow you to stop burning yourself out and allow you to really focus your energy on what matters, it's this. The next time you write a to-do list, which I recommend you do every single day, it's just like going to buy groceries. You can try and remember things on your own and go into the grocery store and forget something or walk around because you forgot. Or you can just have your list ordered, ready to go, exactly in the order that you're going to walk around in the grocery store. Okay. Which would you rather live your life by? I'd much rather be the guy that has the list. Also, if you have a list, you're freeing up your mind. You're freeing up your space to be present. You write the list, you forget about the list. It's there. You don't need to, you think that, like a lot of guys will tell me, and I've had clients like super successful business owners. I'm like, how do you keep track of everything? And they go, up here. And I go, yeah, how present are you with your wife? And they go, I'm not at all. How stressed are you? Oh, super stressed. Okay, get that shit out, man. You have to have a process where you can get the stuff out of your mind, in your mind, out of your mind. And that is what we do. So we do like a list, a to-do list. And it's not just like a basic to-do list. What we want to do is we want to rank and order our tasks in order of importance. So the MIP, I call it, most important task, most important project. We're going to rate that A1. So if tomorrow for me, my most important task is like recording a YouTube video, that's going to be A1. That's like, if I do that tomorrow, it's a productive day. It's good. Then we're going to do like A2, A3 tasks. Then we're going to do B1, B2, B3. And then we're going to do C1, C2, C3. And every time it's like lower levels of importance. What you'll notice is all of the C tasks, you can probably just cross them off your list. Not even worth putting energy and time into that. The C tasks are all these little things that like you think it's productive by putting them on a to-do list or doing it, when really they'll just take care of themselves naturally. You don't need to consciously think and go out of your way to go in a car wash. Like you'll just do it next time when you go pump gas, okay? There are just so many of these things that I used to get so wound up about, especially when I was teaching, because there's always something I could do. And it was hard for me because I was so busy that I would like literally walk by people in the hallways. Now, mind you, I was always a high achiever. So I took 5 like extra credit courses as a teacher while I was teaching to raise my pay grade. And I kept trying to enrich and become a better teacher. And I was taking on so much, but it's like, if I would have just focused on the big things that move the needle, I would have been way less stressed and way more present and had way more fun and been just as productive. So for you, I want you to start thinking about effectiveness versus efficiency and focus on effectiveness. Move the big boulders that actually impact your life, right? It's the smallest hinges that open the biggest doors. That's what you need to focus on. Because being busy does not mean being effective, and more effort does not mean more progress. Time is life. It is irreversible and irreplaceable. To waste your time is to waste your life. But to master your time is to master your life. Alan Lakin, that's the author of the book I was talking about. Welcome to the average person's life. Remember how I said time management is bullshit? You need to focus on energy and where you put your energy. This is how the average person spends their energy. Email. Checking your inbox 10, 20, 50, 100 times a day. Being a slave to your inbox. Every time you do this, you're taking energy away from something else. Meeting people that don't enrich your life. Going to a dinner with people that you don't really like all that much, that they just complain and they talk and they're victims. And you're like, man, are these people like, is this even worth it? Other people's priorities, spending your energy on other people's priorities because you're a yes man. You can't set boundaries. You don't know how to say no. Obligations, doing things because you feel like you need to do them, not because you want to do them. Being reactive, putting out fires in your work or business, putting out fires in your life or marriage. Social media, activities that don't align with your purpose, judgment, gossip, all these different things are stealing your life force. They're stealing your life because they're taking your time and your energy, and that's all you have. It's your most precious resource. So what I want you to understand is that it's more important than money. So please, you need to be ruthless with how you spend your time and your energy. Okay, what we do in the program, you start off, we literally give you a piece of paper. For the first 2 days, you jot down what you do every single day by like 15, 20, 30-minute increments. And then we start to see where's my energy and my time going. Okay, if you don't measure, you can't change it. Okay, if you don't track, you don't care. It's as simple as that. That applies in every area of your life, by the way. Whether you're trying to lose weight, your finances, like if you don't keep track, you don't care. You're not allowing yourself to actually achieve what you want to achieve. So this is the average person. This is what I want you to be like. Energy, everything's aligned to your priorities, your purpose, and your goals. That's it. Think of how simple this is. This is how you go from this meaningless chaos to simplistic order. This is what I want your life to look like. So if it's not directly aligned with your goals, your priorities, and your purpose, cut it. Cut the crap. Focus is by definition the removal of distractions. If you want to be focused, just remove the distractions. That's what this is. Your life will dramatically improve if you're able to remove all the crap from it and just focus on what it is you want to accomplish. You want a better marriage, you want to be the best version of you that you can be, well then see everything, make sure that the only things you're putting your energy towards align with that. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Not choosing what matters is still a choice. Start by defining what is essential, then build habits, routines, and systems around it. This is, there's a book called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, one of the best personal development books ever written. I highly suggest you read it. One of the main things is like the most important thing you can do in your life is to think about where you want your life to be. As you start to do this, and 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, right? Being effective. It's like thinking about what you want to do is super important. What most people do is they just start doing. They just start doing and they live lives of chaos. Instead, slow down. Think about your priorities, your purpose, your goals, and align your life with that. Thinking is more important than doing. People stay busy to avoid thinking. Action without clarity is disguised avoidance, and high performers think deeply about what not to do. What do I ruthlessly eliminate? Who do I eliminate? This is like the news, the toxic friend that keeps calling you and you just don't want to talk to them and they're bringing you down, the people that are bringing you down, the things that you continue to say yes to that you should be saying no to. If you're saying yes to something, it means you're saying no to something else. You say yes to drinking, you're saying no to being in the best shape of your life. You say yes to being on your phone during your kid's soccer game, you're saying no to being a present father. I really want this to come through. If you're saying yes to something, you're saying no to something else. Ask yourself, what are your lifetime goals? How would you like to spend the next 3 years? If you knew, this is a good one, if you knew today that you'd get struck by lightning in 6 months, how would you live until then? When you start to ask yourself these bigger questions, which every single week inside the program we do, that allows your brain, your mind, your conscious mind starts to feed your subconscious mind, and you start to have alignment. So this is just a fun little example because it helps it click for a lot of people. So how to guarantee failure. This is called inversion. Okay. So if you want to guarantee your own failure, constantly check your phone, no time blocks, living reactively, confusing urgency with importance, never finish anything, say yes to everything. Okay. So inversion is just like, do the opposite of this. I don't have time is essentially saying it's not a priority. And you're lying to yourself if you don't believe this is true. So think of all the times you said this in your marriage. I just don't have time. Yeah. The last thing that's going to impact everything else we've talked about, how you can show up, how you level up in every area, your behaviors, your skills, your beliefs, your identity. This is foundational work here that we're going to dive into now. It's called the power pyramid. So in order to become a better version of you, it's going to require a foundation. Most important part of this whole foundation is sleep. If you are not sleeping right, you will struggle with your emotions. You'll struggle with your emotional resilience. You're not going to be as focused, as disciplined, as consistent, as calm, as centered, as grounded as you can be. So it's absolutely critical that you prioritize your sleep. Sleep is number one. Then it's diet. If you're eating shit, if you're eating high carbohydrate food and your insulin levels and your glucose levels are spiking, your energy is up and down, your emotions are up and down, it's going to be hard for you to be the high performance man, husband, and father that you need to be. Because as a man, guess what? We have a lot of pressure. You got to go to work. You got to pay the bills. You have your marriage that you're trying to fix. You have your kids. You have all these different pressures, the stress of the world. So if you don't focus on this, if you don't focus on you first, it's going to be very hard for you to rebuild your marriage, for you to level up in all the ways and do the work that you need to do. Okay. And that's the focus area. So we have sleep, we have diet, we have exercise, and then we have focus. A lot of people, once again, focus on the bottom one, focus. I want to be more productive at work, or I want to improve my marriage. So what am I going to do? I'm going to watch some YouTube videos, read books, and focus on these specific things. Your time is being wasted if you're doing that while you're tired, while you're stressed, while your diet and your exercise isn't dialed in. Because it's not just the time, it's the effectiveness of the time. Let's say I'm dialed in all these areas, okay? So I practice what I preach. I go to bed at the same time every single day, wake up at the same time every single day. I have 0 carbs. I'm on a strict carnivore diet. All I eat is meat, salt, and water, okay? I exercise every single morning upon waking up. Now, I've tried a whole bunch of different things for a long time. I tried exercising at night. I tried adding in carbs, but then I would get cravings all the time. This is what I found works for me. Because I'm so dialed on the top 3 levels, I can watch a video and remember, let's just say an example, and remember 80% of it, right? I can watch a video on a certain topic and start to learn it and master it a lot better. Compare me to a guy who's 150 pounds overweight. He smokes cigarettes. He drinks. He doesn't have good sleep. He wakes up tired. He needs coffee to function. He doesn't exercise. And he watches a video. It's going to take him 10 times longer to acquire the same amount of information and up level to the same level as I do. Okay. So I'm 10 times more impactful in terms of my energy and my time. Right? We're still trying to optimize for time and energy. So it's not so much about, it's about removing the things that suck your energy. It's also about maximizing the time that you have on tasks. So if I'm dialed, I can grow my business to new heights. I can be a better husband. I can learn and up-level my skills. And I want to show you something here. And all that is super important because of the compound effect. I'm sure you've heard of this in finance when it comes to investing. The big thing here when it comes to personal growth and development is that if you get 1% better every day, you're getting 38 times better after 1 year. 38 times better at communicating, 30 times better health, 38 times better sleep, all these different things just by doing 1% better every day. Essentially, you are your habits, okay? You are what you repeatedly do, and what you repeatedly do are your habits. Simple as that. So we need to make sure that you have a foundation of healthy habits that allow you to get 1% better every day so that you can create a dramatically different and better life over time. And I know you may be thinking, Justin, I just want to repair my marriage. Just talk to me about marriage. I'm telling you, nothing will stick if you don't focus on the basics. These are the basics. These are the non-negotiables. And what happens is, as the leader, and you're going to see your job as the man is to lead your marriage and your family. As the leader, you are the one that's responsible for having this built into your life and your family's life. Okay? There's a big difference between a father who is dialed into his habits, who his kids are dialed in. His kids are going to sleep at the same time every day. They don't have screens before bed, an hour before bed. They're listening to 528 hertz and calming their nervous systems before bed. They wake up at the same time every day. They don't start the morning with carbs. They start the morning with fat and protein. Those kids are way better regulated. They help you because those kids are actually a positive influence in your life. They're not little shits. They're not yelling and emotional and all crazy because they have the basics. And that comes from you having the basics. And guess what? You have the basics. You focus on this shit. Your wife will start to do it. So right now, the problem is not only you or your wife or the marriage, or you don't have 100% to blame, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your wife is probably not feeling good in her own skin either. She's probably let herself go. She's probably not in the right headspace. Probably doesn't have her sleep, her diet, her exercise, her focus dialed in. So if you want her to do that, lead the way. Show her what it looks like and feels like through your energy, through who you become. I've seen this with my clients. I saw with Jeremy, he started in the program. His wife wanted to separate. After 6 weeks in the program, she started seeing a therapist and she started exercising with him. I saw it with my dad. My dad started exercising. Didn't put any pressure on my mom. Didn't say anything. Not, you should do this, or I'm doing the keto diet, you should try it. Nothing. He lost 35 pounds. Guess what she said? She looked at that along the way and she was saying, I want a piece of that. Like, I want that too. Like, he's losing weight. He feels great. He feels fantastic. The kids are complimenting him. So guess what my mom did? She started exercising as well. You have the power. This is the thing. You're the coffee bean, man. You have the power to influence your environment a lot more than you believe and that you know. So you do that by dialing in your sleep. Go to bed at the same time every single night. No cell phones, no screens an hour before bed. Read. What I do is I stretch. Emily and I stretch every single night. We put 528 hertz. Typically at around 9 o'clock. So from 8 to 9, we watch our favorite show. Then lights out. From 9 to 10, we come back downstairs. We put on 528 hertz. All the lights are off. I take my magnesium. And then we stretch. I'll stretch for longer than her. Then she goes into the bedroom and starts to read. And then we're ready for bed. Okay. You need these routines and habits built in your life, man. You can't expect to be like dialed in and be your wife's rock and save your marriage and go through all the stress and everything that you're going through if you're not dialed in on the basics. Okay. So like blackout blinds, brain dumps is a huge tool that I've used, especially for high performers that have a lot of responsibility. This has really changed my life. So if you're the type of guy that struggles to fall asleep because your mind is always racing, you're always thinking of shit, overthinking, overanalyzing, anxious, stressed, thinking about shit. At the end of your workday, what I instruct my clients to do is like something called a brain dump. So it's built into our program as well. But what you're going to do is you're going to just have a stream of consciousness on paper. So all your thoughts and your fears and the things you need to do and all that, just write it down at the end of your workday. And then you're going to write it down and you're going to take a couple breaths. You're going to look at it and you're going to go, okay, I don't need to keep holding this on in here. I don't need to keep storing it. I can let it go. I can breathe it out and just know that like tomorrow I'm going to look at this and I'll be good. I'll be able to solve the problems. What it does is it allows you to see the next morning that like your brain is just thinking about a lot of useless crap. And those are the thoughts that usually disrupt your sleep. And if you disrupt your sleep, then you're like cutting your level of fulfillment and enjoyment and productivity and happiness and health of life by like half. So really important to do that. Diet. Like I said, I'm a full carnivore. The thing with diet is like so much information has come out recently about how to optimize your life and your diet. I did a podcast studying the top 5 health experts, like people like Dr. Rhonda Patrick, Dr. Huberman, Dr. Peter Attia, Dr. St. Clair. These are people that are known in the health and wellness space as like longevity experts, health experts. What I found was that every single one of them kind of had the same pillars to their diet. Some of them like little hacks, like olive oil or this or that, but like the main thing, they all ate whole food. They all ate meat, eggs, and vegetables. Some people had fruit, but don't forget, fruit can spike your insulin levels. So if you want to be super healthy, remove all the processed junk food, okay? And just eat red meat, healthy grass-fed meat with vegetables. You'll be good to go, okay? I want you to eliminate alcohol and drugs. And if you don't believe me, guys, go watch. There are so many videos of keto diet, of carnivore diet. You can see crazy testimonials and all that stuff. Like, don't take my word for it. Go do the research and you'll see it'll change your life. Then come back on this video and comment on it. So no alcohol, no drugs. A lot of clients struggle with this because they have so much stress, right? I have guys that have huge businesses. A lot of people depend on them or their lawyers and stuff like that. And they just start drinking to cope. Maybe they're drinking 3, 4, 5 nights a week. They come in, I help them destroy that pattern and that habit usually within like 7 to 10 days. Okay. This is not something that you need to continue to do or think like, oh, this is going to be so hard. Trust me, like this is what I do. Come in, we'll help you get rid of that. No alcohol, no drugs. It's just going to affect your mood. It's going to affect everything. Get that garbage out of your life. You're a better man. You're too much of a good man to be doing these things. Intermittent fasting, you can absolutely do that if you want. And clean water. So Emily and I have a reverse osmosis system, RO. Super important. The water that's coming in through your tap is filled with crap. Okay, it's coming through these dirty pipes. There's fluoride, there's chlorine, there's all these different things. So I'm an engineer, right? So by trade, I graduated as a civil engineer. And one of the classes that we took was wastewater management. Okay. This was my 4th year engineering class. And what we learned was that, and it's disgusting, but you know, all the medicine, all the pills that people take, antidepressants, birth control, all these things, they end up in our water. They end up in the water that we drink. And it's very expensive to remove these things completely. So what we do at the municipal level is we have like guidelines, baselines. So like, so long as there's like this much amount of stuff in the water, it's fine. So when you drink water, there is birth control, there's pesticides, there's herbicides, there's antidepressant pills. Not a lot, but that's all still in the water. So Emily and I, we have an over-the-counter reverse osmosis, and then we remineralize the water afterwards, okay? Exercise, find time that works for you. I've split tested all these different things, working out after work, before dinner, after dinner, at lunch, before work. What I found is I just go right in the morning. Before I even have time to wake up, I go straight to the gym. I suggest you find a habit and a routine that works for you. You don't need big, long workouts. It depends on your goals as well. If you're insanely stressed right now, and this is what a lot of people, I'll take a second to talk about this. So this is very personalized, guys. When it comes to this stuff, if you are super stressed out and burnt out, do not go maxing out your nervous system by doing squats and bench press and lifting heavy weights, okay? Your body's going to freak out and it's not good for you. You should be trying to put on weight and muscle when your nervous system is regulated. So if you have a dysregulated nervous system right now, what I want you to do is use exercise as a way to regulate your nervous system. What do I mean by that? You're going on light jogs. You're going on walks. You're doing things within the gym where you're doing mobility and stretching and trying to get in tune with your body and breathing. Only then should you start to push some weight and to move some heavy weights around, okay? Once you start moving heavy weights around, within our program, once again, like, dude, you don't have to go super complicated. I do my split set I just work out every day. And I do push-pull legs. That's it. Super simple. I do 2 or 3 exercises for each, and I'm done. I don't need to think about it. It just becomes like a habit. Exercise, super important here. If you are depressed or anxious or stressed and you're seeing a doctor, or you think you want to see a doctor, or somebody in your family is on some type of pills, I want you to know that there have been massive studies that have shown that exercise reduces depression more than any other medication on the planet. So if you're struggling with your mental health, please, please, please exercise. Exercise before you go start to seek medication. It's very powerful. If you don't believe me, if you don't have enough conviction yet, go build that conviction. Go on the internet. Go start searching for these things. Build a conviction within yourself on the importance of exercise. If you don't believe me, if it's not enough for you to go like, man, this is what I need. It's just like investing in Bitcoin or investing something. You need conviction in order to do it long term. Go build that. Focus, okay? Look at learning like you look at exercise. Learning skills compound every single day. Focus is the art of growing your skills and competencies. It's the most beneficial thing you can do, and it compounds more than anything else in your life. Learning skills compounds every single day. If you spend 35 minutes a day over 10 years, that is a full work year. So imagine over the next 10 years, you took a full work year to work on yourself, on your relationships, on your purpose, on your passions, on your mental health, on your inner world. Dude, the results of that are insane. So yes, there's a compound effect with your wealth, which you probably obsess over and think about all the time, but there's also a compound effect of your growth and of your focus and your ability to continue to grow and to continue to pour into that growth. And this is why this is so important. You maximize the amount of focus and growth you can have by maximizing who you show up as in those moments of focus. All right, that's it for rebuilding the man. Now let's jump in and see where your wife's at. So as you're rebuilding the man, this is where influence starts to return, where she's open to your influence again. She's spending time alone with you again. She's complying with small requests. Maybe she's laughing with you. She's still pulling close, then pulling back. The most important thing here is that she's going to be testing you to see if you've really changed. And so that's why this section, this stage is about rebuilding trust. Rebuilding trust is one of the most important things you can do because it's probably the cause of a lot of problems within your marriage. This tends to be like the main thing that holds people back from having the marriage that they want. There are things that have happened. There have been letdowns on your side, on her side, things that you've done or you didn't do that have caused her to lose trust in not only who you're being today, but who she thinks you can be in the future. So what we have to do is we have to rebuild trust, not only in you, but in your word, in your trust in communication, and trust in who she believes you can be. So in order to do that, we want you to be the lighthouse, okay? So you have to be the masculine, you have to be safe, you have to be grounded. I'm going to teach you exactly how to do that, and I'm going to break that down step by step. We're going to rebuild trust through listening, right? Leadership is listening. So we're going to show you how to listen deeply. You're going to get some information on communication, on listening, how to be an effective listener, how to ask open-ended questions. So she starts to let her walls down, and you start to be able to rebuild that trust. Okay, leadership is listening. We're going to help her. We're going to focus on helping her feel good as a wife and as a mother. So that means having her feel heard, understood, appreciated, valued, safe, supported, all these things. It's very important to note that when you're rebuilding trust, integrity is king. I only want you to commit to doing things that you will always do. We need to rebuild trust in your word. And once again, we're going to focus on friendship and co-parenting. Very important here. Pursuit before trust sends you back to stage 2. We're not trying to reignite desire yet. We don't want to reignite desire until we have trust because that's going to make her feel unsafe. So at this point, you should have removed all expectations, let go of control. She should be feeling safe with you. You should have that safety back in the relationship. So she's probably not pulling away as hard. She's the divorce talks, the separation talks, all these things have lessened by this point. It doesn't mean you're out of the woods. It doesn't mean she's fully ready to jump back in and be madly in love with you and respect and admire you. But it does, and so to get to that point, we absolutely must rebuild trust. Now, an important thing to note here is you do not stop focusing on the other stages, even though you're here. This becomes priority number 1. And when we work with you in the program, we make sure that we go step by step and that these become a part of who you are, right? You should now have established routines and habits and practices that allow you to continually master the inner game, continue to grow. You're developing yourself internally and externally as a man in every area of your life, right? Hedonic versus eudaemonic well-being. You are now becoming the best version of yourself. You don't stop that just because you're trying to rebuild trust. You build upon it. All of this builds upon each other, upon itself. And what happens when we work together, we can see where the holes are because we can see through where she's at. I ask you questions within your relationship. We can start to pinpoint, okay, well, you've been at stage 4. That's awesome. But it seems like she's not opening up a lot. She's not really sharing with you. So there's something we're doing here that's keeping her from feeling safe enough to share. Okay, there are a lot of variables. All right, so let's dive in. This is a pretty lengthy, pretty big stage module. And I'm going to do my best to explain it as clearly as I can so that you can rebuild trust with your wife. One of the main things here before we even dive in is that everybody wants other people's trust, but very few people are willing to do what is necessary to earn that trust. Trust is earned. It's not demanded. It's not ordered. It is an earned thing. And especially when trust is broken, it's a hard thing to build back. But there are steps, and I'm going to show you those steps. So the objective for this stage is to restore her belief that you are a good man, husband, and father. It's to repair the damage caused by the letdowns and broken trust. It's to prove the connection is real and durable, and to pull the pain out of her. So to prove the connection is real and durable, right now she may be looking to the past and doubting her decisions. Did I marry the right man? Was I just in limerence when we met? Like she's not only... She's actually not trusting herself and her previous self and wondering all these things. What we want to do is prove to her that the connection you guys had before is real. That's a big thing, and that'll allow her to start surrendering and relaxing into trusting you again. We want to pull the pain out of her. So, very important here. I call this venom. Over the years, there has been a lot of hurt, right? Just like for you, when you got the wake-up call and she told you, hey, I don't love you anymore, or I want space, that hurt you a lot. That was more of an acute hurt for you. For her, it's more chronic. It's been happening for a long time. So there's a lot of pain built into her. Now, feminine versus masculine. For you, if you don't remember, we talked about that right at the beginning here. You got to let the pain out, process the pain. One of the first things we did, we showed you how to do that. So for her, for women, it's different. Women are going to process their pain not through physical exertion and through the body as much, but through communication. So what that looks like is, it looks like testing you. It looks like having digs. It looks like letting the venom out, letting the pain out in conversation. And so depending on how you react to her doing that is going to have a massive impact on, one, the amount of venom that she's releasing. And once all that's gone, once all the pain and the venom is gone, it's out of her, now she surrenders. She surrenders to trusting you again. But you have to be strong enough and you have to have the right mindset to allow that to come out and actually to pull that out of her. So that's what we're going to teach you, how to actually pull it out so that the relationship can begin to heal. We're going to make peace with the past, and we're going to then build a bridge into the future. So here's the reality that you must accept. Reduced talk of divorce does not equal restored trust. Like I said, at this stage in the game, talks of divorce are probably non-existent, or they're way less. Okay, she's not actively pursuing divorce. Because if you remember earlier on in the course, we allowed her values. We're helping her fulfill her values of freedom down here, right? Before, she was actively pursuing divorce because she wanted freedom and growth and fulfillment. Now, because you've removed your judgments and the controlling behaviors, she now has freedom and she can get all the growth and fulfillment. She can get all that within the marriage. So she shouldn't be actively pursuing separation or space or anything like that. Now, it can still come up once in a while, but she's using it more, and you're going to see in a second here, she's using it more as a way to manage the relationship than as a way to actually just pursue and want to pursue leaving you. Trust must be rebuilt before connection deepens, right? Like I said before, don't go trying to rebuild and reignite desire yet. Warning, if you start pursuing your wife before restoring trust, it will backfire and you'll be back to stage 1 or stage 2. I guarantee you that. You need to do the work to rebuild trust. Rebuilding trust is not easy, but it is the foundation to your relationship. Okay, even if attraction is high, even if polarity is high, all those different things, it doesn't matter if you don't have a solid foundation of trust. So what this stage is about, it's about building yourself into a stronger, more grounded man. It's about restoring trust as a co-parent and friend first. She should trust you as a co-parent and as a friend. She should trust that she can bring anything to you. And once again, we're not actively pursuing as a woman and as a lover yet. Become a trustworthy man, not convincing her that you are trustworthy. This is probably the most important sentence and line of this whole stage here. What a lot of guys do is they'll try to rebuild trust, they'll do a couple good things, and then they'll seek validation from their wife. Or they'll try and convince her, hey, look at all the things I'm doing. And then they'll ask, and they'll be like, hey, Justin, why isn't my wife seeing my changes? if you are asking that question, you just know that you're asking the wrong questions, right? The quality of your life is dependent and determined on the quality of the questions that you ask yourself. If you ask yourself, why isn't my wife seeing my changes? Just know that question is not doing you any good. A better question is, how do I become a trustworthy man? So there's such a difference just from the quality of the questions that you ask yourself. How do I become a trustworthy man versus how do I make my wife see my changes? Whole different frame. Very important. We want to keep the focus on her. Okay. I know you have your own pains. I know you may not fully trust her yet. You have all your stuff that you want to talk about. This is not the time. You are trying to work yourself out of a massive trust deficit. There has been years and years where she has lost trust in you. Bringing up things that you have, issues that you have in the relationship right now, it's just not the time. It's only going to set you back. The only time you do that is when you get to stage 6 and full reconciliation, where you get to reconciliation. This is where she's open to relationship conversations again, where you can start to say, hey, this is where I feel like you have wronged me. This is how I've been going through. This is what I've felt. You are leading through listening. Leading through listening, that's going to allow her to process her emotions, to start trusting you again. And creating an experience where she feels safe, heard, valued, and supported. So when it comes to trust, there are a lot of different definitions out there. It's very difficult to know, what does that mean? How do I rebuild trust? Well, there are two main aspects to trust. There's what she needs to trust about who you are, and there's what she needs to trust about what you can do. So to break these down, we use the acronym SOLID and SAFE. You need to be solid and you need to be safe. So as a man, what she needs to trust about who you are, you need to have self-respect. That means you know who you are as a man. You know your values, you know your standards, you know your limits. Okay? And you do not ever compromise who you are as a man. This is where the internal game is so big and so important. It's like a lot of guys are just living their lives feeling like they're putting on a mask. And I've had clients literally tell me, like, I feel like I just go out in the world and I feel like I'm putting on a mask. I don't really know who I am. If you're living in anxiety and stress and all these different things, you're not self-assured in who you are. That's a very difficult place to operate from. So we need to fix that first, which is why that was stage 3. O is for ownership. You take responsibility for outcomes and not intentions. Huge here. There's a big difference between your intentions and what has happened. It doesn't mean that your intentions were wrong. So let's say Emily and I get into a fight. My intention is to repair the conflict. But for her, she feels like I'm digging at her and I'm trying to, elicit guilt. There's a big difference between my intention and the outcome. Taking true ownership is taking ownership for the outcome, taking responsibility for the outcome. Okay, not my intention. So like an example is like I could say like, hey, well, my intention was just to make peace with the past. No, instead of saying that, you say, hey, I understand that what I did earlier, despite having positive intentions, led to a deterioration in the trust in the relationship. That's what you're taking ownership for. Low reactivity. You don't escalate, defend, or personalize. No ego. You have to remove the ego. This is a big thing for men, especially for successful men. We all have big egos. It's also just a masculine thing in general, right? Men back in the days when we were hunter-gatherers had to go hunting and go fight and who could get the biggest animal. We had to fight the saber-toothed tigers, all these different things. Ego is like built into us. Ego isn't all that important for women. Women tend to not have egos. It's typically a male thing. So you have to be able to control your ego within your relationship. Integrity of your word. If you say yes, it means yes. Okay? You really need to rebuild integrity in your word. And being dependable over time. She never wonders which version of you she's getting. This is also a very big and important one. You need to be able to master your emotions and show up as that stable, solid man day after day. So that's solid. Now let's look at safe. This is what she needs to trust that you can actually do. She needs to trust that you can be regulated, that you don't escalate emotionally when things get uncomfortable, that you can be that safe space within conversation, and that's what's going to allow her to stabilize around you. You are her anchor. You are her lighthouse. Acknowledge. You see and recognize her. You see and recognize the good in her. Like I said, men have egos, women tend to have more insecurities. So it's our job to build them up. It's our job to acknowledge and show them that, hey, I recognize these positive things in you. You are amazing. You are incredible. And at this point, don't forget, we're doing that as a woman and as a mother, not as a lover. Follow her pace. She needs to trust that you can follow her pace. You don't rush trust, intimacy, or resolution. That's going to come down to what we're going to talk about in a second when it comes to managing the relationship. You're going to understand that in just a minute here. And empathy. She needs to trust that you can show empathy, that you show support without expecting something in return, and that you actually deeply and genuinely care about understanding her pain and what she's going through. So trust returns when you are solid and how you show up feels safe. You need to be solid and safe. All right. Here are the trust killers, and then we'll dive into our first topic. The trust killers are defensiveness, reassurance seeking, timeline pressure, and good mood leadership. Defensiveness is essentially being like, hey, that's not what I meant, which is earlier when I was saying it's about owning outcome, not intentions. Timeline pressure. How long will this take? Are we good yet? Do we even want this? These just come off as needy. There's absolutely no point of asking these. Remember, the quality of your life is dependent and determined on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. If you're asking her or yourself these questions, how long will it take? Do you even want this? Do you notice what this does? This gives her the power. It puts her on a pedestal. This is giving her the frame. She's taking over the frame of the relationship. Do you even want this? It shouldn't matter, because if you can change her mood, you can change her mind. You made her fall in love with you in the beginning, the first time, right? Did you go on a first date and be like, well, do you want this or not? No, you did certain things to create a certain feeling within her. And then her feelings told her that, yes, I want this man. So you're going to do the same thing this time. Reassurance seeking. Do you see I'm changing? Do you still love me? Did that help? Good mood leadership is when you're calm when she's calm, reactive when she's upset. All of these give her the frame. So when it comes to rebuilding trust, one of the most important topics that you need to understand and master is something called the relationship triangle. So typically how men look at the relationship is like this. We just look at husband and wife. So there's you and there's her. Okay, and your relationship is with her. There's only two people, only two entities. We need to shift that perspective, because there are actually three people in your relationship. There are three entities. Just like a business is its own entity, the relationship is its own entity. So there's you, there's your wife, and there's the relationship. The relationship is like a baby. It needs to be fed. It needs to be fed the right food at the right time, or else it will die. Very important that you understand this, because now we can see that your wife's job in this triangle is to manage the relationship. And it's your wife's job to do that, because as the feminine, this is intuitive to them. Over thousands of years of evolution, women have evolved to just be very good when it comes to relationships. They know what a relationship needs. What managing the relationship for her means is the level of connection and intimacy, the level of pace and access, right? Are we separated? Are we having space? Are we texting daily or weekly? How often do we communicate? What does the communication look like, right? If she feels like there's not enough trust in the relationship, well, then she's going to withdraw certain other things, and she's going to test you, and she's going to do those things. The important thing to know is that she's not doing those things to hurt you, so don't take them personally. This allows you to not take things personally, because you start to see that she's trying to fix the relationship. She's not directly attacking you when she says we need space. She's saying that's what the relationship needs. There's something within the relationship intuitively within her that she's like, we just need space. So your wife is going to manage. She is the emotional barometer of safety and connection. You're going to follow her lead when it comes to that stuff. This isn't about giving her the power of the relationship. It's about realizing that this is where her skills lie. Okay, women grew up with Barbies, and we grew up with like soldiers and toy cars. Women understand this, and they're designed for this. You need to learn to let your wife manage the relationship. And this is one of the biggest things that guys do. And this is why you're stressed and you're anxious and you don't know how to fix the relationship. A lot of guys are trying to manage the relationship. You're essentially taking over your wife's role in the relationship. I'm going to show you. Your job is to lead, not to manage. So you have to let her manage. She is biologically attuned to this. she communicated the needs of the marriage. It brings out her feminine. Yes. Okay. Along the way in the relationship, she has been trying to communicate with you the needs of the relationship, but you have not been seeing her signs. You have not been listening to in her view. Now, it could be for many different things. Maybe you didn't have the right tools. Maybe you didn't understand. Maybe you didn't know that there were 3 people in the relationship. So throughout time, she's been telling you the relationship needs this, and you have probably not been feeding the relationship the right food and at the right amount of times. So the relationship is on its last breath. It's dying. When she communicates, when you let her properly manage the relationship and you take her signs and you build a relationship with her, it allows her to be feminine. It allows her to be feminine because this is like her level of genius. You know when you go to work and you feel like you're in flow? You're using your logical mind, you're creating that flow, you just get in the flow state and you feel good, you feel powerful. For her, it's not about feeling powerful, it's about feeling feminine. And that when she's allowed and you allow her to manage the relationship, she's gonna feel that. So you're allowing her feminine side to come out, and that feels really good for a woman. But once again, not if you're trying to manage the relationship. So she's also going to manage direction and status. Like, what's the status of our relationship? Where are we at right now? A big thing for me, so this is a good example. When Emily and I were planning our wedding, really had to sit back and analyze, and this is where I coached myself through this, and I went like, I think what I'm doing wrong is that I'm trying to manage the relationship. And here's what I mean. We were planning our wedding. At the same time, I had a health diagnosis that cost us a lot of money. We were planning a pretty elaborate wedding. So financially, we were stressed. We weren't living where we wanted to live. There's just a lot of things going on in our lives and our relationships that were difficult at the time. And for me, we had a huge to-do list. We were trying to get our visa to move to America. We had all these different stressors. And I was trying to get everything done as quickly as possible. And you can't plan a wedding in a week. It takes a long time. All these things took a long time, even my health. So I was getting very stressed, and I was kind of leading and managing the relationship in that way. Every day I was checking in on her. Okay, what did you do here? What did you do here? Checklists, timelines. And I was stressing myself out trying to manage the relationship. I was managing the relationship in the ways of the conversations that I wanted to have within the relationship were all very serious, and they were always about like what we need to do. Over time, it kind of broke Emily down. And so then she started to just not feel safe. She started to struggle to really, I wasn't letting her manage the relationship. And literally one night I went back and I was just like reading, I was like, hey, let me coach myself. What's going on? And I went, I'm trying to manage. So the next day, here's what I did. I took clues and took signs from her as to what the relationship needed. That is what letting her manage is. And what I quickly noticed is Emily was just starving. She knew the relationship needed fun, and it needed easygoing stuff, and it needed to just let go of all the other stressors and problems. So I did that. And we had the best day. We went to a farmer's market. We laughed. We did all these things. And all I was doing was like letting her lead when it comes to managing the relationship. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to do? Okay. And in that, we had a lot more fun, and we were able to it actually helped me as a man because I'm very go. And she just allowed me to relax and to have fun and get out of my own head. And that's what the relationship needed. Now, if I wouldn't have done that, and if I would have tried to manage the relationship, I would have just continued to tear us further and further apart. Managing the relationship includes anything that directly affects the structure, the pace, or emotional container of the romantic relationship between you and her. I was trying to create a romantic relationship, and the container was very heavy. It was very heavy and stressful. And she pulled it to the other way and said it should be easy and light. That's what we need right now. Very important. What happens when she can't manage the relationship? The biggest thing is she can't tell you what the relationship needs, so her needs go unmet or unspoken. And if a woman's needs go unmet for a long enough amount of time, she will get them met. And it's going to be by somebody else if it's not by you. Okay? Her needs must be met. Communication turns hostile or shuts down because you just don't know what needs to happen. The home becomes tense and unstable. Trust erodes further. Separation, affairs, or divorce become more likely. You remain confused about what she actually needs. You know, this is the biggest thing, guys. Like, I'm working so hard. I'm trying everything I can to fix the relationship. Once you understand this concept, it may be a little abstract for you now. Once you understand this concept, you will never be guessing as to what the relationship needs ever again. because you're going to be able to pick up the clues that your wife is giving you about the relationship. And once again, she doesn't know she's consciously doing this. This is built into her. If you don't learn this, the same patterns are going to repeat with her or the next woman. It's absolutely imperative that you understand the relationship triangle. Letting her manage equals trusting the process. It's not about saying she's just avoiding, right? I know a lot of guys love, especially when they join the course, a lot of guys love attachment styles. And we definitely work on attachment styles, but it's not the be all end all, guys. Like, you have to realize when it comes to attachment styles that it's dependent on the person. So my attachment style to my mom can be different to the attachment style I have with my dad, can be different to the attachment style I have with my wife. And it's the same for you. Also, your attachment style changes depending on where the relationship is at. So your wife may have not been avoidant in the beginning. And maybe she's avoidant now because of everything that's happened. Maybe she's avoidant because she's just managing the relationship. Okay, so there's a lot of nuance to this. You can't just, look at your attachment style and look at her attachment style and go like, oh, she's anxious avoidant. Like, this is why. This is what's going on. You can actually help her get rid of that. She's stringing me along. I'm letting her walk all over me. Okay, it's not about any of those. So that's about letting your wife manage the relationship. She manages the triangle. She manages what the relationship needs. You are going to lead the triangle. You're going to lead the direction of the triangle. Where is the triangle actually going? So how the hell do you do that? This is one of the biggest things I see. Everybody says, it's very easy for somebody to say like, yeah, you as a man, you need to lead the relationship. And what the hell does that mean? Nobody tells you what it means, or at least I haven't seen a lot of people actually say it. So I'm going to tell you exactly what that means to lead your marriage, your relationship as a man. It's about understanding how to prioritize your actions, because you lead as a man through your actions. Simple as that. You lead your family, for example, by showing your son what it means to be a man, by showing your daughter what to look for in a man. Okay? You lead with your actions. Now, how do you prioritize your actions? Well, there are 4 different kind of levels that you need to go through and you need to understand. The first thing is you protect your self-respect. You do not do anything, you do not take an action that erodes your own self-respect. So never act in a way that weakens your integrity or your identity. You need to be crystal clear on who you are, what you stand for, and what you don't stand for, your values, all these different things. You have to have a crystal clear picture of that. An easy example is like, hey, let's say your wife said, hey, John, I want you to wear this dress tonight for dinner. Would you do it? No. Would it be a fight? No. You'd simply say, honey, I'm not wearing a dress. Like, it's just the end of the conversation. You're going to protect your own self-respect. So the dress example is because this may be her preference, right? So you're not going to do something that is her preference. That's the last level if it doesn't align with who you are. So the first thing is you protect your own self-respect. The second thing is that you support the relationship container. You support this. You help her in supporting what the relationship needs. You help her manage the relationship. Respond to what the relationship needs, not what your emotions want. Respect her pacing around closeness, distance, and connection. Cooperate without pressure, arguments, or negotiation. You also need to stay anchored in direction. Okay? This is like your purpose, what you're pursuing as a man. That comes afterwards. And the last thing is then consider preferences. These are emotional things. These are like the wants of the relationship, right? Comfort, convenience, wants, and desires. This can be yours or her. I want to watch a movie. I want to do this. I want to do that. Now, watching a movie may also be a bit for connection. It may be what the relationship needs. But to me, the preferences is like emotional needs. Those go last. Relationship needs go second. Your purpose comes third. And you as a man, your self-respect comes first. So here's an example for protecting your self-respect. You see yourself, your identity is that of somebody that works out. Okay, or maybe you haven't worked out for a while and you want to start working out again. So you're going to start working out from 6 to 7. Okay, you find like that's a good time. I can still be home, help out with the kids, and that should be fine. She may not like that in the beginning, and that's fine, right? She may not like that in the beginning, but she sure as hell will respect it. You need to protect your own self-respect. You're not going to not work out because she doesn't like it. Okay, that could be like her emotions, her preferences. So there's a hierarchy here. Within the program, we help you get completely dialed in on all this. So the most important thing as a man is you need to understand how to prioritize your actions because you lead through your actions. Ask yourself these questions. Does this weaken my self-respect? If it does, don't do it, right? That's the first pillar. Does this interfere with her ability to manage the relationship? Does this pull me away from my direction or growth? Is it just about comfort or desire? If it's just about comfort or desire, that's the last thing when it comes to your priorities as a man. So how do you empower yourself in the relationship? How do you take back your power? The first thing you need to understand is that power comes from perspective, okay? You get to decide the level of power that you have in your life. So let's start off with this example. There's a car crash. You get in an accident. A lot of different things can be true for why the accident happened. For one, maybe you were going too fast. Maybe you got distracted. Maybe she wasn't paying attention. Maybe the roads were slippery. Maybe your tires needed to be changed. Maybe your brakes didn't lock in as well. The reason you had the accident could also be because you got a bonus at work, and that bonus allowed you to buy a brand new car. What I'm trying to illustrate here is that there could be 1,000 or even infinite amount of reasons for something occurring. So many different reasons for something happening. Could be that the fact that the wheel was invented. If the wheel wasn't invented, you wouldn't have gotten into the accident in the first place. There's an infinite amount of reasons for why something happens. You get your power when you choose the reason. What do I mean by this? There are external reasons and internal reasons. So for this example, and then we're going to dive into relationship examples. For this example, if, let's say I go out and drive every day and I get in an accident every day. And every day I always put the cause externally. Roads are bad. The other person wasn't paying attention. Just always somebody else's fault. Car wasn't good enough. Brakes weren't good enough. And every day I buy a new car, I go driving, and I get in another accident. By blaming external causes, I remove my ability to change the outcome. The power that I have to change the outcome lies when I take responsibility, when I put the power within myself, because myself is the only thing that I can change. I can't change the external things from occurring, but I can change how I show up. I can change, not going too fast, not putting my phone down when I'm driving. All those different things are things that I can affect. So if you saw a guy crashing every day and always blaming outside causes, you'd say, man, this guy's an idiot. But a lot of us do this in our relationships. What my point is here is that the explanation that you choose determines whether you repeat the past or control the future. Your power is going to come from where you place the why. Here's an important thing to note and understand. The mind is automatically going to pick a cause. You have an automatic response that has been occurring for as long as you've been alive. When it comes to negative events, we tend to look at this. Who's the problem? Where's the danger? It's external. When positive events happen, we tend to then ask ourselves, what did I do right? This is just instinct. It's not wisdom. It's a survival mechanism. Okay, it's a part of our ego. This is what our ego does. There's a negative event. It's like, hey, what's the problem? Who messed up here? Something good goes right at work or whatever it is. What did I do right? Hey, I did that pretty good. You have to understand that before you can change it. So the cause you choose determines your power. If the cause lives outside of you, you are powerless. If the cause lives inside of you and is changeable, you gain control. Power only exists where choice and influence exists. Blame sounds like this. This is who I am. I'm broken. Power sounds like this. This is something I can alter. That's essentially, in one line, how to take back your power in the relationship. Reminding yourself that there's always something you can alter. You got into an argument. Maybe she was tired. Maybe she was cranky. Maybe it was her time of the month. Who knows? If you blame that, you will continue to have the same arguments because you cannot change that. If, let's say there's 100 reasons why she was in a bad mood and she was cranky, and yet, even with all that, you still look internally. And I know this isn't easy. This is hard. This is something I have to work on every single day. But the more accountability you can take, the more power you give yourself to change the outcomes of your life. Just like in business, if I put the responsibility externally, I can't change it. If I'm taking sales calls and I go, well, yeah, my leads are bad, or people are broke, the economy is not good, all these different things, I can't change it. If I look internally and say, well, maybe I haven't built enough trust. Maybe my tonality is not good. Maybe I'm not asking the right questions. I can change. And there's always something you can improve. That's the fun part of growth. And my biggest belief is that relationships and marriage is the best arena in the world for personal growth. It's better than business. Business is a great way to grow, to personally develop. Relationships are even better, but you need to understand the game that you're playing. So you're not saying she did nothing wrong or I caused everything, but what you are saying is I will take responsibility where I have leverage. You're giving yourself leverage. The goal is agency. It's the capacity to act intentionally, make free choices, and exert control over your own life and environment. This is how you take back control of your power. If the reason is she's difficult, nothing changes. She disrespected me, nothing changes. If the reason is I escalated the situation, I wasn't grounded, I didn't create safety, now you can prevent it next time. Now you can choose what the future looks like. You can choose how many arguments happen in your relationship. You can choose how close and intimate the relationship is. You can choose if your relationship feels safe and secure or hostile and chaotic and tense. You have the power. You are the coffee bean. Passing her tests. Now, when it comes to rebuilding trust, one of the most important things that you must absolutely do is pass her tests. So what I want to start off by doing is explaining why she's going to test you. It's extremely important that you understand what tests are, why they occur, because if you do that and you have the right perspective around tests, they're going to be a lot easier to pass, and you're actually going to start liking them, and you're going to see them completely differently. So the default male perspective, right? If we look back throughout human evolution, obviously we didn't used to live in nice homes and buildings with all of our needs met and security. Our main focus as men was, hey, am I safe? It was threat detection. We have to make sure to stay alive. And because of that, we became acutely aware of threats and of danger. And that allowed us to survive. It also means we over-index now in the modern world on threats and danger. What does that mean? Well, there's no saber-toothed tiger coming to attack us anymore. But our brain is still the same brain. It's still looking for the same things. So it's still looking for, am I safe? In the modern world, am I safe means, am I being disrespected? Am I losing status? Am I being judged? So you can see here, the guy on the left is just trying to survive. The guy on the right is worried about all these different things. And it's still coming from the same perspective. It's still coming from threat detection. And I'm telling you this because when she tests you, this is what your default mode is going to be. It's going to be about survival. Now, if her testing you is seen as a threat, there are four main ways that you can react. There's fight, where you escalate, you get angry, you feel like, and this is the thing, your nervous system feels like there's a threat. It feels the same thing as this guy coming across a saber-toothed tiger, okay? It's the same thing. That's what I want you to understand. So you're fighting against your own biology here. You fight. That's one option. Flight, you just leave. Freeze, you go cold, you go quiet. You don't know what to say. You just freeze. You can't say anything. Or fawn. Fawn is like deers do this in the wild. Fawn is like you just play dead, right? If ever you see like a lion attack a deer, and then, or you know, a lot of animals do this, but they'll play dead, and then once he like lets them go or whatever and goes for another kill, then the animal just gets up and runs away. It's a survival mechanism. For you, oftentimes it's fight, flight, or freeze. And I'm going to show you how to change that so you don't see her test as something that's unsafe. The most important thing you need to understand is that you don't react to reality, you react to your perspective of reality. What do I mean by that? So there are a bunch of different words on the screen here, right? As you can see, I want you to take a second and look at the different words. And you're going to notice that different words elicit different responses within you. Out of everybody that's watching and looking at these words right now, everybody's having a different response to different words. What does that mean? It's the same word. It's just a word on a screen. It means it's not the word that affects our reality. It's our perception of that word. Okay? Now, I put edgy words on here because I know divisive words, let's say, because I want to show you that it's not the thing, it's your perception of the thing, right? Trump is the same person, but your perception of Trump affects your reality. Biden is the same person for everybody, but it's our perception of Biden that changes. Same things with trans people, with cats, with socialism, with pride, with economy, all these different things. So what does that mean? It means your perspective determines what you notice, what you assume, and how you behave. The cool thing is you get to choose your reality because you get to choose your perspective. Your perspective is essentially the lens at which you see life, right? You ever heard the expression rose-colored glasses? You put on rose-colored glasses, everything you see is going to be rose. So there's reality versus your reality. Reality is, you think she's testing you or whatever, she asked the question. Your reality is the meaning you assigned to it. So we're obviously going to focus right here on the meaning you assign to these things because you live inside the meaning that you assign. Perspective is not truth. It's not reality. It's not what actually happened. It's a working interpretation. So since you're going to interpret something anyways, why not choose a perspective and why not interpret something in a way that allows you to get what you want, that allows you to win, that allows you to be a better husband and pass her tests. So basically what I'm telling you is that you need to shift your perspective on the interactions with your wife. Because if you see everything that she says to you as an attack, it's going to be very hard for you to rebuild trust. However, if you see everything that she says to you as a way for her to manage the relationship and for her to rebuild trust, it's actually going to allow you to kind of crave and want her to test you more. Okay? Here's what you need to understand. Just like for you here, your brain has evolved to look out for threats, so has hers. What she does, she's not so much concerned about the saber-toothed tiger. She relies on the man for safety and security. So if she hasn't felt safe and secure in the relationship for a long time and she hasn't trusted you, I want you to know that her nervous system is fried. That's why she's angry and she's stressed and maybe she's drinking or she's depressed and all these different things. It's because she's been living in fight or flight. Once you understand that, one, you should have more compassion for her. Two, you need to realize that her testing you is her trying to regain that safety. Because just like this saber-toothed tiger, women used to test men, right? And this has just evolved with sometimes it's on purpose, sometimes it's not on purpose, sometimes it's just their emotions. But they need to know that you are rock solid no matter what. Because if she can throw you off your game, let's say it's 500 years ago. If she can throw you off her game with her words and her emotions, well, then she knows this guy's not going to be able to protect me. What if our village gets raided? What if a bear comes through? What if there's a pack of wolves? I can cut him open with my words. So the modern version of that is the absolute same thing. If she can cut you open with her words, she's not trusting that she is safe. And she's not trusting you. So you want her to trust you because if she trusts you, she feels safe. Simple as that. Why do women test? To gauge leadership, to gather certainty, to compensate for broken trust, and to see if she can relax. All she wants to do is to be able to relax, but she can't relax if she can't trust you. So choose the right perspective. I'm going to give you some examples here, and then I want you to choose the perspective to actually lean in and actually want her to test you. I wrote it here. See test as an opportunity to rebuild trust. See a test as the opportunity to rebuild trust with her, with yourself. See test as an opportunity to grow as a man. See test as an opportunity to lead. See, that's the perspective that we want. So the I'm being tested perspective. Situation 1, she's irritated, short, or cold for no obvious reason. The weak perspective is she's in a bad mood again. The strong perspective is she's checking whether my mood depends on hers. Once again, if you guys remember from the last section, Rebuilding the Man, this is a part of that self-coaching model that I showed you. This is us consciously choosing a thought. And we know that thoughts affect our emotions, affect our actions, and affect our results. So I'm giving you specific ones here. Situation 2, that's the circumstance. She questions a decision that you've made. The weak perspective is she's undermining me. The strong perspective is she's checking whether I collapse or I clarify, right? She's testing me. She's checking me. This is an opportunity. Situation 3, she says something subtly dismissive or sarcastic. The weak perspective is she's disrespecting me. The strong perspective is she's checking whether my identity is solid. Isn't this awesome? Like if you believe these things, you would love your wife so much more. because she's literally checking on you. She's testing you. She's making sure that you are who you say you are. She's making sure that you're fulfilling your potential. Just like we saw in the last module, you should be optimizing for the realization of your fullest potential. Your wife is the best vehicle to get you there through her tests. It's daily accountability. She brings up another man's success, looks, or confidence. She's not comparing you guys. She's checking whether you know who you are. She's checking to see if you're confident, if you are grounded. She pokes at an insecurity you've carried for years. The weak perspective is, she knows this hurts me. She's cruel. She's mean. She's a bitch. The strong perspective is this. She's checking whether this still has power over me. And why does she need to check that? For her own freaking survival. So she can relax. Situation 6, she pulls back affection, sex, or warmth. Weak perspective, she's punishing me or I'm losing her. The strong perspective is, she's checking if I crumble without validation. It could also, and there's so many different variations. It could also be, she's checking to see if I know how to reignite desire. So here are some perspective shifts within your relationship. Now, you can also have a perspective shift just within your life as a whole. Okay, this could be like a mantra or something that you really, really believe in that you operate within for your whole life. So when you watch a movie, there's always a hero. Well, they're typically heroes, and the hero always has a perspective on life, especially like the superhero movies, like the Gladiator. There's a perspective that we have that allows us to go through the pain, that allows the hero to do what he needs to do to get to the end result. You get to choose that perspective. You get to choose that perspective when it comes to saving your family. For me, I can give you some here. I really recommend that you do the work right now and try and find a couple perspectives that you can use to lead your life. For one, I know a lot of guys that come work with me are in a lot of pain, a lot of emotional pain and doubt and fear and regret and shame. And one of my main things is pain is the gateway to purpose. I've seen it in my own life. I've seen it in my clients' lives. You can turn pain into power. So don't run from the pain. 2 is you get what you tolerate. This is a huge thing in relationships. You will always get what you tolerate in your life. You tolerate disrespect, you get disrespect. You actually teach people how to treat you. You also get what you tolerate when it comes to your health, when it comes to your business, when it comes to your wealth. So that to me is something that orients my life. You get what you tolerate. It's a perspective I take. How I respond under pressure is who I really am. That's another great perspective. You're not, you are defined, and the real version of you is who you are under pressure, not who you are when everything's going right. Everybody's happy and present and fun to be around when everything's going right. It's who you are when things are going bad. Nothing in my life improves until I do. That's a fantastic perspective, gives you power for your life. And I am watched more than I am listened to. This is a great one as a father, right? That's a fantastic perspective to have. I am watched more than I am listened to as a father. Becoming unshakable. So we know we need to pass her tests. We're reframing her tests to see them as bids for connections. Bids for connection. She's trying to manage the relationship. When she's testing you, she's basically saying the relationship lacks trust. I'm giving you a test so you can rebuild the trust. As a man, your priority, your main action is to protect your self-respect. So if she's doing that, unless she's like coming at you like being very verbally or physically or mentally abusive, you need to realize that it's just she's trying to rebuild the relationship. It has nothing to do with you. Okay? You're going to protect your self-respect, then you're going to support the relationship. She's trying to rebuild trust. You support it. You let her rebuild the trust. And what that means, guys, a lot of the times is letting the venom come out. She's going to test you. Maybe she's going to test you verbally with an attack about your character and this, and you did this wrong. Let that come out. And I'll show you that in a sec, why that's so important. So we want you to become unshakable. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to change. She's going to notice, and she's going to test. That test can be a harsher tone, divorce talk resurfacing, more conflict, stronger language. In the beginning, she's testing to make you fail. Okay, so in the beginning, I mean, as you're trying to rebuild trust, she's going to test you, and she's testing you because she wants you to fail. Why? Because it reinforces her story about the relationship, about the past. And right now, she's probably changed her story. So she's going to test you to kind of solidify her decision. If you fail the test, she goes, perfect, great. I know I'm making the right decision. As you pass more of those tests, The tests are going to be designed to verify permanence, to verify, okay, this is real. This change is real. Trust is going to be rebuilt when consistency survives pressure. Once she's tested you enough, and once again, this is intuitive. This is her managing the relationship. It's built in within women. It's not a logical thing. It's an emotional thing. She's going to feel this. Then she's going to stop testing you and she's going to surrender. When I say surrender, I mean she's going to feel safe again. She's going to let it all fall. She'll stop being so masculine and anxious. Something for you to know is like, hey, if changes were instant, no one would trust it. Okay, from day to day, like you need to understand that it's natural and normal for her to test. Don't get mad at her for testing. You wouldn't trust her changes either if she just happened one day to the next. This is really important. This is a great perspective as well. What feels like regression is often proof of progress. The tests will get stronger as you get better. Why? Because in the beginning, she's going to test a little test here and there. You fail, sometimes you pass. Then her tests get ramped up. And then as you obviously go through this program, you level up, you pass more tests, you pass more tests, you pass more tests. Then the tests keep getting harder. They keep getting harder because she's trying harder to break you to see if it's real, if it's true. So if she gives you her hardest test and you don't falter, that's when trust is rebuilt. You have to know that it's going to get worse before better. She's going to escalate to provoke the reaction that she's used to. Passing tests often leads to stronger tests. Tests may come in waves, super important. So another reason tests come in waves is because intuitively she knows that if you know every single day there's a test coming, you can prepare for it. So what she'll do intuitively, she'll let the calm come through. And she'll be very nice and very sweet for a week, 2 weeks, a month. And then boom, all of a sudden, there's a storm. You get this bout of intensity. And that is meant to break you. It's meant to test you. And so that's one of those big tests. When these start happening, just know those are typically very big tests, and those are huge opportunities to rebuild trust. And just remember, guys, if nothing were changing, there would be nothing to test. Now, as men, we like to win. We like to play games. Men typically like to play sports. And when we play, we win. We want to win. It's just a typical masculine thing. We have egos, right? Men have egos, so we want to win. The game you're playing right now, most likely when it comes to your wife, is a game you cannot win. So you will probably end up like this guy here, sad. Because here's why you can't win. Because you're basing your success on her emotions, on trying to win her back, on trying to change her feelings, and on trying to seek her approval. Do not do this because you're not playing a winnable game. How do you see if you're winning? Because look, check it out. Her emotions are going to change daily. They're going to change based on her hormones. They're going to change based on how she feels, if she's stressed, things going on at work, who she's talking to, her friends she's hanging out with. All these different things affect her emotions. So if you base your success from the things that you're learning, when you join me in the program, that's one of the biggest things. We want to make sure we're looking at internal reasons, not external reasons. Because if a guy comes up to me week after week and he says, hey, my wife's been really nice with me or things are going well, I go, hey, that's awesome. That's great. Don't forget, that's not what we're basing our success on, because tests will come and those things are going to get removed. So if you're basing your success on those things, you're going to think you're failing when tests arise. But that's not true. Okay? That's what's super, super important. You can't control your wife's emotions. What you can do is create an environment for her to feel certain things when she's with you, but you still don't get to control her emotions. So seeking for her approval, trying to win her back, trying to change her feelings is not something to focus on. It's not a winnable game. You will always lose. You'll always lose because you have no power in that. What I want you to do, what I want you to focus on, I want you to play a game that you can actually win. And so this is what we do. We gamify it. The games you can win. And within our program, we track all of these and we have metrics for every single aspect of this so you can see, am I getting better and where am I getting better in these different things? So we want you to measure your success on becoming a great man, husband, and father. We want you to measure your success on striving to be the best man that you can be. Are you continuously pursuing that every single day? Are you being a proud role model for your kids? Are you becoming capable of a top 1% marriage? This is super important. You notice how I said becoming capable of creating a top 1% marriage. I didn't say creating a top 1% marriage, because creating a top 1% marriage It can happen, but it's also outside of your control. You can become a man that's capable of it, but you can't guarantee that you can create it. I hope that makes sense. So if you base, and once again, this is to orient yourself and how to win, right? Trackable, measurable things that you can improve, that you can win upon, so you feel that satisfaction. All right, now I want to talk quickly about dealing with difficult scenarios. So let's say there's another man. You suspect there's another man, or there is another man. An important thing for you to understand is the perspective I want you to have. First of all, don't go talk to that guy. You're going to be doing it out of anger. It's not going to help the situation. Don't bring it up to your wife either right away. Book a call. Like, we can help you with these situations get a little tricky, but don't bring it up to the other guy. Don't bring it up to her. What I want you to do is take this perspective, and it's a very difficult perspective to take, but your wife's emotional needs weren't being met in the relationship. This is whether it's an emotional affair, maybe a physical affair. Your wife's needs haven't been met in the relationship with you for a long time. So I want you to think of this other guy as just having fulfilled, being the guy that's fulfilling your wife's needs in the meantime. Okay, he's irrelevant. He has just been there because you have not been able to fulfill your wife's needs. So what you want to do is you want to learn how to fulfill your wife's needs, and then that guy becomes irrelevant, right? Most oftentimes what happens is limerence. She sees somebody else. She gets all these emotions, which are literally like drugs to another difficult scenario. You feel yourself getting angry. If you feel yourself getting angry in conversations, when she's testing you and anything's happening, make an excuse and get out. Create space. Super important. Once again, you don't want women to see that anger. Anger is a very masculine thing. It's very scary for a woman. So pretend you have a phone call, take a phone call, pretend you just say, hey, I need to go for a walk. Just get yourself out of there. I need to go get milk. I need to go. Get yourself out of the situation. If she says she wants a divorce, what I want you to do is be non-reactive, okay? She is sharing her emotions. Very important to understand that. If she says, I want a divorce, I'm going to show you in a sec. She's saying, I want a divorce. What she's doing is feeling how that, she's expressing that to see how that feels. So that doesn't mean you take the logical masculine brain and go, okay, well then let's sign the paperwork. She's testing it out. So what I want you to do is don't validate that thought. Where are we at? She says she wants a divorce. Don't validate it and freak out and go do all these crazy things. Literally sit in there, get curious, and just allow her to let those feelings out. She says she wants to separate or needs time. Same thing. Ask her about those emotions. They're not logistical issues. They're emotional issues. You need to understand that. If she says stuff like everything you do is not good enough, just know that this one means typically that it's not so much about you, right? When she starts saying crazy stuff like this, it's that there's so much pain and hurt and anger within her that she's trying to find a way out and escape to let all that stuff through, okay? So as you rebuild trust, this should start to deteriorate. And also know you don't control your wife's emotions. There may be things, she may have her own trauma, her own issues, her own things that she's struggling with. The guys that go through my program, they learn how to help their wives grow through that stuff. Okay, you don't need to be a therapist. You don't need to be a life coach or a certified at anything to do this. You have the most power because you have the most influence. Because you are the masculine in the feminine's life, you can actually direct the triangle like we were talking about before. And if you direct it towards growth, not only do you grow, but she grows. That's how powerful this is. So she may say things like this. She may have complaints about you. You don't care. You're never present. You never keep your word. You never listen. I want you to understand that there is always truth to her complaints. It doesn't mean it is the truth, but typically what I want you to do when she says stuff like this, I want you to listen to it. You're never present. You don't care. She's not saying that you don't care. Obviously you do care, but you have to be able to find out and understand the gap between your intentions and how that is being perceived by her. Because you probably care a lot. So the fact that she's saying you don't care, it just doesn't compute. But maybe she's saying, but what she's actually saying is, I don't feel like you fully understand me, which is different. And you can actually do something about that. I don't feel heard or understood. You're never present. Once again, that could be me and I don't feel heard. You never keep your word. Maybe you think you keep your word, but you don't. You don't have integrity in the things that matter to her. You never listen. Once again, this is one of the biggest ones. Biggest things that women complain about is that they don't feel like their husbands really listen to them. They don't feel heard. Her complaints about herself. This is very important. So she may complain about the relationship. She's going to complain about you, and then she's going to complain about herself. This is like the last level. Okay. She starts off by complaining about the relationship, then you, then herself. This is not good. Your job as the man is to build up your wife. You must build her up. Remember, men have egos, women have insecurities. It's your job to build her up. If you don't, that's when she starts feeling bad about herself. And let me tell you, the next stage is restoring or reigniting desire. One of the biggest things to reignite desire, one of the biggest things to help your wife trust you more is to help her have more confidence within herself. A woman who feels alive and radiant and confident and self-assured is going to go through this process a lot quicker. So your job as the man is to build your wife up. And we're going to show you how to do that in communication in a minute here. So just know if she says things like, I can't do it anymore, I chose wrong, I'm sacrificing myself, she's complaining about herself, you need to show her that these things are not true. Okay. This isn't like a sign of like, oh, she's taking accountability. This is a sign of like she's beating herself up over stuff and it's not good or healthy. If her confidence is low, she will blame herself. Examples. Oh yeah. A good example I have here is kids report cards. Okay. You guys have parent-teacher meeting. You go, teacher says like, yeah, your kids aren't doing that good in school. And she's going to blame herself. Well, I'm not a good mother. I'm not doing this well enough. Like I should have been there. I should have been here. All those different things. What happens is that if she's blaming herself, a lot of the things that you're going to try and do in the relationship don't really matter because her main goal is to feel confident within herself first. Communication mastery. The first thing before we get into communication mastery is understanding that men and women, the masculine and the feminine, communicate for different purposes. The masculine communicates to solve problems. I fix, right? Every single man I work with, they try to fix things. Women communicate to connect. What does that mean? It means most of the time when she's talking to you, when she's communicating with you, she's not looking to solve a problem. She's looking to connect. And for her, connection means all of these things. We're going to talk about feelings. I'm going to express stuff. I'm going to try to connect with you. There's going to be a problem. There's going to be maybe a solution. It's all over the place. Men are very singularly focused, so sometimes this is difficult for men. I want you to understand that she is communicating to connect. That is it. So what does that mean for you? It means you must be present and you must engage in that communication, not to fix, not to do anything else other than trying to connect. That's your new goal when you communicate with your wife, connection. The number one complaint wives have about their husbands is that they don't feel heard. They don't feel heard because men and women communicate in different ways. Very important here. We've spoken about this before. She will try on saying things to see if it feels right. Example, I want to separate may mean I'm overwhelmed, I feel hopeless, or I need space to think. And we're going to show you how to understand and decode women's communication. That's exactly what I'm going to show you right here. Communication fails because of three common issues. Misaligned intentions. You might be trying to solve a problem, but your wife wants to feel heard and validated first. Emotional triggers. When emotions run high, logic often takes a back seat and the conversation spirals. Lack of tools. Many men haven't been given the tools to handle emotionally charged conversations with confidence and calmness. I'm going to help you, in all of these three different areas here. The 3 musts of communication. This is like the basics, guys. Give undivided presence. Do not interfere. Reflect before you respond. Literally just write this down in your journal every single day and you'll become a better communicator just by doing the basics. When it comes to misaligned intentions, hopefully what I just shared with you and what I'll continue to share with you will help you align your intentions when it comes to communication with your wife. And I'm going to show you how to actually prepare before communication here in a sec. Emotional triggers. A lot of this is stage 3, stage 1 as well. If you don't know what I'm talking about and you just skipped to this section, go watch those videos. It's important. There's a reason I did everything in the order that it's in. Okay, you want to remove your emotional triggers. And lack of tools is exactly what we're going to do now. Okay. The difference between being interesting and being interested. So there's this story of this woman who went and sat and had dinner. This beautiful woman, she was a movie star. And she went and sat and had dinner with 2 different British prime ministers. Okay. These guys were both highly respected, highly intelligent, revered men. Okay. Very, very high status men. On the left here, we have Gladstone. And she spoke to reporters after having her dinner with Gladstone, and she told them, she said she was extremely impressed with his knowledge. She said she felt like Gladstone was the smartest person in the world. And then she had dinner with Disraeli. And the conversation was much different. With Gladstone showed how smart he was. He was talking about everything he knew and all the accomplishments he made and the businesses and all these different things. Disraeli invested in her with his attention. He barely spoke at all. He asked her questions. And the main difference is this. She said, Gladstone made me feel like he was the smartest person in the world. Disraeli made me feel like I was the smartest person in the world. This is super, super important, because if you want to be charismatic, if you want to make your wife feel heard, appreciated, understood, and valued, it's not about trying to impress her with your knowledge and your growth and your anything. It's about fully investing in her. You can even see it here. Look at this guy. He's looking directly at her. He's smiling, and she's sharing, and she's glowing, and she's beautiful. This is a feminine woman. This is a woman in her masculine. You can see the difference here. This is her natural state. Just know that. On the left, if you can see my mouse here on the left, this is typically the masculine state. This state is going to get you success in your career or business, but you need to learn how to become more like Disraeli when it comes to your relationships, how to soften, and your job is to actually pull out her feminine. The core principle here is that people don't bond with those who impress them. They bond with those who are genuinely interested in them. The frame here, the perspective, is that you are learning your wife again from scratch. You should be super curious. Curiosity is the number one biggest thing when it comes to communication. If you are genuinely curious, and you genuinely want to understand your wife's values, her emotions, her fears, her desires, everything that makes her tick, I guarantee you her walls will come down, and I guarantee you will rebuild trust and reignite desire. Curiosity is the number one biggest thing. A lot of guys don't know what that actually means, and I've even had clients where I had to coach them through this. Curiosity doesn't mean asking her, what did you do? What did you go for lunch today? What did you do? And like interrogating. You want to be curious as to what makes her tick. What is it within her? Not logistically. And the biggest thing I can tell you is you can only go so deep with somebody else as you've gone with yourself. Once again, this is why stage 3 is about the internal game. Once you start to shine the flashlight into your own internal game, you start to see different areas. Now you know what questions to ask her to go into her internal world. So a lot of guys are shallow, and the wives will say, I just feel like you're surface level. It's because you are. You can't go deep and have these very deep, interesting conversations with your woman because you don't know how to lead them, because you haven't done the work on yourself. And I can tell you, from me becoming a coach and all the certifications, all the stuff that I've done over the years working with my clients, what has impacted mine and Emily's relationship more than anything else is that knowledge that I have. Because now, whenever something occurs, we dive in. We talk about her limiting beliefs, her perspectives, everything that's happened to her, her psychology. And it's so powerful because I become her coach and she becomes my coach. The saddest thing to me is when I hear guys say that their wives just talk a lot and the conversation sucks. So what they do is they just kind of nod and go, yep, yep, yep. And they're not really present. They're not really there. I don't blame these guys. They'll tell me like, man, my wife spent an hour talking about her friends at work. And I go like, why do I care? Why should I care and put my energy into that? That's fair. The sad part to me is that you don't know that you could be having way better conversations with your wife. That's the sad part. If your wife's talking about bullshit every day, nonsense and drama, blah, 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 and you feel like this is not worth it, it's not fun, it's just gossip, it doesn't do anything for us, and you engage in it for 10 years, 15 years, you're not helping your wife live a more fulfilling life, and you're not helping yourself. So stop being complacent and just saying, yeah, let my wife talk about whatever. And I'm rebuilding the relationship by just letting her vent for an hour. Now, very different when you're trying to rebuild trust. Like, she's going to have venom. She's going to want to say stuff to you, and you sure as hell need to be present right now. But I'm talking more when it gets to the later stages of your relationship, when you're once you've reconciled. I want you to understand that you get to lead the quality of the conversations. And the quality of the conversations are going to be based on the quality of the questions that you ask. That's what a top 1% marriage is. It's when you have such deep, good conversations that you don't have TV. Emily and I don't have a TV in our apartment. We just talk. We are so in tune with each other's fears and goals and aspirations and dreams and desires. That's what you want. That's what you need. You don't need a therapist, and you don't need other people to help you. Obviously, right now, you probably do. Like, you need a coach, you need some help. But my whole goal is that once you go through the program, if I coach you, you have the tools for the rest of your life that you get to bring the best out of her. She gets to bring the best out of you, and you guys can coach each other. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Okay? Be like Disraeli. One of my favorite all-time quotes. I've had this on my vision board since I started coaching. This is what makes me a good coach. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. This is what's going to make you a good listener. Write this quote down. It's powerful. There's really not much else I can say. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. That's it. This will take you so far in your relationship. And once again, this is the principle of curiosity. So leadership in communication is seeking first to understand, then be understood. What happens is understanding this disarms her defensiveness. Okay. What most men do is reverse the order. They try to be understood first. That's false. That's wrong. Understand her first. You'll see it'll be way better. Listening is a test of self-control. Understanding does not mean agreement. Also very important. You can dive deep into her world and understand her pains and her complaints about you without agreeing with them. They're two different things. So we're going to talk about frames and what that is in a second here, but how seek first to understand sets the frame. It's that when you listen first, you establish that this conversation is safe. You establish that no one needs to fight for airtime. You establish that emotions can exist without escalation. So just this perspective, just this frame your perspective creates the frame in a relationship. Okay. What a frame is essentially is the person that is the most grounded will typically take the frame in a relationship. So you and your wife are arguing. Her emotions are getting higher and higher. She starts like yelling and really going after you. If you engage in that behavior and you start yelling, her frame has won. You are now stepping into her frame. In order to take back control of the frame, you guys start talking, she escalates. Same thing happens. Instead of escalating yourself, you stay calm and grounded long enough for her to step back into your frame. You're not forcing her into your frame, but you're holding your frame for a long enough period of time for her to come back in. She may not always come back in. You may not always win the frame. Okay? So let's say this happens. She escalates. You stay cool, calm, and collected. She has her frame. You have your frame. Instead of joining her in her frame, you stay here. But she doesn't join your frame. She stays up here. Guess what? The contrast between behaviors, between frames, is going to be so evident and so apparent that her behavior, it's going to be like you're shining a mirror to her behavior, right? You're like shining a mirror to her crazy. And that is way more powerful than getting in an argument with her, because now there's such a big difference between how she's behaving and how you're behaving that she starts to see, oh shit. She may not notice it in the moment, but she'll go to bed that night being like, shit, I really messed that up. And that's how you start to lead. And that's how you take the frame. Now, there are frames within conversations. There's also a frame within the relationship. And right now, she probably has the frame. What I tend to see happens is your wife has the emotional frame. She starts to pull away and you go into her frame. What's wrong? What can I do better? Blah, 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 blah. Now you're in her frame, which validates her feelings. Her emotions are now leading the relationship. Instead, I want you to be grounded and obviously learn the things, apply the things that we're talking about in this video. I want you to be grounded and so self-assured. It's like, whatever happens, happens, but I'm the prize and I'm going to focus on me and become the best man, husband, and father that I can be. But fundamentally, this guy believes that he's the fucking prize. That's what you need to believe. If you believe that, that's what's going to allow her to come back. If you don't believe you're the prize and you're just trying to win your wife back, why would you want to come back? It doesn't create the right frame for it. Listening mastery, super important. Remember in the beginning, we said leadership through listening. This is going to allow you to rebuild trust. You need to rebuild trust with your actions. You also need to rebuild trust within communication, because for her, feeling safe in communication is what's going to allow her to start testing you. And the more she tests you, the more she can trust you. When it comes to listening, we're going to break this down into listening basics, listening intentions, listening preparation, and listening outcomes. Okay, there are 4 main sections of how to be a great listener. Listening basics. Do this, please. Put your phone face down and out of reach. Turn off the TV, turn off the radio, turn off all distractions. You don't need the news on while you guys are talking. Turn your body fully towards her. Maintain steady eye contact while she speaks. Make her feel like she is the only person in the world. Right? Look at this dude. You see? He's not checking his phone. He's not doing anything. She feels like she's the most important person in the world. That's what this should look like when you're listening to your wife. Do not interrupt or finish her sentences. Do not explain, defend, or problem solve while she's talking. Let silence happen without filling it. This is massive, guys. Massive, massive, massive. Wait 2 to 3 seconds after she finishes before responding and try to summarize what she said. Okay, this you'll probably backfire and won't work in the beginning, but you need to do it to practice to get better at it. We're not trying to summarize the logistics of what she said, okay? Here's what we're doing. We're listening, and we're trying to summarize, bing, 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 she has all these different things, the feelings. That's all we really care about, okay? She's expressing all the problems and the solutions. Most of the time, to make her feel heard, we want to show her that we can understand what she's feeling. So she's going to complain, she's going to say all these things, and you go like, it sounds to me like you feel, maybe you might feel very overwhelmed right now. Here's what's going to happen. 1, she's going to say, yeah, exactly, I do feel overwhelmed. Or 2, she's going to say, no, I don't feel overwhelmed. And then she's going to tell you how she actually feels. What's good about this is that you, by her either agreeing with you or telling you how she actually feels, you're actually learning, so you're going to get a lot better at this. Once again, it's a skill. Here's the kind of perspective I want you to have. Think about the most important job interview you've ever had. You weren't checking your phone. You weren't finishing the other person's sentences. You weren't thinking about what you wanted to say next. You were listening for nuance, for tone, and implication. That person was the only person in the world at that moment. Same thing. Imagine you're driving on the highway in heavy rain at night. Your phone buzzes, you ignore it. Music fades into the background. You're not thinking about tomorrow. You're not multitasking. You're fully locked in. This is how you should show up for conversations with your wife. If you don't, you get what you tolerate. You're going to have shitty, boring conversations. This is what I'm saying. You lead in this way. If you show up this purposeful in your conversations, she's going to start feeling like, wow, he's really giving a lot to me. I'm not going to waste this on bullshit conversations talking about Jesse and Jenny and all these different things. Listening intentions. Listen for areas to appreciate, listen for her contributions to you, and listen for what's underneath her words. Now, listening intentions is very important because look, men are singularly focused. So when it comes to conversations, if she's bouncing all over the place, it's going to be hard for you to keep up, hard for you to know what you should be listening for, what you should be doing. So I teach you what to do before. You're going to go in with an intention, okay? You're going to be listening for certain things. Number 1, you're going to listen for areas to appreciate. Actively search for what you can appreciate in her. Appreciation equals emotional ammunition for now or later. It boosts her confidence and reminds you she's valuable. Remember, we spoke about this before. It's part of your job as a man to build up your woman. Women have big egos, or men have big egos, women have insecurities. So when you're communicating, listen for areas to appreciate. When she's talking to you about, oh, I picked up the kids and I made their lunches and I did this and did that, what do you think there is to appreciate there? Wow, you're such an incredible and thoughtful mother. Our kids are so lucky to have you. You're such a caring and compassionate mom. Very easy, right? She's talking about all these logistical things. Don't jump into that. Oh, well, you should have given him an extra sandwich. I don't know, whatever. You're looking for something to appreciate within what she's saying, to appreciate her. Super powerful. Number 2, listen for her contributions to you. Remember, your wife is like your coach. So tune into how her words and actions benefit your life. Express what you see and value her influence. She needs to feel like I matter to him. This will also boost her confidence and self-esteem. Example. My wife has been my biggest supporter as a coach. Okay, she sees what I do, she sees behind the scenes, and she has told me from the very beginning, this is what you are meant to do. And so even in the beginning, when I doubted myself and I doubted my confidence and, I had to take a lot of big risks to get where I'm at, she was always there for me. And so that is a massive contribution that she has had towards me. I need to make sure that she knows that. And so when she says things, when she encourages me, when she does those different things and boosts me up, she needs to know that I realize and I acknowledge that. Why? Because it boosts up her confidence and her self-esteem. It makes her feel like I really matter to this guy, right? It's not that you want a woman to feel like she brings out the best in you. Like, yeah, this is a good man, but because of me, like, look how much I'm able to impact this person. She feels impactful. And don't forget, women and men derive purpose from different things. Like men, it's about the achievement. For us, it's about what can I achieve out here? For the woman, the feminine, it's about look at how I was able to support my man go out there, right? It's different. So if she doesn't feel like I matter to him, she doesn't feel connected, it's very like a lonely place to be. Another important thing, if she says, I love you, but I'm not in love with you, I need space, all those different things, and you join us and you start working on yourself and you do all the things that I'm talking about in this course, she starts to feel like, wow, I really matter to this guy. Look at what he's done because of my influence. Now, maybe he was blind to it for a long time, but look what he's trying to accomplish now. That boosts her confidence and self-esteem. Number 3 is listen for what's underneath her words. This is the most important thing. This is when you're looking and trying to understand the emotions. You never compliment me means I want to feel desired by you. You never help around the house means she wants to feel like you're a team. You don't listen to me means she wants to feel seen and understood. You only touch me when you want sex means she wants to feel loved and desired for more than just her body. Okay? Listen for what's underneath the words. So if you do these things, you listen to appreciate, you listen for her contributions, and you listen for the emotions and what's underneath the words, you are going to be a much better listener and you're going to start to be able to understand what the relationship actually needs. Behind every complaint is a commitment. Huge perspective. Write this one down. Very, very, very important. This is why I want you to look at everything. Behind every complaint is a commitment. She is committed, right? Listen for her contributions to you. She is committed to you being the best man that you can be. If she says, oh, you never take out the trash, she's not complaining. She's actually helping you, hold you accountable to doing the things that you said you were going to do, to keeping you in integrity. It sucks. I get it. Sometimes she's going to say things and she's going to poke at insecurities that you genuinely have. And you need to be strong enough as a man to not let those insecurities bother you and to pull the weeds out like we talked about in stage 3 so that you can see that these are just commitments that she has. She's committed to you being the best man, husband, and father you can be. All right, so now we're going to talk about listening preparation. And you're going to go, Justin, why do I need to prepare to listen? You need to prepare to listen, to be a good listener, especially right now, because things have gone bad for a long time. So the context I want you to have here is like you're going behind enemy lines. You know things are going to get heated. You know there's going to be conflict. So you need to prepare. You need to armor up. You need to make sure that you are good to go. You're going to war. You're ready. Your mindset's right. You have your armor on. Everything's good. So to do that, I want you to clear your head before you walk in. If you had a big day at work, stay in your car, have your journal in your car, write down your to-do list, do your brain dump. If something's bothering you, deal with it. Make the phone call you need to do. Call the client, close the deal. Do that stuff before. Another thing we do is we do our 10-second check-in where we have a checklist where people go through. They do their little checklist, make sure they're present, make sure they're in the right headspace. And also bring attention to your breath and reset. Walk in with a chosen listening context. Am I going to listen for how she's trying to connect? I'm going to listen to her as a woman. I'm committed to lifting her up, right? Walk in. Lock in and walk in knowing what you're listening for. And deal with your triggers. Super important. One of the biggest things. This is an ongoing thing. If you have general insecurities or self-doubt, You got to do the work to remove those things. If you have current insecurities, and most of these are also about reframing. Like if you're a short guy and you have insecurities about being short, there are a couple different things you can do. You can reframe your perspective of that. Or you can dive a little bit deeper, and it's like, why am I insecure of my height? Why am I insecure of whatever it is? Work with somebody, figure out the root cause of this stuff and remove it. If you have current insecurities, so this is something that you're screwing up. Let's say you're overweight and you eat a cookie and she's like, should you really be eating that? This is absolutely something that you can fix and work on now. And the best thing you can do to remove this insecurity is to actually take action. That insecurity will not be as close to the surface the minute you start working to removing it. It's not by you having six-pack abs that her saying, hey, you shouldn't be eating that cookie will not hurt anymore. It's once you actually start taking action to lose the weight. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So if you're eating cookies, or if you're triggered and she's saying like, oh, you're so triggered, do the work on removing that being angry stereotype, removing those insecurities. And it's once you start doing the work that her words won't hurt. It's not once you're perfect. It's as soon as you start doing the work. Old wounds, you need to process your emotional trauma. This is like the bee stung hand example we spoke about before. Track your triggers, super important here. If you find your wife's triggering you a lot, write them down and track them. I've worked with guys who've had like 20 years of huge, really, really, really big and deep trauma. Not with their wives, just like huge life events that have happened. And one of the biggest things we do is we track their triggers, and then we learn to either remove the triggers completely or to create a response after you've tracked the trigger. You create a response to not go down that hole and go down this path. So you need to know the triggers. Maybe it's something she says, maybe it's something she does. Write these things down, and then we can start to figure out and create a game plan for those to deal with those triggers. And the last thing is remove yourself when triggered, right? Leave the conversation. Listening outcomes. Guys, this is what she must feel. If you do all of these things correctly, right? If you do all these things correctly, you're a Disraeli, you do everything we've spoken about. Your wife should feel safe. She should feel like she's secure and protected, like she can share anything and it doesn't matter. She can be safe to share her heart, her vulnerabilities, her fears, her doubts, her insecurities, all of that. She won't be judged. She won't be controlled. The temperature of the conversation will stay safe. That is absolutely necessary. She's going to feel heard, right? Because she's going to feel like my feelings are recognized. She actually hears and understands what I'm trying to say. She's going to feel valued. Like I actually matter to this guy, right? In so many ways, she's going to feel valued because of this. You're looking for her contributions because of the way you're showing up, because you're being fully present, because you're seeking first to understand. You do this stuff, you will become a masterful listener, and this will carry out throughout all of your relationships with your children, with the people that you work with. And I promise you, it will serve you well in your relationships. You have to commit to listening mastery. Okay, now I was debating whether or not I should put the bridge method in this video. What I decided to do is I'm giving you guys a brief overview of the bridge method, okay? Just so you can see what it looks like and you can see kind of a little deep dive into the program, what we do, and how we help guys rebuild trust. So as you know, I'm a very granular person. I like systems. I like structure. If I can't measure it, I think it's BS, okay? So we want to be able to measure. We want to be able to understand everything that we're going through. It's a scientific process of rebuilding trust. So one of the main things we need to understand is there are going to be tests, and she's going to have a lot of venom, a lot of kind of pain within her. What we want to do is we want to pull the pain out, and then we want to pass the tests. That's how we create trust, okay? We do that through conversation. We do that through how we're showing up in many different ways. So what I've created is a 3-step process to rebuilding trust. This is like the foundation that everything else is built upon. Okay, this is the structure to the rebuilding trust section. And this is what I call the bridge method. So what I've seen after working with hundreds of men is that in most marriages, the same issues from the past keep coming up. Okay, so every time these issues come up again and again and again, what happens is that where attention goes, energy flows. You talk about the problems, you make the problems bigger. So these old emotions keep resurfacing, the resentment is reactivated, and the relationship takes another hit. Okay? This is exactly why traditional therapy often makes things worse. What happens, it's like you're driving a high performance sports car, right? You're driving, you're speeding down the road, but you're constantly looking in the rearview mirror. If you are always looking behind you and looking at the past and what's wrong and all these different things, you're inevitably going to crash. You're not actually looking and trying to drive forward. You're going to crash. And when you crash, guess what? That creates another negative experience to look back upon in the relationship. So we can't keep going like this. We can't keep rehashing the past. What we need to do is we need to create a clean slate. And as the man, you lead the triangle, you lead the relationship. What you're going to do is, what I'm going to teach you to do is to create a clean slate, wipe the past clean, and say from now on, this is what the relationship is. This is the new baseline of the relationship, and we are moving forward. Now, this isn't going to be easy. There are going to be lots of tests, and there is a specific process that I have created that allows you to do this. When it comes to an apology, okay, we're gonna be using apologies here. It's important to know that. Apologies, what I hate, and I've even had clients join me because of this. I've had a guy text me, he emailed me and he said, hey man, I'm in this other program, like this is the apology letter they want me to send. He sent it to me and I said, don't send that. I said, don't send that, give me a call, here's my number. We spoke right away and then he became a client. The purpose of the apology is not to apologize. It's not to manage your wife's emotions. It's not to make her feel better. It's not even to rebuild trust. The purpose of an apology is to take accountability for the rift in the relationship. It's to empower yourself and go, these are the specific things where I see that I had a role to play. I'm taking accountability for it. And to me, what an apology is, it's a contract. Okay. A lot of you guys love to keep your words, and a lot of guys bring up like, well, we signed our vows. Why doesn't she honor our vows? Okay. That's fair. Your wife didn't honor her vows. What you're going to do is you're going to make some promises. You're going to do this process. And if you break that, which probably you haven't been the man that she married. So even though the vows were like till death do us part, she thought you were going to be that other guy, the one she fell in love with. And you broke your vows by not being that guy. Okay, just a perspective. Just think about that. This allows you, what I'm saying here is this allows you to stay in integrity because you're actually going to write things down, you're going to understand, and you're going to take ownership for what you need to take ownership for. So when this is applied correctly, it becomes a turning point in relationships. Literally, you'll see here, when we talk about the big apology, which I give you an example of down here, you will see that I've had guys completely turn their marriages around just from that letter. Okay. Obviously, they've had to do the work before, and I tell you when to deliver the letter. And with my clients, we revise the letter multiple times. Okay. I don't want you to just go on the internet, find a letter, and give it to your wife and go like, oh, here, like Justin said, my marriage should be fixed. No, not at all. Okay. These guys have done extensive work with me first to get to this point where we feel like, okay, we think that we're ready for a big turning point in the relationship. We really pour our hearts into writing this letter. I have a huge video, an hour video detailing exactly how to write it. The reason this is blacked out is because I don't want you to just copy paste it because you're going to do more harm than good to your marriage. Okay. It's not about the letter. It's not about apologizing. It's about you feeling and understanding everything you've written down. That's what's important to me. Purpose of an apology is taking responsibility for the rift in the relationship. Super important. All of these apologies are worthless if you do not pass the tests that come with it. That is the most important thing. First step, what we do is we do something called the mini apology. This is something that we do within the first 2 to 3 days when you join the program. What it does is it frames your journey that you're embarking on. It sets the expectations, but you're also not making any promises to your wife. Okay. Once again, I break this down fully and completely. You get a bunch of examples so that you know how to actually do this properly. This is a very short outline of what we do. So the first thing is thanking your wife. You want to acknowledge and thank her for waking you up to the fact that you have let her down. Okay. This is the wake-up call. Thank her for the wake-up call. Okay. Whatever it is that she said, I'm not in love with you anymore. I want space. I want separation. I want divorce. Thank her for that. You're thanking her for saying, hey, thanks for waking me up to the fact that there was things within myself and within the relationship that I wasn't aware of. I thank you for giving me the awareness for this. I thank you for helping me to see where I can grow. Then you're going to state your expectations. explain the journey that you're on. You're on the journey of fixing yourself, not fixing her. You're not doing this for her. You're not trying to win her back. You're trying to become the best man, husband, and father that you can be. Okay. And once again, this is like a whole page what we do, but I'm giving you the short version here. So giving her freedom, super important. If you remember at the beginning, creating safe space and safety, we want to give her freedom. This allows us to do that. So you're going to release any pressure and let her know you expect nothing from her. And the big thing here, okay, is you're going to indirectly ask for help and time. You're indirectly sharing the timeline and inviting her to observe your growth. Okay. So you're actually asking her for 90 days without saying, hey, give me another 90 days to fix this marriage. Okay. Here's what that does. If you say, hey, give me another 90 days, give me another shot to fix the marriage, it puts pressure on her and it removes safety, right? Pressure is the opposite of safety. Instead, you're saying, hey, I've embarked in this new journey. Thank you for waking me up. I have no expectations of working on myself and winning you back. I'm just doing this because I know it's the right thing to do. I'm not expecting anything from you. However, this process that I'm undergoing is going to be 90 days. Now, I invite you to observe my growth and to hold me accountable to being the best man, husband, and father that I can be. What this does, one, it actually puts the pressure back on you instead of on her. Now you have an accountability person and a partner, right? And we know that accountability is the biggest thing. If you want to transform, you're going to get accountability from a coach. You're going to get accountability from everywhere. The peers in the group, the community, your wife, yourself, you hold yourself accountable. The good thing here is that you start to do that. And so this is how we get guys extra time to save their marriages. If she's pushing for separation or divorce, we do this very early on in a way that removes the pressure and actually allows her to want to cooperate. So the outcomes, you're indirectly telling your wife to give you 3 months. You're showing her that you get it, that it's about you and that you've got to do it for yourself. And you've invited your wife to test you. Look at that. Beautiful. Now we have in the moment apologies. And once again, this does not matter if you do not do the work, if you don't pass the tests that come with it. Absolutely useless. Don't think, this is why I struggled with whether or not to share this. Don't think, well, obviously you can't write an effective apology because I'm giving you, the reason I'm not giving you examples and showing you exactly how to do it is because I don't want you to just do this and focus on this. This is like the get rich quick schemes, right? This is like the tips and the tactics. It's not, this is like the behaviors. I don't want you to manipulate your wife. So if you work with me, yes, I will give you the tips and the tricks and all those different things and the behaviors because I know you're actually doing the right work. But if you're just going to try and write a letter or do something to try and get your wife back, it just feels slimy to me. Okay, so that's why I'm not giving you the full letter. The second thing, super important, in the moment apologies. This is the best tool I've ever seen to build long-term trust. And this is something you use forever in your marriage. Don't forget, once you start applying some of these things and you go through the stages, you don't lose them, you don't forget them. So this is about leadership in the moment, being calm, clear, grounded. And you do it ongoing once you've given the mini apology, which we've just talked about. This is used when mistakes happen mid-process, okay? Something happens in the moment, you mess up. What do most guys do? They say, I'm sorry, okay? This is the do nots. Let's actually start with the do nots. Do not use the words, I'm sorry. She's sick and tired of hearing you say, I'm sorry, okay? You're probably sick and tired of saying it. Do not use this as a quick fix. It's not for soothing her emotions in the moment. It's to demonstrate self-responsibility. Don't do it too often. Okay, if you're making in the moment apologies every day or every few days, you're not doing the inner work. The first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna acknowledge the behavior. Okay, instead of saying I'm sorry, you're gonna acknowledge that you did something wrong when it comes to your behavior. Hey, I noticed I got very angry, I got very triggered there. You're gonna admit you don't fully know why. I'm not sure why yet. Commit to finding out, but I'm gonna do the inner work to find out why. And I promise to report back once I figure out what's going on. Thank you for highlighting the behavior in me, for showing me that this is in an area that I need to improve upon. Okay. Once again, you do that, you're building her up and appreciating her, which we just spoke about. So it's very simple. The beautiful thing about this, once you do it, go in your journal, you're going to write it down. Every time you deliver an in-the-moment apology, you write it down and you write down the behavior. Because you're not just saying, hey, I noticed I got triggered in this, or I noticed my temper was bad, or I noticed I was negative or sulking, or I got defensive, or whatever it may be. You pinpoint the specific behavior, you do the in the moment apology, and then you go back and you write it down, and then we can coach on it. Then we can remove that behavior forever. But you can't remove a behavior if you don't know what it is. You can't start to pull the weeds on that behavior until you actually identify and know what it is. The good thing is, you shouldn't be doing these all that often. In the beginning, you'll do them more, but then as you get better, as you grow, as you actually start to pass the test and you become a more solid, more grounded version of yourself, you're not going to need to do these anymore. Okay, now let's talk about the big apology. So like I said, there are 3 steps. There's like something we do right away to show her like, hey, I'm on this new path now. Like, give me a little bit of time. I'm removing expectations. Hold me accountable. Like, you can look at my growth. Like, also, a lot of guys, this is a big one. Guys will tell me like, hey, how come my wife, how do I make my wife realize my growth, my changes? This is how. Right at the beginning of us working together, we're going to do this and inviting her to actually, we're literally telling her like, hey, I'm about to grow like crazy in the next 90 days. I want you to observe it. Easy as that. The big apology. This is delivered only once permanent growth is in place. That's what I was saying before. I help you write this letter. I help you decide when to deliver it. And I do not want you to deliver this letter until you are ready, because it will absolutely backfire. And hopefully you have not been delivering letters or doing other programs or finding stuff online with letters, because it removes the importance and the efficacy of it. This should be something that is literally a turning point in your relationship. If you do this properly, it's like your vows. And for some people, it's even more important than their vows. It's something your wife will keep forever. It's something I recommend you make a copy of and you keep forever. It's like your new vows. Okay, you are recommitting. You are acknowledging your past transgressions, what has caused the rift in the relationship. You are committing to a new future with her. Okay, so please don't dilute this. Don't go willy-nilly trying to do this on your own. Step 1, mindset. When you're about to write this letter, the big apology is a letter, by the way. Okay, this in the moment apology, that's just verbally. It's very short, very easy. This one, I've seen both work. Like, you can write a letter if you're not that good at expressing yourself. I prefer to do the mini apology in person. You can go for walks and just practice and rehearse for a little bit before you deliver it, just to make sure that you're articulating yourself, you're sharing your emotions, you're sharing what you need to share in the right way. Another thing is that a lot of guys can communicate effectively logistically, but not emotionally. So that does mean that sometimes you need to practice and you need to rehearse and you need to develop these skills to better communicate your emotions, what you're going through. So the first thing is mindset. Okay, this letter isn't about convincing her. It's about owning your side of the street. It's about integrity and leadership. Your words will only matter if your behavior has already changed. I can't say that enough. Another thing is you're not owed forgiveness. You're not writing this letter hoping she forgives you. This is a huge test. So sometimes the letter works and the wife starts crying and she is like finally feels heard and understood for the first time in her marriage. And it's like this big thing and this big turning point in a marriage. Sometimes, I'll be honest, she's going to look at it, she's going to throw it in the trash. Okay? I've seen that happen. That is a test. A huge test, a very important test. She is testing to see if you have any sense of entitlement to her forgiveness. If you can do that and deliver the letter and she says like, I'm never reading this or whatever, she's cold and you are non-reactive, she's going to be like, wow, my actions are no longer impacting his reactions. Maybe he's just doing this from a place of integrity, no matter what my reaction is. And what happens most of the time, she'll end up reading it anyways. Okay, so don't forget that's a test. Step 2 is acknowledge her experience. Your job is to enter her world without judgment. This is what I help you do. This is super powerful. A lot of guys come in and they say, you've really helped me understand my wife's perspective a lot better. The best way, once again, YouTube videos, you can try and do that. The biggest thing is just going through a conversation. Like in a 1-hour coaching call with me, I can give you more clarity about what's going on within her world. You can feel it better than a lifetime of reading books, okay? By doing this, what I want you to do in the letter is you're going to name what she likely felt: lonely, scared, unsupported, disconnected. Speak only to the impact of your actions, not her actions. And you're going to use, I imagine that must have felt. So the first thing is your mindset. The second thing is you're going to be acknowledging her experiences. Own the rift, the why. Everybody wants to know why. So your marriage is where it is now. You've behaved in certain ways. Your wife just wants to know why. And for the longest time, you probably didn't know why. You probably didn't have the awareness to know why. Hopefully through this video, you've started to learn and understand the whys behind the patterns and the behaviors. This is your opportunity to own what's been happening, right? So, hey, I reacted defensively. In the past, I've reacted defensively to certain situations because I've noticed it was because of my insecurities or my avoidance or my anger that was out of control. I didn't know how to deal with my anger, all those different things. She wants to know why you were doing it. Or maybe it's like, I just didn't see it and I didn't understand. Take responsibility for your side of the street only. You're not talking about her side of the street and what she did to cause the rift at all. Acknowledge the cost without reversal. You may name your pain only as a consequence of your actions, okay? Yes, you can talk about your pain, but you're not talking about what she has caused in you. Apologize with no expectations and state what you want. I want to just jump into the letter real quick and then we'll go back up. Here's what I mean when I say the pain. I want to thank you for having the courage to tell, and this is a client letter, by the way, guys. This is one of my client letters. I just took it, put it up here as an example. We have a whole bunch in the program. So I want to thank you for having the courage to tell me your true feelings. I feel so much pain and guilt. So he's sharing his emotions here that I haven't shown up as the husband and man I know I can be for you, right? He's not saying I feel so much pain that you have pulled away or that you didn't tell me sooner or that you're seeing somebody else. None of that. He's showing how he feels because of his actions. I feel so much pain and guilt that I haven't shown up as the husband and man I know I can be for you. My actions and attitudes cause such disconnection from my best friend, my sweetheart, my wife. I'm so lonely now too. Think about that. Think about how that must feel for her. She's feeling lonely and he's saying, yeah, I'm lonely too. And there's no blame. So acknowledge the cost. Apologize with no expectations. Did I show you guys that here? Yeah, so that's another part here. Apologize with no expectations. I've written this letter without expectation. I've written this letter because I felt it needed to address and acknowledge my shortcomings of the past. I want what's best for you, me, and our family. While neither of us know what that looks like at the moment, I wanted you to know that I'm truly sorry. More than anything, I want to show you, not just tell you, that I'm committed to being the man you deserve and that I want to be. Thank you for inspiring me to grow. I'm so grateful for and proud of you. See how powerful that is? Leaders state direction. They don't ask for permission, okay? You're retaking the frame of the relationship. You're saying what I want. The good thing about taking accountability and writing this letter and the work that you've done before to actually change these patterns and own these patterns is that now you put yourself in a position to lead again. And that's what this does. So execution matters more than words. What I mean here is how you deliver the letter, right? Don't deliver it when she's drinking or mad or upset or anything like that. Don't deliver it when you're drinking. Deliver it when she can read it privately, when she's in a good headspace. Maybe it's a Sunday morning. The kids aren't running around. Like, you really want to make sure that you deliver this when she's can be present and actually read it and take it all in. Ideally when you're not there. Okay, so the final truths is that yes, this letter can wipe the slate clean, but trust is rebuilt through consistent behavior. Once again, this is not just going to be one conversation, one letter. This is the beginning of structured leadership. Actions matter more than words. The letter gives you credibility. Your actions earn trust. All right, that does it for stage 4, rebuilding trust. Now we're going to see that your wife's journey, she's now in emotional buy-in. Okay, so just a quick recap. She's gone from negative sentiment, where she's checked out, she sees you as the villain, she wants nothing to do with you, she's avoiding all relationship talk, she's basically in full resistance mode. Okay, 2, dual mind narrative, where she's basically torn between hope and fear. Like, one day she's happy and she's pleased to be with you, and the next day she's pushing you away saying, I still want a divorce, I don't want anything to do with you. Okay, this is normal. Now we've rebuilt the man, and then influence started to return. Okay, she's still testing you, she's still in dual mind narrative, but your influence is returning. Okay, she's asking you more questions. She's starting to be invested in who you are. She's curious about the changes, okay? Because you've been rebuilding the man, so she's curious. She's seen you grow, and because of that, influence returns. And then we started rebuilding trust. And as we rebuild trust, obviously here we can see emotional buy-in. Trust is rebuilding. So she's asking for your support now. She's opening up about her fears. She's starting to her walls are starting to come down, essentially, is what's happening. So as this is happening, once we're here, once again, we don't skip steps, because if you try to reignite desire, if your wife doesn't trust you, it's going to backfire. She's going to feel like you're manipulating her. She's not going to feel safe. So if you've done the steps in order and you're here, now what we're going to do is we're going to reignite desire. So to do that, we want to focus on laughter and fun, because laughter and fun equals attraction. Okay, we're going to touch more. We're going to start leading with affection. We're going to follow the 90-10 rule, which means you go 90% of the way and she comes the last 10. If you've watched the movie Hitch, I'm pretty sure it's in that movie, where Will Smith is essentially teaching the main guy in the movie to, you go 90% of the way, let her come the last 10. Okay, that's what we're doing. You're going to be ready for unexpected fires. These could be physical or emotional. Things may get hot and heavy one night, and then the next day she's back into my narrative. That's okay. Be ready for that. Don't get upset if one day she's accepting your pursuit and the next day she's denying it. That's okay. Stay emotionally steady. Yes, of course. Make her feel special as a woman and lover. Be unpredictable and surprise her. And don't forget, no forced endearments yet. Okay, we're not doing my loves, anything like that. That only happens once we've reconciled, when she's recommitted to the marriage. It's not attractive yet to do that. All right, so here's a quick little overview of this section, reigniting desire. Before we jump into anything, it's absolutely imperative that you understand the difference between masculine and feminine. Attraction is built on masculine and feminine polarity. Why? Because it's nature. It's literally one of the laws of nature. It's our biology. So masculine and feminine polarity is like a battery. There's a negative and a positive sign. It's like up and down. We see this everywhere in our universe. Up, down, left, right, black, white, all these different things, yin, yang. Attraction comes from the difference between the two, right? That's polarity. The bigger the plus and the bigger the minus, the more attraction there is between them. So in order for your wife to be attracted to you and to be feminine, you must embody what it means to be a self-assured masculine man, okay? You need to become masculine. Now, I'm not saying you're not masculine right now, but I'm saying there's most definitely always, every person I worked with, doesn't matter how successful you are at work, a lot of the times we let our women kind of take the lead in the relationship. So you can be super masculine at work, have a 7-figure business, make huge decisions, but when you come home, your woman wants to be feminine with you. And what ends up happening is a lot of us men, we go to work and we're super masculine. When we come home, we just want to chill and relax, which means our woman takes over the emotional leadership of the household, which means she's now in her masculine. If she's in her masculine, there's no polarity. So what happens is a lot of guys start becoming more feminine in the household. And a good example of this is, she starts making the decisions. What do you want for dinner tonight, honey? I don't know, whatever you want. That's the man, right? So now she's making the decisions, and we can see, look, natural masculine, decisive, logical, focused, responsibility, inner strength, confidence, protection, clarity, boundaries, courage, discipline, capable, certain, assertive. These are masculine traits, okay? It doesn't mean that you can't have feminine traits and your wife can't have masculine traits, but like within your marriage, you may be doing this within your business, within your career, but you need to be a true masculine within your relationship. What that will allow her to do is it'll allow her to stop being masculine, especially when she's with you, and be feminine, which is exactly what most guys, well, pretty much every guy wants a feminine woman, but they're not willing to be a masculine man, or they don't know how. So if you are that, she then becomes natural feminine, which is she gives unconditional love. She's understanding, she's nurturing, she's tender, she's kind, intuitive, creative, very feeling and emotional and sensitive. And this type of woman surrenders, okay? This is the feminine that's radiant, easy. This is what we want. And when she is in her natural feminine, she will want to pour into you, because that natural feminine is the surrendering type. If she's feeling this and she's embodying the natural feminine, then guess what? You have that negative charge on her side. You're the masculine, that's where attraction lies. Another important thing to understand is this. You may be portraying feminine traits. We know that. But there are like positive, natural feminine traits and then shadow feminine, okay? Which are like the dark feminine traits that we don't want. And a lot of men fall into this category. So if you notice any of these patterns within yourself, just know that not only are those feminine traits, but those are shadow feminine traits, okay? Impossible to create attraction in these traits. So victim mindset, powerless, basically complaining, weakness, manipulation, withholding, overly emotional, overly sensitive, neediness, codependency. We must remove any of these behaviors and attributes if you have them, because there is no way to create polarity if you are behaving in these ways. Now, the shadow masculine. So this is if you're masculine, this is like the negative attributes of the masculine. Perpetrator, confrontational, criticism, abuse, avoidance, aggression, control, unstable. Also not good, okay? Also not good. And you may notice some of these in your wife, right? She may be super critical and abusive, mentally or emotionally abusive, or avoidant or controlling. If she is those things, guys, just know it's because you haven't been the masculine. Because if you are the masculine container, naturally, this is a law of nature. You must really fundamentally understand that this is a law of nature. If there is a positive, naturally, she will become the negative. If there's a masculine, she will become the feminine. So your job is to create the container and consistently show up as the natural masculine to allow her to soften and go back into her natural feminine. For a lot of you, this is the weight that the woman's been feeling in the relationship, right? You've gone to work. She's started to take on the masculine role within the relationship and within the household. And now she says, I can't do this anymore. I don't love you anymore. All of these things. It comes down to this stuff. She just wants a man to be able to lead so she can be in her natural feminine. She's exhausted. So here's the intimacy killer for women, or for the feminine, feeling unseen, unsafe, and misunderstood. Isn't that crazy? That is the intimacy killer for the feminine. So if your wife doesn't feel safe or seen or understood, which is what we focused on last module, restoring trust. Remember, in conversation, we want to make her feel heard, understood, appreciated, valued, seen, safe, all those different things. If you don't do that, you kill intimacy. For men, I'm sure you recognize this. Intimacy killer is, or for the masculine, it's being criticized, being controlled, or getting shut down. That's the intimacy killer for men. Okay, so the easiest way I can explain the difference between masculine and feminine so it really sticks into your brain is to think about the masculine as the riverbank and the feminine as the water and the river, the water that's flowing in the riverbank, okay? The masculine's role is to create the structure, to set the boundaries. The feminine's role is to bring life and flow and energy to the riverbank, okay? She's the water that's entering the riverbank. It's up, it's down. Sometimes it sparkles, it glistens. Sometimes it's calm. Sometimes it's chaotic. Essentially, the feminine is that energy. It's the water that brings life and excitement to the river. Your job as the riverbank is to set the boundaries, set the direction, right? That's the masculine. You lead the triangle and you hold steady under pressure. No matter how the feminine shows up, you do not change, okay? You have the structure. It doesn't matter if she's up or down or side to side or if it's flowing fast or not flowing fast at all. You do not change. You provide the container for the feminine. Super important that you know that. So when your wife brings things up like, hey, I want a divorce, or I'm not in love with you anymore, or I don't think I'm attracted to you anymore, and you react, you're not being masculine, okay? You can't react to that frame. You can't react to the water flowing up and down. You need to be that steady, present force in her life so that she can orient against herself with that. All right, super important to know, attraction is a response to safety and polarity, right? Like we said before, attraction killer is feeling unsafe. Safety and polarity are super, super, super important. Desire isn't negotiated, it's evoked. What do I mean by this? I mean, it's a biological thing. Attraction does not live in the brain. It lives in the body. It's biological. You can't tell her that you make a lot of money. Look at my nice car. Look at all the things I've done for our family. I'm such a good man. Why aren't you attracted to me? Why is there no desire between us? You're trying to like logically convince her to be attracted to you. It doesn't work that way. Okay, before we keep going, I want to talk about some core masculine and feminine differences. I just think this will give you a lot of insight into understanding yourself better and understanding your wife better. The masculine is oriented towards a mission, right? You must have a purpose as a man. You must have a reason to wake up in the morning, a fire in your belly, something to achieve and accomplish. And within the program, we get you crystal clear on your purpose so that you are waking up as you just like jump out of bed and you're ready to accomplish what you want, right? Men are singularly focused. We need to know exactly what we're trying to achieve, why, and we must have deep meaning to that. Women, on the other hand, are oriented towards relationships. So don't forget, if your relationship has been struggling for years, it has been very, very painful for her. Because while you're maybe still pursuing freedom or pursuing your mission in your career or your business, and you have some level of fulfillment there, and you're just sweeping things under the rug in your relationship, that's her main thing. That is her main driver. Look, core value, connection. So while you're pursuing freedom, right, you're trying to build up the bank account, make more money, do all these things, climb the corporate ladder, build up your business, your core value is still being met. So when your wife tells you, I'm no longer in love with you, just know she's not doing it to hurt you. She's doing it because she's been hurt for a long time, because she hasn't had the connection. Feels like she's been starving. You must burn this into your brain. Masculine acts first, then feels second. Masculine acts first, then feels second. What do I mean by that? If you are making decisions or taking actions or not taking action based on your feelings, you are being feminine, right? Feminine feels first, then acts second. If you say, I don't feel like doing X, you are being feminine. It's as simple as that. Another good way to explain this is when it comes to intimacy. So in order for a woman to want to have sex with her husband, with her man, what does she need? She needs to feel love and peace and connection, right? The feelings come first, then the action comes second. For men, what happens is after the action, after we have sex, then we feel the peace, the connection, and the love. Thinking in outcomes and direction, that's masculine. The feminine thinks in experience and connection. The masculine regulates emotions internally, and the feminine expresses emotions externally. Super important to understand this. If you are constantly sharing your emotions with your wife, you're constantly leaning on her emotionally, texting her all the time, smothering her with your emotions, you're sad, you're checking in, hey, do you still love me? Do you still do this? You're not self-regulating. You're using her to regulate your own emotions. If you do that, you kill polarity because you're being feminine. Okay, now she's the masculine. She's the one that's like babying your emotions. You must understand that yes, it's important for you to share and be vulnerable with your wife, share your emotions with your wife, but you must learn to regulate your emotions internally as well. Okay, maybe an 80-20 I would say is a good ratio. Regulate your emotions internally 80%, and then yes, be able to share your vulnerabilities with your wife is absolutely important as well. And understand also that your wife is going to express her emotions externally. Don't punish her for it. Don't be alarmed about it. Don't make it about you. Her expressing her emotions externally is just the way she processes her emotions. That's it. Simple as that. Masculine moves towards solutions. Feminine moves towards understanding. Okay, same. This is like a huge difference between communication styles. This is a good one. The masculine stress response is to solve, right? You feel stressed. There's a lot going on. You just want to solve the problem. That's probably what's happening in your marriage, right? You just want to solve. You're trying to fix things. Let me fix, let me solve. The feminine stress response is to express. So if your wife is overly expressive, if she's, cutting you down with her words, doing all those things, it means she's stressed. If you're getting in your fix-it mindset, it means you're stressed as well. One of the most important things is that the masculine doesn't chase, right? The water is the one that moves. The masculine is there. It's boring, it's simple, it's structured, it doesn't chase, it is there. Okay, I just really want to drive this point home. The fact that masculine and feminine isn't this modern thing that we just made up. It's not a fad or anything like that. This is rooted in biology. It's rooted in like how the world works, okay? So if we look into prehistoric survival, okay, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was the masculine, there was the man, and there was the feminine. And this is where the roles were more aligned than they've ever been. Okay, the masculine's role was protection, direction, and risk. They would go hunt. They would make sure that animals wouldn't come through and harm the women and children or other tribes or anything like that. The men were singularly focused. If I'm going on a hunt, the only thing I'm focused on is catching this animal. It doesn't matter if I cut my arm, if I cut my leg, if somebody's saying something over there. Nothing matters. I'm focused on one thing. And I solve the problem. If the problem is we have no food, I just got to solve that problem. That's it. The feminine, on the other hand, had to focus on a lot of things. Why? Because she was the gatherer. So the man was the hunter. She was the gatherer. She had to take care of the children. She had to raise the children. So she had to always be focusing on a lot of different things, right? Making sure Johnny's not eating poisonous berries over there. Making sure Stacy and Rob aren't arguing and fighting over here while being able to pick the berries, while being able to talk to Nancy about something else. And so the woman was naturally in her feminine, creating connection, talking, expressing, doing all these different things. Then what happened is we had myth and order. Okay, so we have ancient civilizations where essentially the masculine energy created structure and law, And the feminine energy carried wisdom, ritual, and myth. Order and meaning worked together, and they allowed us to create massive civilizations. The masculine and the feminine working perfectly together. And then we have the rise of the patriarchy. Lots to be debated or talked about here, but essentially men started having more power and more control, and men kind of built the world that we have today. And a lot of people, a lot of women, I don't know what I believe, I haven't done enough research to know, feel like the feminine was suppressed and pushed down. What then happened was the Industrial Revolution. So the man started going out and working, which meant that men shifted from like members of the family to providers, which means the woman started taking the emotional leadership at home. This was a huge shift when it comes to masculine and feminine, okay? Because emotional leadership disappeared from the home. For men, providing replaced presence. Then we have Carl Jung, who talked about inner balance and how, okay, it's all about balance. It's not so much about polarity, which essentially led us to where we're at today, where masculinity is labeled as dangerous or toxic. Feminine is encouraged to be overly masculine, which means women are exhausted from carrying the weight. And then we have this, modern confusion, where we have men who have become more feminine because they've been told that women want a more feminine man. Women being more masculine because they've been told that's what they need to do to be successful. So we're really lacking polarity here. And it's why people, you see it, especially with kids. I used to be a teacher for 3 years. I taught math and science out of high school. And you see it, man. Like, there's no polarity. There's no attraction. Like, people aren't dating anymore. It's just weird. We need masculine men and feminine women. So hopefully you understand that. This is a biological thing. So what does it mean to be a masculine man? And why be a masculine man? Well, the first thing is because you will have inner peace. Why will you have inner peace? You'll have inner peace because you're aligned with your biology. You are supposed to be a masculine man. When you act in congruence with that, you will have inner peace. You'll also have confidence, right? Because you're acting in the way that you should be acting as a man. You'll have respect from other men. You'll have the success in all areas of your life. And you'll be desired and trusted by your wife. You'll have a marriage that works. That's the most important reason to be masculine. The reason to be masculine is to have a marriage that works. But it's important to know what masculinity is not, okay? It's not fake it till you make it. You're not pretending to be a tough guy, macho. You're not pretending to be aggressive or be a jerk. Nothing like that. Masculinity is also not being emotionally unavailable. It doesn't mean stoicism and just having no emotion, okay? I want you to understand that. Everybody has emotions, and being able to show your emotions is a masculine trait. I want you to look at this. It's not about only being masculine. It's about the 80-20 rule, right? You want to be 80% in your natural masculine, but you also want to be able to have some feminine traits. Something like tenderness, kindness, nurturing, intuitive, feeling, sensitive. All of these things allow you to connect with your wife more. These are more connection traits. So don't be afraid to also have feminine traits, because you already have some now. So the big thing here with what masculinity is not, it's not an act. That's the big thing. Masculinity is something you are, not something that you do. Super important to understand that. So let's talk about it. Like, what does it mean to be masculine? I'm going to boil this down into 5 pillars of what a masculine man is. I would write these down. I would remember these. They've impacted my life in a huge way. And it's just interesting and fun to understand sometimes when you do act in certain ways, to know, like, hey, is this a masculine behavior or a feminine behavior? So a masculine man does not complain. Easy as that. When you hear yourself complaining, just know you are being feminine. A masculine man sees problems as challenges, because they are, right? Every problem is a challenge. Last time we tried to hunt the holy mammoth, but our spear didn't go through the skin. So what do? That's a challenge. We're not going to complain. We're going to try and fix it. Okay, what do we need to do? We need sharper spears. We need bigger arrows, whatever it is. Another important thing is that the bigger the problems you solve, the bigger the man that you become. So if you see problems as a challenge, you actually want problems. You want problems, and you're not going to complain for the problems, because it allows you to build yourself up into a better man. Okay, so a masculine man does not complain. A masculine man is low maintenance. What do I mean? He's simple and easygoing, right? Just like the riverbed here. It's very simple, the riverbank. It doesn't change. Nothing happens to it. It's simple. It's easygoing. Whatever happens in the feminine happens. It doesn't fight against it. It doesn't complain. Nothing. You don't need drama to feel alive. You only deal with what's important, and you just don't need much. The masculine is simple. When I say only deals with what's important, if you're getting into arguments with your wife about stupid things that really don't matter, where do we want to put this in the kitchen? What kind of laundry detergent are we going to use? Where should, I don't know, you're arguing about a concert to go to or whatever it is. Just know that that's a feminine behavior. The masculine only deals with what's important, okay? If it's like a preference thing, if it's anything else, who cares? She wants to put the peanut butter in this cabinet, but you want to put it over there. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Number 3, does not compromise on his core. This is super important. A masculine man knows who he is and has clear boundaries, which means clear yeses and clear nos. I will tolerate this. I will not tolerate that. You don't compromise on who you are as a man. Example, if you're with a woman who's physically abusive, it's super important that you have those boundaries and you're willing to walk away from the marriage, okay? A lot of guys kind of have no boundaries or they don't know where their boundaries are, which makes them weak. So you need to have clear boundaries, clear yeses, clear nos, know where you stand and be willing to enforce them. There must be some things that you're willing to walk away from the marriage if they happen, right? If she's going to beat your kids, you're willing to walk away from the marriage on that. That's like who you are at your core. You're not going to let that happen. Number 4, pursues what he wants relentlessly. Okay, a masculine man knows what he wants independent of approval. He takes action as needed. And here's something that's super important. The masculine speaks through his actions, right? We act first. It's not about what you say as a man, it's about what you do. And the big thing here is that most men do things in order to get approval. Why? Because one of the big things for the masculine is how we feel love is to be accepted for who we are. Okay, the masculine really wants approval. We have big egos. We really just want to be approved of, and we want to be accepted for who we are. Because of that, it means that sometimes we do things in order to gain approval. Sometimes we chase things in order to gain approval. And a lot of people don't know that. They think like, I just want X or I just want Y, but they don't look within and know why it is that they want that. And a lot of times this comes from previous hurts. Right? If I've been hurt in the past, or if I felt like I wasn't good enough in the past, or I wasn't smart enough, right? I have a client who was in university, and he went up to talk to a girl that he really liked, and there were other guys around, and they were smarter than him, and they made him feel like he wasn't good enough. That means that man started chasing being good enough, being smart enough. So he was like highly educated, did his career. And then 20 years later, I'm coaching him, and we're like, hey, what is it that you really want? And he's unsure because for the last 20 years, he thought he wanted that, success and to be intelligent. But what if he only wanted that because he was hurt? So as men, we need to be able to look within and understand our hurts and understand what's going on and pull out the weeds so that we can actually pursue what it is that we truly, fully, 100% want. Super important. You're right. You need a purpose. You need to know what you want. You need to pursue that. A man with no mission will destroy himself with distractions. The drinking, the watching sports, the news, obsessing over all that stuff. Those are distractions. They're stealing your masculinity, right? And number 5, a masculine man is brutally honest with himself. He doesn't protect his weaknesses, and he owns his strengths. You have to be willing to look within yourself and know your weaknesses, one, and then actually own them. And if someone pokes or notices your weakness, you don't hide it. Okay, there's no shame in a weakness, only shame if you're hiding your weaknesses. It's very attractive and very masculine for somebody to know that guy knows who he is and where he stands. Think about it. When we used to be hunters or warriors or gladiators. If you don't know your weaknesses, if you don't acknowledge them, you're dead. Right? You need to know what you're good at and what you're not good at. It's a super important aspect of what it means to be a masculine man. You're not pretending or lying to yourself that you're good at everything. Okay. This is really important. So we've spoken about values briefly before, and we were saying that was in stage 2, how your wife is kind of chasing freedom, right? She doesn't feel like she's had the freedom within the marriage, which is why she's pursuing divorce or separation or space. She wants the freedom from the relationship. There are opposing values that we need to understand. And for you to reignite desire, you must absolutely know which value you're choosing, because every decision we make is a values-based decision, whether we know it or not, whether we're conscious of it or not. So opposing value example here is comfort, right? Staying in your comfort zone versus growth. You can't grow in your comfort zone, right? They're opposing. Safety versus freedom. You can't have freedom if you never take any risks, right? So safety is one value, freedom is the other. Connection versus authenticity. Here's where it gets interesting, because this is a relationship-specific set of opposing values. Connection, if you choose connection as a value in your relationship, you are always going to agree. Somebody says like, your wife says something that you don't agree with, instead of being authentic and saying, no, I don't agree with that, that's wrong, you choose connection. And you go, yeah, sure, honey, that sounds good, or that's fair. Yeah, I think you're right. Most guys that I talk to have done this for far too long. If you're choosing connection, it means you're not being authentic, okay? Most of the time. If you're not being authentic, it means you're choosing short-term pain. You're choosing short-term versus long-term, right? First order consequence is choosing connection, like we spoke about before. Second or third order consequence is choosing authenticity. She may not like it in the moment. You may have a fight in the moment by being authentic, but she will respect it. She will also know that what you say is what you mean. She will also know who you are. She will know your boundaries. She will feel who you are as a masculine man beside her. If you always choose connection, there's no value in that. There is absolutely no value to what you're contributing. You must start choosing authenticity over connection. Once again, there's a flow to this. If you're just joining the video now, please go back to the beginning, because you can't be doing this without building trust, without creating safety, okay? Absolutely can't be doing this. But once you get to reigniting desire, you have to start being willing to take some risks within your relationship, because that's what desire is built on. Another opposing value is peace versus truth, right? A lot of guys just want peace in their relationship. So what do? They placate. They just go along with whatever. You need to be willing to say the truth. Sometimes the truth is looking within yourself, right? The truth may be, hey, honey, like I was just super tired earlier and like I got angry. Maybe the truth. The truth also may be that she was acting in a way that is absolutely unacceptable. If you don't call that out and you just look for peace in the moment and you just sweep it under the rug, you're allowing your wife to manifest into something and somebody that she doesn't want. If you're always looking for peace, you're tolerating everything. You need to establish and start choosing truth, okay? I would urge you to choose all of these: growth, freedom, authenticity, and truth. Now it's important to understand what she looks for in a man, okay? So we know we need polarity, masculine versus feminine. We know what being a masculine man looks like. We know you need to start creating a little bit more friction in your relationship. You need to start having a backbone, having that structure, and choosing authenticity over connection. In the moment, you're starting to look forward. You're starting to look at second and third order effects here. Now, this one's really good. I know here it's like a little edgy. It says, you're a man, act like one. I'm not calling out your manhood, saying you don't have balls, anything like that. The reason for this is just to show you how to take the emotional control and the emotional lead in your household again. What we want to do is we want to allow your wife to start filling her own cup, physically, mentally, emotionally. Okay? So to do that, there are some important things here. The first thing is you have to lead. If you don't lead, she will lead. Okay? We've spoken about this before. Indecision kills attraction. You have to make decisions, and you have to own the decisions, okay? You don't make a decision, then change your mind 100 times. Napoleon Hill wrote the book, Think and Grow Rich. One of the main things from the whole book, he studied the most successful people in the world for over 30 years. One of the main things he noticed in the book is successful people make decisions quickly and change their minds slowly. Unsuccessful people make decisions slowly and change their minds quickly. You want to be that successful person within your marriage. Make decisions, own them, move forward. Don't be changing your mind all the time, because what that does, it gives her leadership again. You're surrendering your leadership. What I want you to do is stop waiting for permission. Move first, think later. Okay, you're starting to get in control, to take the lead again. You're also going to stop waiting for permission when it comes to creating positive experiences with your wife, right? We're in the reigniting desire stage, which means you get to start pursuing again, which is fun. But when it comes to pursuing, you must understand you'll get rejected. You'll get rejected 90% of the time, and that's completely okay. You're not pursuing and asking her to do something, and I'll give you some examples of what pursuing looks like and how to do it properly to rebuild attraction. The goal isn't to have a success rate that's very high. The goal is to start taking leadership, taking ownership, and pursuing what it is that we want, right? That's one of the masculine things. Pursues what he wants relentlessly. It's masculine. You're showing her, I want you, I want this. Once again, don't forget, don't do this if you haven't done the other steps, guys, okay? It's going to come off as manipulative and needy. Contribute when invited. Super important. A lot of men don't know this, but your wife has been inviting you to contribute for years. When she says, honey, what do you want for dinner tonight? And you go, whatever it is that you want. Just know that you are shutting her down. She is inviting you to contribute. She's basically saying, I don't want to make the decision. Please take the lead here. And you're just giving her back leadership and you're just going, nope, you have it. I want you to start noticing when she's inviting you to contribute. And when she does, take it on. Contribute, man. Make the decision, make the call, do what you have to do. Be strong and capable. Your energy is everything, okay? Cut the porn, build up your body, cut all the distractions. Your presence is super important, okay? That's why I have here, be present with presence. Put the phone down, be calm, focused, attentive, be there and not elsewhere. This is also very important because if you're with your kids and you're not present with presence, or your wife, you're showing them that they're not the most important thing to you. That's not a good place to be. You want to fully be with the people that you love so that they know that they are the most important thing to you. If you're thinking about other stuff while you're with the people you love the most, you may not think it, but you're actually putting them after it. You're giving your presence away to something else. Super important here to hold high standards. Okay, set the bar high. You want her to respect you and to look at you like, oh my God, this guy is just out of this world. This is a big one. Be the battery. You have testosterone. You have primal power. You should be stronger than your wife. You should be fitter than your wife. You should have more energy than your wife. You should be able to take on more stress than your wife. Okay, you're not comparing yourselves. So what I want you to do is even level that up. Carry the load, man. And build yourself up so you can carry more of the load. What that does, if you're carrying more of the load, 1, it raises your value as a man. 2, it allows her to rest in her feminine. And a woman who's has more time and energy and mental focus and less stress, and she sees like the reason I have this, the reason I have more peace is because of this man. That's a very attractive thing. Okay, it's a very, very attractive thing and also makes her want to give more of that to you. She has more peace and love and nurturing and time and energy and all this stuff to give to you. Okay, be the battery. This also means if you want to fill her cup physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, take the lead. So an example of all of this would be, let's say she's a stay-at-home mom and she's just stressed out and the house is always a mess. You go, hey, Thursday, I took a day off work. I got you a ticket or a massage. Okay, go for brunch with your girls or whatever. Then you have a massage at noon. When you come back, the house will be clean. And boom. You're filling her cup. You're taking the lead. You're making decisions. You're helping her really start to step back into her feminine where she doesn't have to control everything and do all those things. That's super masculine, super attractive. And those are the type of things and moments that are going to allow you to really reignite desire. So to do that, you have to be in control of your schedule, your time, your energy, what you're doing. And also you have to know what's going on with the family so you can start to pick and choose your spots, right? On Friday, here's what I have planned. This is what we're doing on Sunday. Even things like, hey man, like you and your wife have been talking for a long time about wanting to get in better shape or go on walks after dinner as a family or do less screen time. Take the lead on that, man. That is your job. That is 100% your job. She may not like it, but do it. If your thing is like, hey, we've been saying we want to take walks after dinner for the last 3 years, we've never done it. Invite her. Say, hey, honey, I'm going to go for a walk after dinner. Would you like to come? She says, yes, fantastic. You've just probably created a new habit that you guys are going to continue to do. If she says no, who cares? That's the difference. So when you're pursuing her, when you're doing these things, you have to have them without attachment. You give the invite, and whatever she responds, it doesn't matter to you. You just keep doing it, and you keep doing it, and you keep doing it. Maybe after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, she goes, hey, I see you're still going for walks. Like, can I come tonight? Boom, done. That's the masculine thing. That's how you create attraction, because now she's leaning into you. You're not asking her every day, please come for a walk. And if she doesn't go, then you don't go. You see how that you're like basing what you do and how you live your life based on her? If you do that, she has control over you and your life and your emotions and your actions. Super unattractive. You go for the walk. You go to do the thing no matter what. Okay? So here, I'll actually go there now. There's something we call honey and handsome time, right? A lot of people talk about like date nights or whatever. We call them honey and handsome time. It could be during the day. It could be during the night, whatever you want. As we're reigniting desire, we want to have more fun, right? Reigniting desire is about fun and laughter equals attraction. So you're going to start taking the lead and start planning some of these things. Okay, it could be a comedy show, couples massage, whatever it may be. as you're planning these things, one, a very important thing to note is that this isn't like the time to have deep conversations and do the things that we've been doing before, rebuilding trust. There's a different goal to these things, right? If you're doing one of these things, the goal is to reignite attraction. So you're having fun. You're supposed to pursue in a way where you're going to do it no matter what. Hey, I'm going to the beach on Sunday. You want to join? She says, yes, awesome. She says, no, you go to the beach anyways. You call a friend, you go alone, you do it. Super important. And that's going to give you your independence back and make you feel like you can live on your own. Because a lot of guys, the biggest thing that holds them back from reigniting desire is that they feel like they need their wives. And we're going to jump into that in a second, actually right here. You want her, but don't need her. Super important. You're not going to get her back if you need her. Okay? You must want her, don't need her. If you need her, it means you're putting her on a pedestal and you down here. It's not attractive. It's not going to work. Another core principle is that you invite rejection. It's okay to be rejected. What it allows her to do is build up her own confidence. Okay? I know like people have looked down on catcalling, but it's actually a way to build up a woman's confidence. When a woman is feeling confident in her own skin, she wants to pour that out. So by you actually pursuing her, she starts to feel hot and sexy and desired and wanted again. Even if she rejects you, it doesn't matter. She's building herself up in that way. Rejection is not bad. And also rejection is never final. It's just how she feels in the moment. Give without hidden contracts. Super important. No covert contracts. You're going to give. You're going to fill her cup. You're going to pursue. You're going to do these things without any hidden agenda. You're not expecting anything. Anything. You need to check yourself every single day to make sure that you're not. Do not chase and stay playful. Have fun. Some examples here. When I say give without hidden contracts, we have a lot of different ways to do this. A lot of different ways that we can have, take certain actions to start to reignite the desire with our wives. One of them can be sticky notes, just an example. It could be helping her do certain things, taking some weight off for her. We're not giving and doing and helping to get acknowledgement. You may do something for her every single day for a month, and she may never acknowledge it to your face. She knows it, but she's not acknowledging it to your face, and you can't go out and seek acknowledgement for it. Like, hey, honey, you see how I've been doing this for you for the past 2 weeks? No, that defeats the whole purpose. Don't do that. Another thing is I remember, I think it was a couple of years ago now, around Valentine's Day, the month leading up to Valentine's Day, I would write a sticky note for Emily and put it on the mirror right where she does her makeup in the morning. Okay, so every morning she saw a sticky note from me. I wasn't doing it to try to get laid. I wasn't doing it for anything. I just thought it would be fun, and I just did it for her. What ended up happening is she really loved it. And when she really loved it, she felt better within herself. I was building her up, and she wanted to pour back into me. And so she wanted to be more loving with me. And every morning she would come kiss me and say, thank you so much. That's such a nice little note. Okay. And also when you're pursuing, it doesn't always have to be serious. It doesn't have to be like, hey, I love you so much, whatever, and being specific in that way. It could also be like my sticky notes. A lot of the mornings were like, hey, you got a nice ass. Have a nice day. Have fun with it. Stay playful. All right. So here are some massive attraction killing myths within marriage. Myth number one is happy wife, happy life. Okay. What this does is it puts her emotions on a pedestal. Her emotions dictate everything else that happens in your life and in her life. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. It puts so much pressure on her emotions, and it doesn't allow her to fully feel her emotions, right? You need to be the container. You need to be the river, the riverbed. She can't always be happy. That's just a reality. And this is something as men, we're fixers. Our woman's unhappy. What do we want to do? We want to fix it. I want a happy wife. She needs to look up to you, not to manage you. If you are always trying to change her emotions when she doesn't feel happy, it means that you're reliant on her emotional state. So that means she can't really look up to you. She needs to know, no matter what mode she's in, and this is the masculine, right? You're the container, you're the frame. She needs to know whatever mood or mode she's in, you're going to be there. You're the same type of person. That's what allows her to start looking up to you and going like, wow, this guy's steady. This is a real, strong, capable, grounded man. So truth number one is she won't always be happy. You can't control your wife's emotions. Myth number two is being neutral is good. So many guys fall into this myth. I don't care isn't attractive. Okay, a lack of opinion signals lack of leadership. And also super important, indecision breeds resentment. Your wife wants to know your opinion. Otherwise, why the hell is she with you? Being neutral, being indifferent means you're just this soft thing that she brings around with her. It's not attractive. It doesn't create polarity. It doesn't create that difference in perspective. Okay, so you need to have opinions. You need to be able to share those opinions. This is like classic nice guy stuff, right? You just agree with whatever she says. Myth number 3, she wants a conflict avoiding yes man. Absolutely not true. Respect is built through honest disagreement. Jordan Peterson talks about this. He says between him and his wife, it's not about, hey, you get married and it's happily ever after. There is conflict within a marriage. And it's the same thing with Emily and I. What you want is somebody to contend with. What you want and what she wants. That's what allows you guys to create a life and a relationship where you guys are both respecting each other and loving each other. And if your kids get to see an environment where mom and dad respect and love each other, that is super powerful. But respect and love can't exist if there's no conflict. If there's no like give and take, push and pull, then there's no respect there. So you need to learn how to have conflict, but you need to know that conflict isn't a bad thing. Polarity comes from strength meeting strength. So the truth here is she wants you to disagree with her. Absolutely. Don't be a yes man. Myth number 4, she wants you to do everything she asks. She wants you to move your priorities to keep her happy. No, absolutely not true. Like I said before, I've had so many clients. It's so common. I have so many clients that like, as soon as their wife texts, they look at their phone. Okay, when they join me, this is like what they do, and I tell them, you got to stop that right away. You should not be changing what you're doing throughout your day based on what your wife is doing or not doing. If she can't stick to a time commitment, and this is what ends up happening, it's super sad. The more you allow your wife to kind of dictate and you do everything that she wants, the more she's going to abuse that. You get what you tolerate, right? So I've had clients that come to me and they're like, yeah, we were supposed to hang out on Wednesday, but she never responded. And then she messaged me like Friday night at 8 and said, are you ready? Do you want to hang out? And I said, yes. I'm like, that's nuts. You can't be moving things around. If you have plans on Friday night and she texts you last minute and says, let's hang out, you don't ditch your plans to go hang out with her, because that shows her that you don't have a life. And if you don't have a life, you'll always be there so she can do whatever the hell she wants. She may not like it now, but she will respect it later. You need to have boundaries. You need to say, nope, I'm already doing something here. I can't hang out with you. I can't do this. A lot of guys confuse like being nice for being a good husband. It's not. She wants you to say no to her. Absolutely, she wants you to say no to her. It's like the rich kid girls. Their dad always says yes to them. Deep down, everybody knows it's better for him to say no to her. She probably even wants him to say no, but he doesn't. You're manifesting a monster by doing that, by never saying no to your woman. Myth number 5, she wants you to fix her feelings. No, the truth is her emotions are hers to deal with. You are not in control of her emotions. You can create a container that allows her to be in her feminine, to have different emotions, but you're not responsible for regulating her emotions. Super important, probably the most important thing. Your world should not collapse because she's emotional. If you do that, you lose attraction. You lose polarity. So far, we've talked about what it is to like be a man within your relationship, take the lead, take emotional leadership, the masculine, the feminine, all these different things are core principles here, how to pursue your wife correctly. Now I want to talk about becoming the prize. Becoming a prize is important because in relationships, there is a value attributed to each partner. It's an unspoken value. Okay, when I was in university and I was dating, I remember I had this theory where I told my friends, I'm like, man, it feels like dating is like a stock market. We all have like a stock and a stock price that's like a value, and we can go out and get in the market something that's of equal value. And it's the same thing here. So right now, and super important to know, there is your value, there is also your perceived value. So in this one, we're going to talk about your value as a man. In this one, we're going to talk about your perceived value through her eyes. Okay, 2 different things, and it's super insightful. You're really going to like this. So this is your value as a man, like becoming the prize. A wife craves a man she perceives as high value. Okay, marriage, just like business, just like anything else in life, operates on exchange. Okay, it's an exchange here. If she feels like she's getting a good deal, right? Awesome. Becoming the prize means she'd be irrational not to want you, and essentially you become the husband she would be absolutely crazy to leave. That's what it means to become the prize. So there are 5 levels of power when it comes to becoming the prize. Number 1 is physical power. This is your health, your strength, your posture, your scent, and your energy. How you show up physically. Okay, your family's gonna feel safer when you're physically capable. Your shoulders, the way you stand up, the way you articulate yourself, everything's gonna change. And if you don't believe that you have energy and your wife can feel that energy and that scent, you are absolutely mistaken, my friend. And this is where a lot of attraction comes from. It's a biological thing. It's not a mental thing, it's a biological thing. So get in good shape, get your body moving, get your energy right. Align your energy with who you are and who you want to be. There's financial power. Now, a lot of guys make good money, but they don't have financial power in their relationship. Why? It's because money becomes attractive when it's connected to a shared vision. Allow me to explain. You go out and you work every single day. Let's say you're working 10 hours a day and your wife's complaining, you're never home on time, you're always missing this, you're always missing that. And then Christmas comes around and she goes, hey, let's go to Hawaii. And you go, yeah, you know what? I've worked hard this year. Let's go to Hawaii. I'll pay for it. Compare that to a year before, you sit down with your wife and you go, hey, honey, I think it'd be fun for us to go to Hawaii next Christmas. And she goes, yeah, that would be awesome. And you go, okay, in order for us to go to Hawaii, that's going to cost us about 10 grand. And you use your skills, your logical mind. It's going to cost us about this much money, this. We have these finances. You're bringing her into the planning, into the goal setting. And you're going, okay, so in order for us to do that, we're going to have to make some sacrifices as a team this year, which means like I may come home late a couple days a week. Is that a sacrifice we're willing to make to go to Hawaii? And then maybe she'll say yes, maybe she'll say no. But if she says yes, now for the whole year, there's no resentment being built where she's like, oh, he's just fucking out working and he doesn't care about the family. The goals are aligned. You're using your financial power and aligning it with the family. You're aligning it with her goals and her vision and what's best for the family. So you can do this quarterly. I really highly recommend you get in alignment with what the money's for. A lot of guys also let their wives handle the money. Don't do that. Don't give her the stress and the leadership. That's a masculine thing. You take control of it. You do what you have to do, but bring her in on it. Bring her in on the decision making. Hey, here's what our finances look like. What do we want to do this year? And plan it. Every year you can do this. Get ahead of it. Start to plan. Start to be proactive. You don't want to be reactive to all this stuff. Money works best when it funds experiences, safety, and shared dreams for you, for her, and for the family. Mental power. Are you able to be cool, calm, collected, and in control? Clarity under pressure is rare, therefore it's magnetic. Emotional power. Emotional power means switching gears when required. Okay? Can you be strong but also vulnerable? Can you switch between the work hat to the family man hat, to the husband hat? A man who can open his heart without collapsing is deeply, deeply attractive. A woman wants to know that you can go out and you can conquer the world and then come home and open your heart with her. She wants to feel like you're the safe place in the world and she's the one that can get you. She sees a side of you that nobody else gets to see. That's super attractive for a woman. Like he goes out, he conquers, he's like a hardworking man, he's driven, he's ambitious, he's super masculine out there. He comes back, he can rest and surrender with me. My feminine, it makes her feel great because it's like her feminine is allowing you to soften. Parental power, super important if you have kids. Competent fatherhood is profoundly attractive because guess who's watching? Through her peripherals, she's seeing how you're showing up. She's seeing your level of presence, your level of leadership, all these different things. A man who leads the family becomes irreplaceable. So put some energy into this. Become the best man, the best father you can be for your kids. Once again, it doesn't mean just being agreeable with your kids and not setting structure. You're going to need to be the bad guy. Maybe being the best father means they have a strict bedtime and a strict wake-up time, and they need to start making their own lunches because it's putting too much stress on mom and dad, and let's give them more responsibility. And once again, your wife may not agree, and she may say, no, it's not time yet to do that. That's where you need to be the masculine and disagree and go, no, this is what's happening. Okay, I had a client who, he and his wife, two amazing, great people, super good people. One day they forgot to give their kid is like 9 years old, goes to school, they forgot to pack him a lunch. And the wife started freaking out. And she said, oh my God, they're going to call Child Protective Services. We're going to lose our boy. They're going to think we're horrible parents, all this stuff. And what my client did is he went into her frame. He started agreeing with her. He was just being a yes man, agreeing. And like, oh yeah, you're right. Oh my God, that's so not good. We need to make sure that our kid always has the lunch. And I literally was very abrupt and I said, stop. I kind of yelled at him. I said, stop. This is what you're doing wrong. You can't. The feminine is the up and the down. You need to have the structure. You need to be able to say, no. That's not rational. We're amazing parents. Nothing's going to happen, honey. It's okay to relax. Don't worry about it. You see how different that is? Like, that's what she's looking for. Sometimes your woman's being irrational, and that's all she's looking for. She's looking for that calm and that safety that goes, no, hun, don't worry. And sometimes, like, Emily and I have a good relationship. Sometimes I'll just say, no, hun, I think you're just being a little crazy there. And she'll be like, oh, yeah, is it true? And sometimes she calls me out as well. And she goes, no, that's not right. I think you're being emotional. Fair. And she's even told me, even a couple of days ago, and because we know this, we can have deep conversations about it, but she even told me, she's like, yeah, I think that what you were doing earlier, like comparing yourself in that way, I think it was like turning me off. And I go, oh, what do you mean? Like, let's dive into that. Let's figure it out. And it was a feminine trait. Like, I was like victimizing myself without knowing it in something that I had said. And so now I know, and she's able to express that, and we're able to keep the polarity high. Okay, last one. Parental competence signals long-term stability and strength. Give a man a purpose and the ability to achieve it, and he will crawl over broken glass with a smile. This is super important. Like I said before, when you join us, we make sure you're super dialed in on who you want to be, your purpose, family, self, and service. You're aligned, and you're just dialed in. The last thing here is the relationship bank account. So remember, this is about like becoming the prize, like elevating your own value as a man. This is going to be elevating your value as what she perceives to be valuable within the relationship. So let me explain. When it comes to the relationship bank account, there are deposits and there are withdrawals. What happens to a lot of guys is, since we're young, we're told as men that our job as men is to go out and to provide for the family that we love. So that's what we commit ourselves to. We're up early, we're home late, and when we come through the door, there just isn't much left for us to give. In that place, our wife starts to take over emotional leadership of the household. Not because she wants to, but because she feels like she has to. Throughout this time, we think we're making deposits by providing financially, but we're actually not. Because what our wife wants is our wife wants emotional deposits. So once you learn how to fulfill your wife's emotional needs without her having to tell you, without anything like that, that's when you start to make deposits in the bank account in the right currency, and that's when it starts to build. So for you, you've been depositing US dollars in a bank account that only accepts British pounds. That's probably one of the main things that has happened in your relationship that has led you to where you are, which means your withdrawal rate is totally out of balance. There are positive experiences and negative experiences. The deposits are the positive experiences within the relationship. The withdrawals are things that damage trust, right? There's a fight, there's ignoring, there's all these different things. You want a 5-to-1 ratio. You want to make sure that you're depositing positive experiences 5 times more than withdrawing negative experiences. When you do that, your relationship becomes a lot more resilient. Okay, it's not, and this comes in waves, right? Emily and I have had tough times in our relationship and lives where we've been very stressed, where our ratio was out of whack. For sure, it was out of whack. There are more negative experiences than positive. That happens, but your goal is to keep this at least to a 5-to-1 ratio. So what does that mean? In order to make effective deposits, right? You don't want to deposit the wrong currency. You need to have alignment and investment. Investment is what you do, okay? It's the time, the energy, and the actions that are directed towards the relationship. If she doesn't deem it as valuable, it doesn't count. Alignment, this is what guides your effort. You need to have clarity on what she's experiencing as value. What is value to her? So you need investment and you need alignment, and you need to do that lots of times, so you also need efficiency and effectiveness. That's what allows the bank account to build on her side. In order to do this effectively, in order to have alignment, because a lot of you guys, I'm not going to lie, effort, investment isn't the problem. A lot of you guys are working really hard in your relationships, but you just don't have a clue what your woman actually wants and needs. You don't know how to fulfill her emotional needs. So you need to get absolute clarity on that. Coaching helps a lot. Another thing you can do is start to take notes, start to journal, start to try to understand, hey, what are her love languages? What does she really like? How can I provide value to her? How receptive is she to certain things that I do? And you can start to track and understand. And once again, you should be very curious about your wife, as if this is a new woman that you're falling in love with. Take that approach, and you're going to start to be able to have that alignment be a lot more congruent. So efficiency is obviously super important. Are you showing up consistently? Are you consistently building up the bank account balance? And effectiveness. Are your actions aligned with what she actually values? Okay. So this is about being a valuable man. This is about being a valuable man to her and what she deems to be valuable. All right. That does it for section 5. All right. You've made it to stage 6, which is reconciliation. This is when you and your wife become one again, where she recommits to the marriage, you recommit to the marriage, and you guys are committed to a brighter, bigger future together. So this, for her, is the surrender phase. This is where she allows herself to surrender into your masculinity, to surrender into your leadership as a man. This is where she laughs more. She wants to be close with you. She's texting you, calling you for no reason. She's bragging about you to her friends and her family. The connection feels natural again. She fully trusts you. She feels emotionally safe around you. She initiates affection. She craves you. She wants you. She respects you, admires you, loves you, lusts after you. This is what you've been waiting for. This is why you've done all the work that you've been doing so far. And she really leans into her feminine energy. This is where we want to keep things. This is the lead. When it comes to leading your marriage, you do all these different things. You allow her to surrender. And that's the beautiful thing about being the masculine. We have so much power. We have so much control as to how our woman responds to us. So she's in the surrender phase. You're going to focus on stage 6, which is reconciliation. Now, for the first time, you guys are open to relationship conversations together. You can start talking about what the future looks like, what you expect from her, what she expects from you, what you guys are going to be doing, and what you guys are committed to doing together in the relationship moving forward. You're re-entering the relationship without losing yourself. That's very important. Now that things are great again, now that you have the woman and the life that you always wanted, that you've been deprived of for months or years, you don't want to fall into the same patterns. You do not want to get complacent. That's why I've been so focused throughout the whole video of making sure that once you build something in, you do not let it fall to the side. You really want to make sure that you build all these things in. And so if something starts creeping up, something can happen in your life. You can go through a death, a trauma, lose a job, something happens, a weed can come up. You need to know how to pull the weed, remove the weed so it doesn't start to grow again. You really need to master all of the fundamentals that I've shown you in the video here. You have to make sure that you continue to remove all expectations, that you continue to forgive. There will be more transgressions in the relationship. There will be more fights. You also have to be able to find the root causes within those fights, what's going on. So everything we've done so far builds into stage 6, which is reconciliation. So the most important thing here is that you two can now create an alignment and shared vision together. You must honor yourself and who you are and continue to lead and not get complacent and not fall into, okay, we're together now, I can just do whatever I want. And I notice we're almost at 6 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to condense this section and I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our program and how we can help. The reason I'm doing this is because, for one, I'm giving you as much value as I can. There's a 6-hour video here on how to save your marriage, how to win your wife back. Nobody else is doing this. I'm doing it because I genuinely care and I genuinely want you to save your marriage. I don't want any kids to have to go through the pain of living in a broken home. And I want to give you all the tools to fix your marriage. But there's a caveat to that. All the tools in the world don't lead to transformation, right? You can read 100 books, 1,000 books. It doesn't mean you're going to apply the knowledge. It doesn't mean you're actually going to transform. So the real prize here, the real thing you should be chasing is genuine transformation, not just more knowledge. You can watch all the YouTube videos in the world. If they don't help you transform, it's not really helping you. So the biggest thing that I want from you is to really take a good look at yourself and ask yourself, do I want to continue trying to implement this stuff on my own? And you absolutely can. Or do I want to get some help so that I can implement this correctly the first time around and start making progress much quicker, start getting that happiness back in my life, start becoming the man that I want to be a lot quicker. Here is what's going to happen. Whether you work with us or not, you want to get to unconscious competence. So right now, you're most likely here, unconscious competence. You are unaware of the skills and your lack of proficiency in them. You just don't know what you don't know. Most men are here in their marriages. Then the next stage above it is conscious incompetence, where you're aware of the skills but not yet proficient. You're probably starting to move into this if you've watched this video and you've implemented as much as you can. Then we have conscious competence. This is when you're able to use the skill, but only with effort, right? You know the right skills, you know how to do it, but you still have to think about it. And where we want to get you to is unconscious competence, where you perform the skill and it becomes automatic. You don't even have to think about it. It's just simply unconscious, like brushing your teeth. That's unconscious competence. The best example I can give you is that if your transmission on your car broke tomorrow and you're like, well, you know what? I'm going to try and fix my transmission on my own. So I'm going to go on YouTube and I'm going to watch a whole bunch of videos and I'm going to try and fix the transmission. You may end up fixing the transmission. It may take you months or years to fix it, and way more time and way more money and way more headache and a lot more pain. Or you can go to the mechanic and tell him, hey, come help me fix my transmission. And then the mechanic will say, ooh, use this tool, don't use that tool. Okay, we got to make sure we look out for stage 5 before we do stage 2, right? You still learn how to fix the engine, which I want to give you the skills on how to repair your marriage and how to have your marriage thrive year after year. I don't want you to ever have to depend on me or a coach or a therapist or anybody else in your life for anything regarding yourself or your marriage. I want you to have this unconscious competence. And the best way for you to have it is to actually just get a mentor or a guide or a coach in this case to guide you through it. That way you can move up the ladder way quicker. So those are the 4 levels. And what I want for you is to climb these levels as fast as possible, because this is when you start to get everything you want out of life. And once again, it's just a skills game. If we go back to this pyramid here, the quicker you can develop the right skills and beliefs and identity, the better everything else gets in your personal life. Just like you've achieved success in your career or your business, you can do the same thing in your marriage. You just have to learn the right skills, beliefs, and competencies. So in order to get to this stage as quickly as possible, the best way to do it is to just join our program. Our Empowered Husband program is a 90-day program. All right, so we can do this in 90 days, get you from unconscious incompetence to unconscious competence in 90 days, and make sure that you never need any help from anybody else ever again. So here are some of the results that you can expect. Number 1, sharp self-awareness, where you have clear insight into your patterns, your reactions, and blind spots, so you can lead yourself, your relationship, and your life with intention instead of impulse. Number 2 is life balance and well-being, alignment across work, relationships, health, and purpose without burnout, chaos, or constantly feeling behind. 3 is relational mastery. Of course, the ability to build deep, grounded, resilient relationships where trust, respect, and emotional safety are stable rather than fragile. 4, fewer internal and external conflicts, a structured way to handle pressure, uncertainty, and adversity so life stops feeling reactive and starts feeling navigable. And 5, a lasting legacy model. So here's how our program works so well and why it's different. Mechanism number 1 is problem-based support. So no 2 men are the same. Our journeys are not the same. When you work with us, you work directly with me. And we are going to attack specific problems, whether it's personal problems, issues that you have within yourself or within your marriage. I have so many guys that come work with me and they've been in other programs before and they're thrown into like 100, 200 videos that they just have to watch. And you're just all on your own watching a whole bunch of videos and it means nothing. When you join me, we're going to get super specific on the actual problem that you need to solve. And I'm going to direct you exactly where you need to go to solve that problem. Okay, mechanism 2 is multi-medium delivery. This is how we make it even more powerful. So 1, problem-based support. We coach. In our sessions, I will evaluate and I'll be able to tell you, I've been coaching for 3 years. I've coached some of the most successful men in North America, certified in cognitive behavioral therapy, NLP, life coaching. We're going to figure out what the real issue is. And I've helped over 100 guys save their marriages. So we're going to be able to figure out in our one-on-one sessions what the issue is and what we need to focus on. Then comes multi-medium delivery. I'll tell you exactly what you need to focus on, what videos to go watch. And you're also going to have a physical workbook that I send you. So not only are you learning, you're applying, you're reflecting. That's the big difference here. You're reflecting, you're learning, you're applying, and you're also going to have accountability. So we have daily and weekly accountability to make sure that you're leveling up, and I will hold you ruthlessly accountable to the goals that you set yourself. Because accountability is insanely important if you want to level up and transform. It's almost necessary. It's almost needed. That's what's going to allow you to break lifelong negative patterns and truly explode your growth forward. Mechanism number 3 is repeated exposure. I'm going to work closely with you, and especially in our one-on-one sessions, if I notice you're replaying a story that's not helping you, you have these limiting beliefs that aren't helping you, we're going to need to go back and make sure that we fix it. That's what I've been talking about the whole time. Repeated exposure is like if we're at stage 4, but I notice that, hey, we're slipping back into stage 2, we got to go nip that in the butt. We got to make sure that we're building a foundation so that we can move forward and you never have to do this again. You never have to worry about this again because you know you're locked in. So those are the 3 mechanisms as to why our program works so well. And how the program is delivered is with the 3 C's. So 1 is curriculum. Obviously, a clear structured path that removes confusion and gives you direction at every stage of the journey. Way more comprehensive than the video we just went here. This is about 25 to 30% of the program. Within the program, everything is laid out with specific things to work on. There are questions after videos. There's workbooks. So that's essentially how the curriculum is. Then we have the coaching, where you're going to work one-on-one with me. You also get access to me 24/7. I'm there rolling up my sleeves in the trenches with you 100% of the way, all of the time. But you have to be committed to doing the work. You have to really put it all on the line and say, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to save my family. You have to be dedicated to this, because I take on a lot of stress and a lot of emotional weight by coaching men. And I love to do it because I know this is the best chance you have at saving your marriage. I know that because I've been through a whole bunch of the other programs. They're huge group programs. You get thrown into a group coaching session with 20, 30 other guys. It turns into a venting, complaining session. If you get a one-on-one coach, which most programs don't, you end up getting a one-on-one coach who's just this random guy that gets paid 60 grand a year. You really want to make sure you get the best coach that you can and the best program that you can, okay? 3 is community, right? You're going to be surrounded by people that are like you, that want to grow. I think I have the best clients in the world. I love the men that come and join me. They all have good hearts. Their hearts are in the right place. And they're also very dedicated and consistent and disciplined. They may not start off that way, but that's what they want to be. And so that's what we have in our group. We're not venters or victims. So that's the program. These are the 4 stages of competence. I know I can help you get to the top level way quicker than you could on your own, but that's your choice. So the reconciliation operating code, we kind of skipped that. I just want to finish off with this real quick. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but essentially when it comes to reconciliation, what you have to keep in mind is that you need kind of like a new operating system for the new relationship. So far, everything you've been doing has been to create a new environment where your wife wants to recommit. Now she's recommitted. So now it's like you're entering a new relationship with a new contract. You need a new contract with yourself, and you need a new contract with her to make sure that this never happens again. So number 1 is you need to have your own standards. Number 2, you need to have your own clear boundaries. Remember, you get in a relationship what you tolerate. You need to have boundaries. You need to explicitly share your boundaries with your wife. My leadership rules, how you show up as a man. You also have your non-negotiables. These are conditions, not ultimatums. These are super important because once you have these, you're not only holding yourself accountable and holding yourself to a higher standard, you're leading by holding the relationship to a higher standard. That's the level we're at here when it comes to reconciliation. So mutual respect and communication, emotional honesty without manipulation, willingness to repair conflict. This is coming from both parties. Space for growth, mine and hers. No recurring cycles of contempt, stonewalling, or control. By this point, you have the tools to notice this stuff and to repair it, and to lead your wife into wanting to repair it as well. And once again, if you have a condition that is true to your core, now if there's something that is really true to your core, and it's a non-negotiable for you, and she is not willing to cooperate, you need to be willing to walk away if she's not willing to cooperate. Now, I'm not saying throw everything you've done, throw it out the door. But what I'm saying is that's the masculine. That's what's going to allow her to see your value. Okay? You need to really be able to pick your shots here and understand what you're willing to sacrifice the relationship for. But you need, if there's anything I can teach you, is like you need those terms. You need to know where to draw a line in the sand. If she's treating you like an idiot every single day, you need to tell her, now that we're in full reconciliation, she's opened up to you. She should be soft and smooth and all those and trusting and nice and and laughing and really surrendering into you. You need to make sure that she as well knows, hey, I'm going to keep being the man that I've been. I need you to promise that you're also not going to slip back in to these levels in the beginning. I need you to promise you won't slip into negative sentiment. And if we see that you do, we need to communicate and have a plan to get you out of that. The good thing about reconciliation is like you guys become each other's coaches. You need to be self-aware enough to notice, and you need to be self-aware enough to notice her managing the relationship, her telling you what it needs. And I've coached guys in this stage of reconciliation. We have an amazing success rate in our program. So a lot of guys get to this stage, stage 6. And what I find very funny is that in this stage, leadership looks a lot different. So I had a client, his wife was always stuck in the past. And that was the one thing that was still there. She just kept repeating the past again and again. We did all the work. We got to this stage, right? We rebuilt the trust. He's masculine. She's surrendering into him more. Now he becomes the most influential person in her life, not her therapist, not her mom, not anybody else. So then I told him, now it's the time to push her on that. You're going to challenge that. She's bringing up the past. You're going to dig into it, and you're going to coach her. Exactly like I've been coaching you. That's another bonus of getting a good coach. You actually learn what it looks like, but you're going to coach her. And what he did is he actually coached her on it with empathy, and they talked it through, and she realized, she's like, you're right. I've been replaying the past. It's a bad habit that I've gotten into. It's not making me happy. It's not making you happy. It's not solving anything. There's nothing else for me to solve. So she stopped. All right, so those are your non-negotiables. And 5 is my relapse alarms. You need to know when things are starting to turn. So if you feel anxious when she pulls away, if you're seeking reassurance instead of staying grounded, if you're over-functioning to keep things cool, all these different things. All right, that does it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to leave a comment, thumbs up, subscribe, do all that. And if you want to book a call, once again, there's a link right below, and you can book a call and speak directly with me. I'll talk to you soon.